Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in August, guys. It is a beautiful, sunny morning. Heading back from the bakery, had to go pick up bread again overnight. We're producing so much bread that the storage is full before the end of the day, which is just great news as far as potential income, but does make it a bit of a nuisance having to run up there every day. I'd love to start working on our distribution center, but as you guys can see, negative $18,572 is not leaving us much room to get anything built today. So we got to just keep going with the grind and live through the pain, and then we will get out on the other side and have our systems set up. So for now, this morning, let's get as much of this bread into the cold storage as we can. I'm hoping we don't have to hand load any of this, but getting this trailer in there could prove to be a bit challenging. It's a little bit long for the doorway. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about as much as we're gonna get off of this trailer. We're hitting the rack, so let's see about pulling some of these back and grabbing a few more. Just pull them in here and get them all stored. We are going to have just an absolute stockpile of bread here. 106 pallets of bread. We are going to be making bread on the bread, as they say, guys. So the rest of August, let's take a look. There's really not that much to do in August for us. And I think if we look back at the episode from last August, we were in a similar position. Not a lot of money, not a lot going on, just sort of working our way through the fall. So let's make sure our animals are topped off. Let's make sure that our productions are topped off. And from there, we will probably get into September fairly quickly. Now, I can tell you, in checking on the animals this morning, we are in need of getting some milk up to the dairy. We have a lot of milk in the dairy barn and enough in the buffalo barn that it probably makes sense to run that up to the dairy as well and get some buffalo mozzarella in the works. So let's start this morning by grabbing our Welker dairy trailer here. And we'll head over to the dairy barn, get filled up, and we'll send him over to the dairy in town to start getting everything dropped off. From there, and the triple axles on this, I feel like I'm sliding on my turns. Might just be making it up, but may want to go back to the tandems instead of the triaxle setup. We'll see how this goes. But with the uneven terrain on this map, it just feels like every time I hit an uneven spot, it just slides. The front wheels come up because we have so much ground contact, which is great for traction and great for getting power down, but may not be what we're looking for in regards to being able to steer the way we want to. So while he's getting filled up, we will get him. Oh yeah, we can't do this because we're filling. All right, let's pull up a little bit. All right, are we good here, guys? Are we gonna make it? Okay, good. Getting caught on stuff. Let's set this guy to go empty. All right, so we want to fill at the farm, dairy milk. We already did that. We want to empty at the dairy inn, and we're talking about milk. Go ahead and get him started. Send him on his way to the dairy, and we are in excellent shape. We'll catch up with him, have some eggs to be delivered to town. We got lots and lots of wool from the sheep. Again, overnight was in here well past midnight picking it up because it fills up the spawn trigger. I feel like we need to just sort of establish that spawn triggers should be at least 2 or 3 levels high. And I know it could probably be tough when you have milk and cotton and stuff like that, but man, this barn with 500 animals, if we had all sheep in here, we would be producing even more wool, and we're not even making it through half a day before it fills up. So it'd be nice to have a bigger spawn area, or make it vertical, I guess, increase the area by standing it up. All right, let's get some bales put in over here. I have been toying with the idea since we went to the dual narrows on the Versatile, and it doesn't fit into the dairy barn. I don't think it'll fit into either dairy barn, actually. I'm wondering if we should pick up a telehandler. Obviously, we don't have the money for it today, but we can watch in the sale, and maybe when we sell some stuff like whiskey or bread or clothes and we make a bunch of cash, we could pick up a cheap telehandler. Like to handle the bales with a telehandler. That Bale Pro Grabber from Black Sheep Modding will work with the telehandler as well that we already have. And if we're going to continue doing bales for the sheep, which I think we are, it'd be nice to have a tool dedicated to getting those things moved. Now, what's interesting is, and I'll show you here before we... Actually, let's do this. Let's send the top kick on his way. Just get him pulled up here. And we want to send him to the spinnery. Need to get him turned. And I remember, I don't know that we changed the settings after his crash last episode. Let's turn his turning speed down. We can actually turn his driving speed up as long as his turning speed is slower. So he's on his way. So I did set the silage silo to distributing. So all of our silage is coming over here to our TMR mixer. And guys, we have 1.3 million liters of silage in the TMR mixer. We have 188,000 straw and 755,000 grass and 178,000 hay. So just under about, we have just about 900,000 liters of hay in total once it's converted. So we'll have another roughly 1.6 to 1.8 million liters of total mixed ration once we get through the hay. We will need more straw for that, but we have just about 1.4 now, so we're looking at being in the 3 million liters of TMR, which is going to be really, really nice because those cow barns are not full. So the other thing I wanted to show you guys, and we talked about this, I think it was last episode or maybe the episode before, at the very beginning of this series, when we first got onto the farm, we planted a bunch of trees, and I checked on them recently, and they hadn't done anything. Well, if you start to look over there, you can see our trees, our little saplings have grown up. They're nowhere near fully grown, but we have all of these trees. Look how good that looks. We are going to have so much logging in our future when these grow up. Now, this says it is on, and I have to look this up because I'm not sure we've done this in Farm Sim 25 so far. We're at 355 of 951 hours. So I take that to be about 40% of the way grown. So we still have a while left. Now let's run down here because I put a whole bunch more into the water buffalo pen, and they all popped up too. So we're actually going to get way up high so you guys can see. Look at all these trees in the water buffalo pen. Love the way that looks. This was a big barren hill when we first moved in. The animals were exposed to the wind. You can see, look at those trees just go on. It seems like forever. I mean, we're going these are all our trees, guys, all the way down to this end and then back. So we have, I think it was close to 300 trees that we planted. So we're going to have a lot of lumberjacking to do to get all these trees cut down. We'll leave some of them. I like the way they look, but we did plant them for the forestry aspect and for the production opportunity to cut them down and put them in a sawmill. So just going to check on our barns real quick, and then I think we'll get our productions fed and head on out. These bales are not quite in the trigger. These guys have 125,000 liters of manure and 164,000 liters of food. So we got great manure for our fertilizer. They got lots of food left. Only 5,000 slurry. Chickens, they should be good. I checked on them last night at 40,000 liters of food. That lasts them a long time. The chickens don't eat very much, which is great. And then our water buffalo, because we just fed our sheep, so we know they're fine. There's a little baby water buffalo. See there hanging out. Taking his first couple of steps. Our water buffalo, 91,000 liters of food. We have 14,000 liters of milk we should get up to the dairy. 99,000 liters of straw. 16,000 liters of manure. And 63,000 liters of slurry. So they are also in good shape. I did not see who just arrived, but we can jump in and check and see. Top kick made it down. Did not tip over this time. Love that for us. We're going to send him back to the farm. Back to the farm, please. And then let's see our dairy. Did he empty? Oh, he emptied. That is so cool. So he made it through that parking lot up at the dairy, which is not an easy task. That is a tight parking lot. We're going to step in and take over here, because I don't think I have an auto drive course. Sorry, bud, just cut that truck off. I don't think I have an auto drive course set up for the water buffalo milk. Maybe that's something we'll do between episodes here, but we are getting so close on our crops and the corn. I mean, guys, we have this field, we have the field over there with corn, we have the sunflowers, we have a massive fall harvest season ahead of us. So excited to get all those crops in. We're making a lot more sunflower oil with the sunflowers. We're making a lot more whiskey with the corn, and if there's any barley left over, we will turn it into beer. But for right now, the barley is in the silo, hanging out, waiting to see how much corn we get off the field. I do think it's still worth probably chopping at least one field of corn for silage, even if we end up selling it. You know, we got to figure out how to make more chaff and more silage. The grass is great, but I think it's becoming a bit labor intensive, and we really probably should be using most of the grass for hay. So we'll get both harvesters out into the field. All right, so he is all set. We're just going to send him back to the dairy. Is he going to make that corner around the tree? Ooh, just squeaked it out. Let's head this way, grab our eggs, grab our goat's milk. We'll run that into town, and then, guys, that's going to be it for August. So I might just get this stuff sent. I got to top off the BGA, but once this stuff is en route, really no point in hanging out. We know it'll reach. Let's just see. May as well take the partial pallet today. Not going to hurt anything to do that. I think because we increased our production at the greenhouses by switching to manure, the manure water recipe, I feel like we're making more pasta too, because we really weren't making a lot of pasta previously, and so the eggs were lasting a long time. But I feel like we probably should keep taking the eggs up there, because we've not sold any pasta. I'm hoping it's going to be a decent money maker for us. So here we go. Get the gates closed. You're going to head up to the bakery. Get the eggs delivered. Can't reach bakery delivery. I don't know that I believe you. Really? Bakery pickup? Well, we know you can reach the dairy, so let's go up there and let's see what happened to the course, and we'll go from there. But I think that's going to be it for August, guys. I'll get the rest of this stuff topped off. We'll keep the BGA running, but I think it's time to head into September. We'll do one last quick check. Nothing in here worth selling. I mean, all that 1.393 million liters of TMR worth 171,000. not worth selling. Checking on our fields real quick. Yep, we got, it says this grass field is ready to be harvested. I think it's at stage 3 of 4. It is at stage 3 of 4, so we need 1 more month on this grass field. Corn's looking good, our other corn's looking good, soybeans looking good, our new corn field, our sunflower field, and our grass field all looking good. And we don't need to plant barley today. No, we plant barley tomorrow. So yeah, that's going to be it for August. I will catch you guys in September. See you soon. Welcome to sunny September. We have so much to sell today. We're going to be running around. So to start with, I got the butter and the beer out of the cold storage and am heading to the farmer's market where the beer is the best price. Now, if you remember, we had an issue or a situation where the butter was spawning at the dairy in the August heat, so we had to go put it in the cold storage. But this is not all the butters. Now, after we drop off the beer, we have to run up to the dairy to get the rest of the butter and get that sold. I'm going to stop here and show you guys. We have, I think, 5 things to sell today. So just a great day to be selling stuff. Just have to keep track of all of it and figure out where it all is going to go. So moving in here, we want just the beer. While that loads, let's jump in here. I've organized this by month, and so we have October. We have, let's see, starting with, we have goat cheese to sell. Buffalo mozzarella, we don't have enough to sell. Butter, we have a bunch to sell. Beer, we have a bunch to sell. Cheese, we have a bunch to sell. So just several things that need to get sold. I'm starting to feel a little bit like the in-game dairy may not be up for the task of supporting our productions. I've got everything cranked to 300%, and it's just, I'm on the wrong side of the sell point here, guys. Let me get switched over. I have everything cranked up to 300%, and it's just not keeping up. I think we have 100,000 liters of milk over there, and I have milk selling, milk making butter, milk making cheese. We just have milk doing all the productions we can, and it's not keeping up. So not sure what the long-term solution to that problem is going to be, but my guess is that we're going to have to probably put down our own dairy, which will present some cost issues just in regards to where we put the land, the cost of the production, all that kind of stuff. Now that we're out of debt, let's get this guy set off and mowing. This field is ready to go. In October, I suspect we will have soybeans, 2 small corn fields, and even potentially the sunflower field up here to go ahead and get harvested. This big cornfield here is, we can check and see, it looks really good. I mean, I like how the corn looks, but we are at growth stage 4 of 7, so I suspect that will be spring corn and not summer or late fall corn, so we'll have to see. But this field right here on the right that we own, this is our small across the river corn field. Let's take a quick peek and see. Oh, go around the truck. Yeah, we're on growth stage 6 of 7, fertilized 100%, 92% yield bonus. Yeah, looking good on that corn. That is some tall, good-looking corn. So we are in solid shape. Now, I'm thinking we'll probably chaff the cornfield closest to the farm for silage, because I did make an important, I don't know if I want to call it a discovery, but because we set the silage to distributing last episode, And you remember I showed you we had like 1.3 or 1.4 million liters of silage in the TMR mixer. It is also sending that silage to the biogas plant. So we have a bunch of silage at the biogas plant, which at this point I'm not sure there's any way to get it out. Not that we even need it. We have so much. So I think we're going to, I don't think, we did turn on the silage bunker at the biogas plant so we could get that production running as well. So we'll have that income source heading our way soon. Now, I'm not positive we can get all of the butter, the cheese, and the goat cheese on this trailer in one run. It is a big trailer. I didn't want to bring the Volvo up here with the new aluminum flat deck, just trying to mix it up a little bit, get the Super Duty out and get it used. Plus, we have a lot of tight parking lots to get into, so let's make a plan and see. Cheese is going to the restaurant. That is far away. That's way down by the spinnery. We've been there before. Butter is going to the Subway store, which is most of the way down to the restaurant. Goat cheese is going to Casey's gas station, which I think is just around the corner. So perhaps the thought process here, let's see if we can do this in an intelligent way. Let's get the unload side set to the right. That's done. That's unloaded. Now let's jump back into the production and let's get, which one do we say was going to sell at the gas station? Goat cheese. So we'll jump back into the production, head over here, and goat cheese we want set on storing, and then we're going to come down here and make sure we only load the goat cheese. We'll get all that loaded, run to the gas station, sell it, come back and pick up the butter and the regular cheese and see if we can get down there with just one trip. Yeah, this dairy, so here we'll sort of try to keep it moving here. I'll show you guys, we brought up milk yesterday, but otherwise hadn't brought very much up recently. We have 13,000 liters of buffalo milk after putting 14,000 in yesterday, so that burned just 1,000 liters. Now, I didn't have buffalo mozzarella at 300%. I do now. We have the milk producing butter, cheese, and selling it straight up as bottled milk, all at 300% normal production. And our milk is still 103,000 liters. We're just not getting ahead on that. The goat milk, we certainly could bring up here and run that through from our goat cheese. We seem to get to that. So I just don't feel like, I look at the butter recipe, it's 15 milk, 1,400 cycles per month. The cheese is 3 milk and basically 4,000 cycles a month. So we're getting, 1,200 or 12,000 liters a month we're supposed to be getting. I don't know why that isn't doing more. And then this is supposed to be 14,000 liters here getting through. So we should theoretically be getting through, let's see, cycles per month, 1,440 times 10, that's 14,000. 4,000 times 3 is going to be 12,000. So let's just call that 26,000. And then the butter is going to be 21,000 a month is what it should be, right? If I'm doing that math right. 10 would be 14,400. Another half of that would be 700. Yeah, 22,000. We should be getting through 40 or 50,000 liters of milk a month, and I just don't see that happening. So not sure, there's something going on in the dairy production where it's not producing as much as it's supposed to. Just don't know, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. But if the dairy at 300% is not going to keep up with our 150 cows, we're going to have to find a better option because, guys, I do expect to get to 500 dairy cows in that barn or very close to it before the end of the playthrough. So we would have, theoretically 3 times as much milk as we have now, and we can't afford to have milk just sitting in the production and not doing anything. So, anyways, not a big deal. Let's drop a waypoint here, just so we know where we're going at Casey's. Yeah, see, I thought it was on the far side in the back, and it sure looks like that is the case. Go ahead and get this sold. And oh, there's 38. Another 7, so 45-ish thousand, maybe $46,000. Trying not to run into that guy's field. Up to $53,000 in the bank. So we have next month's loan payment and interest covered. Now we have a bunch of cheese and goat cheese to get sold, and that will get us ahead a little bit. Haven't looked in the sale this morning, not looking for anything specific. We've made a bunch of big upgrade changes to the farm recently, and I feel really, really good about the changes we've made and how not only are they going to work for us now, but how they're going to set us up for the future as well. So we will run all of those until we need more, but I suspect we'll be at a point where we'll need multiple harvesters and things like that when the time comes next. So regular cheese back to storing, butter to storing, goat cheese back to distributing. Sorry, regular cheese is to storing. Yep, we're good. So let's gather these up. This trailer has just funny little spots that get missed on the auto load. It is interesting that the cheese is a slightly different size pallet than the butter. Let's get all this on there. We should have the butter loading up here as well, right? Yeah, butter is set to storing. We're going to have a bunch of butter. Do we have more cheese? Let's see. Cheese we don't have more of, so we can put that back to distributing. And we should be getting the butter out of here, which we have. We have no more butter in here? No, that's right. So the butter, we actually made about 15,000 liters recently, but that all went to the bakery for our pasta, which I don't know when we sell the pasta. I'm sort of excited. We haven't done pasta before. I'm hoping it's going to be a nice money maker for us. So at this point, guys, I'm going to run down to let's call it Subway, I think is our first stop, and then we have the restaurant. I think maybe the cheese goes to Subway and the butter goes to the restaurant, or vice versa, but I'll check in with you guys at Subway when we're down there. Just getting back to the farm after selling the cheese and the butter down at Subway and the restaurant. Something happened with the recording, guys. I apologize. That did not get captured, but we sold both. We're at $109,580. So good sales overall, getting that stuff done. Have a couple of projects left to do here in September. First and foremost, it does look as though the mower is done on the small grass field, so I just want to get this guy pulled out of the way here real quick. Probably should get this Volvo some fuel if I was planning ahead, but we'll let him. Let's see, let's just get him tucked over here and we'll grab some fuel in just a minute. So need to get the mower back over to the farm, get switched out to the baler and get all of this grass baled up. This is the exciting part with the TMR silo making silage. We can just go right into baling. And guys, once again, second episode, I don't know why this tractor doesn't go back to the start point like it's set to, but we can find it. Not a huge deal. Once we get this guy back over here with the baler, our next order of business is going to be to get the Case quad track hooked up to the planter, and it is time to plant the barley field. So we'll get that planted. We'll also have to get that rolled, which will be exciting because we have the new Dalbo Mega Roller that we are going to use, which I think, quite frankly, is going to make very, very short work of our small barley field. I have sent the top kick to the spinnery once today. It was totally full, so 20,000 liters of wool were sent down to the spinnery already, and I suspect we are going to need to run it down there again. So we are still very much so in peak wool season, which is good because clothes was a big moneymaker for us last season, and I'm excited to have clothes back in, I guess we'll call it back in stock and ready to go. For some of you guys that are pretty astute to the details, you may notice a couple of these trees around this shed arrangement changed. Felt like we'd been here for 4 years. Felt like maybe the trees that were here that were on the smaller side probably would have grown over those 4 years. I know that isn't a mechanic and farm sim, so I just swapped them out, put in some mature trees, tried to let the landscape develop a little bit as we play through Judith Plains. Want the farm to sort of be living and developing with us, so try to make little changes like that. I also cleaned up some of the, we'll call it decorations around the farm, mostly junk. There's a whole bunch of dollies and hand trucks and barrels and hoses, and I didn't get rid of all of them, but just feel like want some of the scenery to change a little bit for you guys and make the farm feel more lived in and, you know, like it's evolving and things are changing. So if you notice that stuff, great, and if you don't, that's okay too. So we'll run this guy back. Let's get him hooked up, all extended, and let's get out of his way. There's the ice cream truck. Maybe we should grab an ice cream. Only 63 degrees, not too hot today. So let's get back to the farm. Let's grab the quad track and see about getting the planter into the barley field. We need the barley done. Man, as I told you guys before, this quad track, I mean, it's got 144 miles on it and almost 40 hours. The paint on this thing has seen better days, but sometimes your big workhorse tractors, they just look like they're big workhorse tractors and got a little wear on the paint. It's okay by me, shows some character. Like to see the tractors that have been on the farm for a while look like they've been on the farm. Keeping things fresh and interesting. So let's get set over to barley. All good to go. We'll run this guy over, and I think the last time we planted the barley field, we did this. Whoop, flipped something there. We did this with the old case planter, the old case seeder. So I'm not sure we have a course set up for this machine to plant barley, so we'll probably have to do a new course. It is worth mentioning, man, you can see all that wool over there. Yeah, we definitely got to run another batch down there. I've been checking on the greenhouses. They are just pushing away, just working away, doing great. The water distribution seems to be much, much better after forgetting to turn it on the other day. And I have been emptying the straw out of the grain greenhouses so that we can keep them in production, and have been dropping that straw off in the TMR silo to keep our TMR production up as well. So let's run in here, and we're on field to 60, no, it's 50. So let's run in here, and I feel like, do we have a seeder? Yeah, we have a seeder, and there's seeder for course 50. I don't think this has anything to do with what we are currently trying to do. So I want to delete the seeder folder as well. because we're not using that. And let's go find the planter folder. Excellent. I want to do 2 headlands, no rounded corners. That is the ticket. We'll send him on the way. Planter, save course, 50. Rockin' and rolling. Looking good. This thing is going to tear through this very, very small field. We will have to come back and deal with the weeds at some point, but that is a task for another day, as they say. Heading over here to the sheep pen. Let's get the wool loaded up. How'd we do? Remember, we left a couple of extra bales over here. Guess we got to get over here for their food. 79,000 out of 120. So this sheep pen's burning through, I mean, let's call it 5 bales a day. I'm going to take 5 out. So we need 60 grass bales a year to keep up with the current demand for hay. Okay. We'll just take it out this way. That's not a problem. I suppose we could check the sale, and if there was a reasonably priced telehandler, we could look at that. I'm not sure. I think the telehandler, even on sale, is going to be about 100K, and I'm not sure we want to drop our balance down that low. It would be nice to have some money in the bank waking up in October. We know we're going to have about a $50,000 payment coming out in the morning. So spending all of our money now would leave us in a rough spot. Now, what I'm interested to see is how is the manure in the BGA going to work out? Because you remember, we turned on silage in the BGA. We turned on silage distribution to get the silage over to the TMR mixer, and in doing so we sent a bunch of silage to the BGA. So rather than trying to go and extract it, which I don't even quite frankly think is possible, I just turned on the silage bunker at the BGA so that we can make a little bit extra money. So I'm hoping that's going to bump us up a little bit more. Might leave this guy here just until this afternoon and see when he fills up. So knowing that we're going through 5 bales a day, we have 9, we'll call it 10. One's a partial, it's about a half. 10 bales, so we have 2 months worth of hay in here. So we need to be pulling some hay out of our TMR mixer. We do have 1.6 million liters of TMR, and guys, I filled the pastures, or the pens, last night. So we have 470,000 liters in the buffalo pen and 410 in the cow barn. So we are in good shape when it comes to TMR. So just checking the milk while we're in here, 22,000 plus 113 already in there. Yeah, I think we're going to have to find a solution to the to the milk problem on the farm. So last order of business for today before we wrap up, I will get the barley field rolled off camera. Or actually, you want to know what? I'll do that as a time lapse here at the end, since we haven't used the new Dalbo roller. So we'll end with that. When I say goodbye to you guys, I'll put that video on from later on today, and so you guys can see the new roller at work. But we do need to go grab a couple of bales off of the grass field to keep that mower from getting tangled up. Just checking to see if there's anything in here that calls our name. That is a cool little truck, no use for it. Another truck and another Superior end dump trailer. This is a smaller one. Could be useful. We'd have to have a dolly to link them together. Does this one have an option for a rear hitch? Mud flaps, mud attachers. Yeah, it has a rear hitch. So we could link this trailer to our existing one. Just not sure it's worth $55,000 to do so. The Crone straw harvest pack. I guess we could do straw pellets, but those are harder to handle, and I prefer bales. That's not a great option. We have oats, we have molasses. Nothing here, guys, that is really speaking to me. Gonna make a big difference on the farm if we pick it up. This is a cool planter here. Look at this thing. That is sharp looking. Yeah, and then we're back up. The only thing I saw in here, we could get the Crone just to increase our working speed. It doesn't increase our working width. But with as much grass cutting as we're doing, that would free up the Magnum a little bit more, but that's still $270,000. So yeah, nothing in the sale. I do, just out of curiosity, wonder how much a stationary baler would be. I'm trying to remember which one does that. Is it one of the... I may not be remembering, or I may not have it in here. Let's see. Excellent Crone, configuration standard, bale collect. And then we got a little bit of what kind of twine we want. That's not it. I swear, I'll have to look it up. I may have to download it, but I swear there was one you could get that unfolded. I think it was the Go Wheel pack, which I just must not have installed, but gave you basically a stationary baler. And I thought that one of the ones from the straw harvest had, that must be the Primos. Yeah, I think it's the Primos that does that. Yeah, so nothing in here. Oh, Lizard Colossus Balemaster, $100,000. And yeah, there's the hopper. So that's it. $100,000, and we can make all the hay bales we want. So that's what we're going to need. We'll have to find that somewhere else, or find the money when we have a little bit more of it. So for right now, let's go grab the aluminum flat deck trailer, go grab some bales off the grass field, get them fed into the TMR mixer, and I will bring you guys some footage of rolling the barley field. So I'm going to go get the bales taken care of, but I will give you that footage from the rolling before you guys head out. But thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you want to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are in October, and it is going to be a busy month. Went ahead and got the mowing done on the big field. Just figured with everything else we have going on today, we probably should get an early start. So got all of this mowed, getting the bales up now, and then we have just not quite all of the harvesting, but basically all of the harvesting to do. So we have our old big cornfield, the small cornfield, the soybean field, and the sunflower field are all ready for harvest. So just a lot to do today. And if you guys remember, we're going to be chopping the old big cornfield. So that one right over there in the distance, that is going to get the new forage harvester. We're going to get that out there and cut all that, chaff it up, and then make it into silage. Also had some big changes on the playthrough overnight. Had quite a few comments. I shouldn't say quite a few. Had several comments. Very helpful comments about some of the productions on this map not performing as expected. I had mentioned previously that I did not feel like the dairy was doing what we needed it to do, and I woke up this morning, and after 2 days, 2 whole months of having, I think it was 14,000 or 15,000 liters of buffalo milk in there, we had 700 liters of buffalo mozzarella. So just was not producing. I tried to figure it out. I even used my production increase mod in an attempt to try to get it to produce at a level that would be at least sufficient. In addition, we had about 95,000 liters of milk in the dairy that just were not going anywhere. They were just sitting there, and we were putting more in, and we were just not getting ahead, despite being at a 300% production rate. So I have made some massive changes on this side of the map to accommodate that. We will get the harvester out and running, and then I will probably grab the beast and take you guys over and show you the big changes. But we got 2 really nice things out of the new update for the map for us. So let's get the new harvester hooked up to the new MacDon. Remember, this is the 19-meter header. Trying to get it so that the connector bar is sticking out. It was way back in there. Not going to be able to get to that without moving the trailer, and we did not have the semi-truck over here. So I'm excited to see how quickly this is going to work through our fields as we get closer and closer to our 500-acre goal. Harvesting is going to be something that is going to take quite a bit of our time, and I think having a better harvester is going to be key to making us successful. Now guys, I have removed the collision from that gate 3 times, and obviously it's not sticking, so we'll just close it up for now. So let's head on out with the case harvester and the new MacDon 19-meter monster header, and let's get started on our soybeans. Have to do a little bit of figuring out how we're going to handle chaffing that cornfield, just because I haven't done chaff in a bit. If you look back at the old Missouri River Bottom series, it did a little bit of chaffing there. trying to remember how to get everything set up and was thinking about what equipment we're going to use. So, going to be exciting to do something different. Holy goodness, guys. Look at the size of that header. This thing is a beast. Let's get cut into the field here. Yep, laying straw. Look at that straw swath because of how big everything is. Now, first off, we're going to come into harvesting. I already removed all of our old courseplay courses because with a new header, I didn't want to risk starting one just out of habit, getting one going and not have it be the right working width. So, 2 headerlings on this one. Don't feel like we want it going that way, so want the course working up and down the length of the field. Yep, that's going to be better. Let's go ahead and get him started. We're on field 52, 56, harvest, save course, 52 and 56. Excellent. Man, look at the working width on this machine. That is just incredible. So, has the same capacity as the other harvester too, so we know we're going to have to get the quad track out there with the grain cart. We have got just, as I said, a boatload of harvesting to get done. We're probably going to have to either montage or clip some of it or do some time lapses so you guys can see what's going on, but we are going to be here. I think it's going to be a heck of a long day in October to get everything done. I did sell our tedder. Now that we have the TMR mixer has the ability to do hay, didn't see any point in having the tedder laying around, so I think we got like 20 grand for that. Not a ton of money, but better than having it slowly devalue in the barn while we're not using it. Gonna have a bunch of straw at the end of all this as well. So let's get the quad track on. Let's grab the beast after that and let me go show you guys what we're working with on the new setup down here for the farm. So jump in here. Let's make sure we have not only our target position set, but our field position set. I am going to go into vehicle settings, make sure the JPS pathfinding is off. It is, should be good to go. Let's see what it does. As long as it's not backing up, I'm generally happy. Typically, it'll calculate and then it'll shut down because the fuel saver's on. So there we go. You hear it just turn off. So now it knows where it is. It knows what it's doing. And it is good to go. You know what? We're actually going to take the beast to go look at the new stuff. We're going to take the top kick because the top kick has some stuff on it that I think we're going to want to deliver. So, not quite as much wool as before. I think the cool weather is kicking in and starting to make or help the sheep produce less wool. So, got a little bit here and a partial and a full goat's milk. So, the dairy wasn't producing, and I had been talking to you guys about getting a logistics center put in this spot right here, and well, lo and behold, we have the logistics center. So the way this worked out, and I'll show you everything here real quick again, just refresh your memories. We only wanted this little corner where the logistics center is, but in order to do that, we had to buy this entire lot, which was $260,000, and it was just a lot of land we couldn't use. So I debated how to handle it. Initially, I was going to say that we were going to sort of buy the corner for $50,000. I was going to pay that, even though we'd own the whole thing, because we really can't use the rest of it. But it came to light that over here, I'm just going to jump over here, there was a house. So when I bought it, I got a second home. It was sitting right here on the corner, right between the farm sell point and the Yingling Brewery. We had a second farmhouse, which we didn't need. So I sold the farmhouse. I think it was $235,000. I did a bunch of new construction in the area, did some landscaping, put fences up. I saved all of the sort of interesting things back behind next to the farm sell point with the sheep and everything else. but we sold the house to partially fund the purchase of the land, and then we bought a dairy and put it in. So we have our own functional dairy at this point. We can jump in and we can see it. We do own it. I have to find it on here because I was dairy plant. Here we go. So let's, I got all the milk and all the buffalo milk and everything transferred. So we're going to go ahead and get this turned on, and we're going to set to distributing because we now have a distribution center, which we're going to jump back and check out here in a second. And then we need the goat's milk. No, we don't want goat's milk. We want goat's cheese. Get that to distributing. So we put the dairy in, got it all landscaped up, put this fence in along the way, changed the trees out, but here is our farm sell point that comes with the game. The house was over here. All of this was existing. Put some more fencing up, put some more trees and shrubs in, kept this area as a nice area for people to come visit and hang out and do stuff. And then I cut in this road along the back of the Yingling facility and the Jack Daniels production, and that leads right back along our cornfield to the distribution center. So the distribution center is going to be massively helpful in getting all of our productions into one spot, so we're not running and picking up the bread every day anymore. You can see I sort of brought the drive through underneath the canopy, have a drive along the back, and then I cut in a road along the side of the building, down the side of Jack Daniels, and again did all the landscaping and brought the road out here. So we have lots of access. Our trucks can get in and out. We can load stuff up and we can make it happen. So our first delivery to the logistics center, I'm hoping, and I've done no testing, guys. I put stuff in and I just started recording. So I'm hoping that we can come down here and the logistics center will take all of our stuff. Excellent. Great first step. Head down to the logistics center, which is right here. And we want our wool, which I assume is going to be at the bottom alphabetically, set to distributing. And then we want the goat's milk. Yeah, everything is in alphabetical order. That is very helpful. Goat's milk, we want that set to distributing and turned on. Now let's go through the rest of our productions. The biogas doesn't produce anything. The flour mill is going to send flour here. So we need to get all of the flours set to distributing. And I think there's rice flour. I don't know why it's not flour dash rice, but yeah, rice flour. We want that distributing as well, right? Because our flour mill is producing rice flour and wheat flour. Our spinnery is producing fabric, so we need to have our fabric going to the tailor. Let's see, fabric, distributing, coming back through here to spinnery. The tailor shop has clothes. That needs to be set to distributing. We have 6,000 liters of clothes basically to pick up, or 5,000 liters of clothes to pick up the tailor shop. Let's not forget about that. And then come back down to the logistics center and close. We're going to want to put on distributing because we don't want those. There we go. So that should take care of that. So that is all of the productions that we're leasing. I don't think we're going to have dried corn in here. Yeah, I don't see dried corn, so we're good there. I guess we are technically... Okay, so none of this is raw stuff, so like wheat from the greenhouses won't come in. Bread distributing and pasta is set to distributing. I don't know that we will get pasta over here. Let's take a look. Bread, we want that set to distributing, so that's not going anywhere. Pasta does not look like we're going to have... Nope, no pasta, so we'll still have to pick that up. That's okay. And then our oil, oh, our canola was set to selling. That is not ideal. So canola, rice, and sunflower oil So canola oil, we want that set to distributing. Rice and sunflower oil. Rice oil set to distributing. Sunflower oil set to distributing. And I think we're about done there. So that is very exciting to have our distribution center, our logistics center all set up. I'm going to send this guy to... Where would be the closest space to... I think, can we get him to the bakery? Let's see... Bakery, delivery, I think that's going to be closest to... Yeah, it doesn't like that location for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah, there's some sort of broken link between here and there. I'm going to have to go figure that out. So, we will send it to... Where is the train? Flathead Feed and Grain. Just get it into town so I don't forget to pick up the clothes that are out. So... Man, making short work of this field. The new harvester with that 19-meter header looks really, really good. So the next step for us, I think we got to get the rest of these bales up so I don't forget those. Then we will grab the forage harvester and go work on getting that corn up. But I am very excited about the logistics center and the new dairy, so we can get stuff going in a reasonable fashion. As I said, had almost 100,000 liters of cow milk, and we just couldn't get through. And then the buffalo mozzarella, it took us 2 months, and we made 700 liters at a 3x production speed. So we just were not getting that done in any kind of effective way. And that logistics center is going to make our lives so much better. We do have our cold storage over here, which I don't know that we need to get rid of, but with the logistics center, I don't know how much we'll use it. So we'll probably leave it for a couple of episodes and then see what we want to do with it as time goes on. Now, there is the question, right? How does the logistics center and the dairy qualify in regards to the productions that we need to own in order to meet our goals on the map? So first off, I don't consider the logistics center a production, so that's not close. The dairy I did pay for out of our cash, but it was not nearly as expensive as the other productions on this map because it wasn't from this map, it was a mod. So I don't think we're going to count the dairy either. So that means we just own the oil mill and the bakery like we did before. I think we need to buy legitimate productions on the map. And thus far, we have options like the spinnery, like the flour mill, and like the tailor shop that seem to be doing a good job for us. So I see no reason to not just buy a couple of those to meet our production requirement to get on the map. So a long way of saying we're not going to count either of the two new buildings towards our end goals for this map, but they are here and making it much easier. Because I was thinking the other day, I was a little frustrated. We sold all that cheese and butter last episode, and we still had, 100,000 liters of milk at the dairy. We just weren't getting through. So we lost $150,000 worth of income this year, and we just were not going to be able to get it back. We just weren't going to catch up, even though I had everything on 3x production speeds. So that's why I felt like it was a critical step to make those changes. So a lot of talking about the changes. Want to make sure it's clear what happened. Want to make sure you guys saw it. I'm very excited. It was a lot of fun putting the productions in, getting the landscaping done. But let's get to work on the rest of this. So I don't have auto drive set up for the chaff field, so we're going to be doing that at least somewhat manually today. I guess technically I could. I'd have to. I don't remember exactly how to do the auto drive portion of the course play auto drive integration for forage harvesters. I have a course set up that would take the truck back here to the TMR facility But no, we're not going to the TMR facility. We got to go to the silage facility. Yeah, so I think we'll be doing this one manually. I may throw this one on a time lapse. We'll see how we get this one going. But man, look at this forage harvester. It is ready to get to work. Oh, and we don't have silage additive in it yet, so we can go use our pallet rack over by the shed, which is set up for just such an occasion to have large equipment just drive by and get what they need, except for the fact that we have our tanker parked in front of it. The best laid plans, guys. We were so close to having this work out perfectly, but I suspect if I get in here and we back up, let's see if I can get close enough to make this happen. So silage additive, pallet of silage additive. Let's just do one. Don't know how much this one's going to take. I mean, sure, we'll take some diesel, but what I really want is that silage additive. Can we get that? If I can get the trigger. Yeah. There we go. Silage additive going in. So despite having the tanker truck parked here, it still worked out perfectly. 60 liters of silage additive should be a good amount to get us started. Now let's go ahead, get the, see, you got the new harvester emptying, got the truck over here, the grain cart over there. This is working really, really well. We are about to take out a sign, but that'll be okay. That is so cool. Look at that. The cab pops up. I have to get the pipe out. Okay, there we go. We got the pipe out. And how quickly will it find the truck? Okay, so it's found the truck, so I think that's good news. Okay, so you're going to have to bear with me here. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this. I think we need to do 3 headlands. We need to have all rounded corners for the truck. I remember that having it back up is a huge pain in the neck. So 3 headlands, 3 rounded corners. Let's go ahead and create that course. We're on field 54. I like the way that's set up. So let's head in here and new folder, forage harvester. And what we say, we're on field 54, save course 54, excellent, that is all good. Let's just check our settings, because this is a brand new vehicle to us. Check silage additive, yeah, let's absolutely. Refill tool deactivated, don't need you doing that. Speed limit on the field, 15 miles an hour, field 12. Turns, I think we want to get that a little higher, not a lot. Reverse can certainly be higher. Okay, I think that is pretty good. So now if I... Oh, yeah. Okay. Grabbed the old forage harvester. Classic move. So I think the way to do this is to have the truck... is to have me drive the truck manually on the first headlands. And then after that... try to see if we can get it on course play. So I'm going to throw this on a time lapse for you guys. We'll see how well it goes, and I'll catch up with you when we have a bunch of forage harvesting done. Just getting the soybeans dropped off into the silo after harvest. We are very close to being done with a couple of fields here. Two quick updates that happened while I was getting stuff done. First off, this grain cart, we upped the capacity to the full 70,000 liters. With the Volvo pulling the tipper. Hold on, why are the vehicles going on to the other field? Well, they just finished. That's the good news. So anyways, with the Volvo pulling the tipper, we did not have anything to empty our soybeans into, so I upped this to the 70,000 liter capacity. And as you can see, we got the silage root crop extension put on the tipper trailer there, the little sort of chain link mesh thing at the top, and that actually bumped it up another 10,000 liters of capacity. So that was good news. Excited to have that field done. We are very close to 2 million liters of chaff. Just a lot of chaff. I actually had to speed up time to get to the afternoon so that the silage silo could process some of that chaff into silage, so there was room to put more in there. So may need to find a better or different solution for the silo silage, or the silage silo. Man, that's a tongue twister. Just depending on how much we end up getting. I'm wondering if the silo on the farm will hold chaff. We could just store it for a day. I think in a day it'll go through the capacity, which is 1 million liters of chaff. So it wouldn't be a big deal if we had a way to store it. So maybe we'll either put down a different silo that can hold it, or see if it'll fit in our silo if we run into that problem again. But I just advanced time, and I think we should be in good enough shape to get the rest of it in there. For now, let's go ahead and get the harvester emptied over here. We are on our second field. As you can see, the soybeans are done. We're getting the baler out in that field, and we're over here with the corn header getting the corn harvested. So I'm going to get this guy off and running. Is that far enough up? No, I forgot. The new harvester has a much longer auger than the base game, so not too shabby, but do have to give it a little bit more space in order to effectively get it unloaded. So let's let this harvester get back to work, and then we'll get the quad track set up to keep it emptied. I'm hoping 70,000 liters in the grain cart, plus I think it's 20. We'll see how much gets in here. I think it's 25,000 liters that the harvester can hold, or maybe 24, that we should be close to 95,000 liters of corn capacity on this field without having to bring the tipper over. But we will see if we have to bring the tipper over here or maybe run the quad track back. So I'm going to keep working on these fields, get the baling done over on the soybean field, deal with the rest of the chaff. Then we'll pull this harvester with the corn header over. I intentionally left the corners rounded on our chaff field, so we will take this harvester over there and have it just cut the remaining corn that was left on the field from the rounded corners. I don't see any point in having the chaff or having the forage harvester come back to do that work. That seems a bit unnecessary. Plus, we have so much chaff to begin with. So I will keep things working on the harvest, and I will probably bring you guys back when it's time for the sunflower harvest, which we will put on a time lapse and end with that. But I did forget to mention, or at least go over, you guys saw the time lapse for the chaff. And yeah, at 82,000 liter capacity for that tipper, we were making it essentially one pass up and down the field. So I definitely will be working on getting auto drive set up for the chaff harvest next season. I'll see you guys on the sunflower field in just a minute. Just wrapped up the cornfield, heading back to the other cornfield to actually clean up the corners before going to get some sunflowers harvested. But yeah, you can see all of the corn straw over there. I was having a thought while I was getting the Magnum over here, getting this straw, the soybean straw picked up, and all that corn straw. does the straw pellet DLC work with all the different straws? And if the answer is yes, then I know what we're going to do with all of those bales we have in storage. We will just turn them into hay pellets or straw pellets and sell them. Not to mention, it will also, for at least the short term, give us a huge relief on storage space, as it takes up much, much less space to store pellets than it does to store the actual bales. So I'll have to do some investigating between episodes and see if that will work for us, because if it will, I'm thinking that is going to be the ticket to getting some good money out of our straw, because we have so much of it, and I just can't for the life of me figure out a good way to make money on it. We could wait for the best sale price and make, 10 grand per flat deck load, but that's not really any good money, and it'd be much more useful as straw pellets. The other thing I'm wondering is if we turn it into straw pellets, if it will do that, will that then enable us to put that in the animal pens? Does it essentially make that straw usable to us for other purposes? Because right now, the animal pens are not taking the straw from the soybeans or the corn. And I'm interested to see, we might have sunflower straw at the end of today's harvest. We'll have to see what comes of that. I don't know if that's going to be like a corn straw, the same, or if it's going to have its own because its own crop, or what, but we will figure all that out. So just getting these corners cleaned up in a couple of spots that the forage harvester and the truck missed when they were chaffing. I just don't feel like it's necessary for us to get every single corn stalk off the field and in the form of chaff, because quite frankly, we just have almost 2 million liters of chaff, and that is way more than I even know what to do with right now. This looks like... yeah. Okay, so we need lime, which we missed, and it has weeds, so we're going to have to do some stuff with the barley to maximize our yield on that. So let's go ahead and get the auger out. I brought the quad track back to the farm, was going to empty it into the silo, and then remembered that we had a little bit of corn to harvest here. So figured why not just empty it all here. Having the grain bin or the crop bin at 80,000 liters is a huge improvement over what we had previously at 46. I mean, 46 was fine when we had, 40 total acres of farm, including a bunch of it being grass, but now that we are pushing nearly 100 acres of actual crops, we need a lot more in there. I am excited. I keep checking the rules. We have to pay off our loan before we can get into any sort of increased capacities or working widths, and I don't intend to let that go sort of wild where we end up with 50 meter headers on our harvesters, but it sure would be nice to have a 6-figure capacity tipper on the field edge to just not have to keep going back and forth. So let's jump in here. Excited. We have not harvested sunflowers on this playthrough yet. So let's see. Turn straw swath back on. Do we have a straw swath for this one? Enable straw swath. It does not look as though we're going to have a straw swath for sunflowers, which is fine. We're going to come in here, 3 headlands, no rounded corners, create chorus. I'm not going to save this chorus because this field is going to get plowed up with field 57 after this cut. So there's really... Now, is there... I guess I have to... You want to know what I could do? You know what? I can be smart. I even have a video out on this, so watch. We're going to come here. We're going to come into the course play menu. I'm going to copy this course, and then I'm going to find my... Yep, find this guy here. And we need to clear the course that's currently in there. Clear current course, and then paste this temporary course in here, and it will be in the GPS for the Magnum when we get back to it. So, beat the system. Smarter than the problem. Always a plus. Gonna get the corn emptied out of the hopper, and then we're gonna go get this set up, and I will throw the rest of that sunflower harvest on a time lapse for you guys. But that is going to be it for today. Absolutely massive day. Probably the biggest day we've had on the farm since the first day. Just the amount of harvesting, 2 cornfields, a grass field, a soybean field. We got a logistics center, a new dairy, increase the capacity of our grain bin, bought the extensions, the silage extensions for our tipper. We had chaff, which you have not had on the farm before. We're going to have so much silage. It's going to be absolutely crazy. I guess actually we can put the corn right in the corn dryer, can't we? That'll be okay. So just an absolutely massive day on the farm. Love having these big days. As the farm gets bigger, I can see these days coming back with, you know, multiple harvesters, multiple grain carts, multiple tippers, you know, when we're harvesting, 70 or 100 acres at a time of one crop. So really excited to be getting into the big gameplay. Feel like we made some really good progress with the logistics center and the improved dairy to, you know, get us where we need to be for the next stage of the farm. So thank you so much for joining me for today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 channel. Starting out on a cool morning in November. We are, guys, we are just about keeping up with our loan with our regular productions now. As you can see, we have negative $3,578. Awfully darn close to making it even through the night, which is good news. Do have a couple of things to do today. The eggs are at their best price, which we're going to go sell to get us back into the positive. And then we have what is going to be the beginning of a whole lot of field work. So between episodes, I did get the corn fields, the soybean field, and the sunflower field mulched. So that was good. The barley field over here, which we had weeds and we did not have lime down. I got all that sprayed. You guys can see the weeds are dead and we have our lime up where it needs to be, not complaining. So that is going well. Our greenhouses are fully stocked and ready to go. Getting that water generator turned on, or the water pump turned on a couple of months ago. We finally got caught up. Our water consumption is very high. Now, we don't have some of our biggest water users, which are the beer and the whiskey, but we will get there. Now, the other problem we're going to have to solve is this barn being empty. Now, we do have quite a bit of hay. So over here, we have 1.2 million liters of hay. So the sheep are not going to starve, but I really do want to keep them on bales, which would mean getting some sort of loose baler, which I keep checking the sale for. And so far, no dice on that. We've been lots of good things in the sale. Looked at this Lizard Colossus Pack sprayer. That looked promising, but we just don't need it. Yeah, so there's no, it's not in here. The baler we want is, I gotta find it. Is it the square baler? I think it might be a round baler, which quite frankly is fine in this scenario. Yeah, so we have a couple. We have the Lizard Colossus Pack one, and then we have the Go Wheel option as well, where you put in loose product and it puts out bales. So I suspect we'll be looking at getting this Lizard one. Just have to wait either to get the money or to get it up in, or get it in the sale. So we'll work on that, and in between now and then, if we have to dump loose hay, we will dump loose hay. So let's run over to our logistics center. Our first fun, exciting trip over there to grab our eggs and take them up to sell. I will grab our eggs here from the coop as well. Not sure why this front pallet keeps getting wonky like that. I didn't drive through here last night. The last time I picked up the eggs, the pallets were like that as well. The Volvo's back from the BGA, keeping the BGA well fed on the slurry. We are, I said earlier, in one of the earlier episodes, the Volvo was going to be a pretty high mileage vehicle for us. I actually looked at our Case Magnum, and guys, that thing has, I want to say, 400 miles on it. So let's see if, is the trigger right here? It'd be nice to actually use the trigger. So let's real quick, let's just get triggers turned on just for a second. Oh, look how close we were. I knew it had to be right here. We can turn triggers back off. We know where it is. It's always nice to come up to the door and use it. So coming in here, I mean, we have, 148,000 liters of bread, almost 6,000 liters of buffalo mozzarella, 37,000 butter, some canola oil, some cheese, clothes, eggs, fabric, flour, goat milk, goat cheese, rice flour, rice oil. Is rice flour not distributing? Because it sure seems like that is too much. This is why we have to come in and check these things. Rice flour distributing, you're getting bumped to 300%. We need more distribution out of you. Rice oil, our sunflower oil, and our wool. We have 66,000 liters of wool, which needs to be sent out. So that will also get bumped to 300%. Worth mentioning the sunflower harvest last month. I came in here and didn't even get the eggs out. Our sunflower harvest last month, guys, 205,000 liters of sunflowers off that field. Just a crazy amount of sunflowers. And I took that, or the sunflowers, you took that right down to the oil mill to get that started. So we can check the oil mill here in a second. Got some feisty eggs up front there. They're not laying flat. There we go. So looking at our productions, if we go to the oil plant, sunflower oil, you know, they're down to 196,000 liters. So we're going to have sunflower oil for days when this thing gets up and running. So good to know. Where are we taking the eggs? That is the $1 million question, or perhaps the $14,000 question. The Kodiak Brewery. Let's go ahead and tag that place. Not entirely sure. Yeah, it must be in town. So let's take our new route around the back of the logistics center. Love the little cut through here with the landscaping and everything else. Just like in my mind, I just sort of felt like that space should be used for that. With the logistics center being right there by the farm, bringing everything back and just getting us organized so that our productions are really starting to crank up, and we are going to handle a whole bunch of pallets and productions, but this will help us handle a little bit less than we've been doing currently. So head up here, get the eggs sold. That will put us back in the positive as far as cash goes. And then we can get the plowing going. We're getting the quad track out and start plowing some fields. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's happening with Courseplay, because I was really, really pleased with Courseplay for a long time. And it feels like with the release of the Mod Hub version of Courseplay, I've been having all kinds of challenges. Specifically in the last episode and between episodes, the implement does the headlands, and then when it goes to transition from the headlands to the up and down rows, we'll call it the middle, whichever way it's going, it just wanders away from the field. I mean, just absolutely disappears off the field. I found my tractors in the rivers. I found them 4 or 5 fields away. And these are all problems that I was not having previously. So today we're going to try a little bit of troubleshooting. We're going to redo the plowing courses. We're going to delete them, and we're going to redo them and check all the settings and see if our tractor still struggles with the Courseplay update. I've debated even going back and reverting to a previous version of Courseplay to try to see if that makes a difference. You guys will remember I had some issues with helpers and unloading harvesters, both in this series and in the Courseplay, the advanced Courseplay video I put out a couple weeks ago, and have been messing with some settings to try to fix that. So not exactly sure what's going on, but it would be nice to not find my vehicles wandering off. And the one that's most aggravating is actually this cornfield right here. When the tractor wanders off, it wanders off all the way down there at the end and goes into the only deep part of water on this entire map. And that little bit of water there is an absolute puddle. And it's like that one right there. There's no deep water on this map, and the tractor keeps ending up in the deep water. I keep having to recover it and reset it to get it back and going. So that's just an aggravation at this point. So we'll see if we can get some of that figured out for today. So pulling back into the farm, we'll get I think we'll probably just tuck the top kick over here. I don't think we're going to have much wool the rest of the winter because the sheep aren't producing because of the realistic animal mod or realistic livestock mod. So let's head over and grab the quad track and see if we can't get this plowing done today. I'm going to just pull this guy down past the shed here so we're not fighting getting around him. We will end up topping him off. If he doesn't fill up the BG overnight, you can see this guy's got 4,600 liters of slurry left. If he doesn't fill him up overnight and I want him back here for the day, I just bring the guy back and then we refill the tanker and go from here. Seems like when we reduced the production output from 300% production on the BGA to, I think we're down to 150, feels like we're right in the sweet spot with the slurry. We're not running out of slurry on the farm. We're not running out of slurry in the BGA. We're able to keep it filled with 1 or 2 trips a day. Just feels like the sweet spot where we need to be. So let's get the plow raised up. And you know what? Let's start with the cornfield. So let's go ahead, open up the plow. Want to come around here. And I really, like I said, we're going to be redoing the courses today and seeing if that makes a difference. So I don't know. Put a comment down below if you guys have had some struggles with course play as well. Is that just something that I'm running into that no one else seems to be having a problem with? But I really felt like course play was in a really, really good place. I was able to create all my courses on this playthrough, save them, use them, and just send the vehicles out and away they'd go and everything would work fine. And it is just not the case anymore. And maybe that's just me. So jumping into the menu, first thing we're going to do, we're going to come down here for plowing and we're just going to delete all the courses. We're just going to get rid of them here so that we don't have to worry about whether we have them or not. We're going to come back here and we're going to start with the fieldwork settings. So we have the tool, one headland for plowing, narrow field, generates headlands only at the short edges of the field. We don't have that problem. Start work on headlands. You know what, guys? Let's start working the center. Let's try that and see if that changes anything. Rounded corners, no, we don't want any. So it shouldn't make a difference. Clockwise, headland overlap down to 5%. Field center up and down. Field direction. The center direction, do we want clockwise or counterclockwise? That's a very good question. Let's leave it for now and go over here. Manual, we want automatic directions for the rows. We don't have any islands, so we're good to go. Going back to the vehicle settings, I don't want any of the waypoints showing. Fuel saver doesn't do much. Avoid driving on fruit, doesn't matter. Use JPS Pathfinder. Now, I know this has been a problem. We're going to leave it on. I'm going to crank my Pathfinder penalty up to 3. And it says a higher value will take longer, but the path stays more on the field and outside the fruit. Should only really matter for things like emptying the harvester, but we're going to crank that up and just see if it is smarter about finding its route. Allow reverse pathfinding activated. Allow using Pathfinder in turns. Enable using the Pathfinder in turns, for example, to avoid obstacles and fruit. Sure. And then instead of performing a normal turn on the headlands, the vehicle will drive a loop. First headland would have rounded corners. No, thank you. Fold tool end, of course. Return to starting point activated. Raise late, lower early. Field work speed. We're plowing, so we can get up in the speed pretty good. Turns, again, get that cranked up. And get our reverse back where we want it. So that's everything reset with a couple of changes. We're going to go ahead and go. Yep, I like the way this looks. We're going to start here. Okay, and we started on the center, which is new and different. So we're going to let him do that, which is probably the way you should do plowing anyways. Plow the middle and then go around the outside at the end and be happy. That seems reasonable. And since it was getting itself in trouble going from the headlands to the center, we're going to go ahead and see if switching this up matters. So we're going to let him run. Just make sure, yeah, he's up to speed. All right, we're going to let this guy work. We are going to get the... Going to come through here. Excuse me, sheep. We're going to get the versatile hooked up to the rock picker, because obviously after we plow, we're going to have to rock pick. and get that set and ready to go. Really just a lot of field prep work today. The only field we have left is the new corn field, which we can go and check here in a minute and see where we are in growth stages there. I think we said that one was going to be ready. Okay, something is blocked by an object. Okay, not anymore. That's good. It's doing the center of the field. I can't imagine. Oh, a little bit extra gas there. Can't imagine how you're blocked by something in the center of the field there, worker, but, you know, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt that there might have actually been something in the middle of the field preventing. Maybe it was the chickens, you know, having their meeting out there and the guy didn't want to run them over. Who knows? So we'll get the Versatile over here and ready. Just gonna leave him. Let's come around here and get on the side of the field where we know they're not gonna be backing up the turn, so we don't block anybody. Okay, that's gonna be pretty good. All right, well, so far, not that we expected to be in problems, so far so good with this guy doing his thing. Excellent. So let's go look at our corn, check out and see how that is going. We are at growth stage 6 of 7. Now remember, this corn, and man, guys, look at that, all that green. That is a ton of corn. And actually, funny, you can see over here, I'll show you guys. This little spot here, which is not a field we own, this is the next field we're going to buy, hopefully. That's where I had problems with the mulcher from this field. It was working over here. It ended up like way across this field, and in trying to get out of there, the mulcher kept clipping and it actually took out the crop. So why it ended up over here, trying to go over that edge, down over there, trying to go down the hill, couldn't tell you, but it did. But back to the thought at hand, we have all this corn, and I want you guys to remember, this field is going to be used for the corn for the barley. So all of the corn we got off of the field across the river, the one over there, we put into the corn dryer and is currently all dry. So if we look at our productions, we come in here and we have our corn dryer. We have 102,652 liters of dry corn. So that is ready to go for the whiskey production. All of this corn is going to be harvested, and then we will decide if more of this needs to go into the corn dryer or how much of it's going to go into the whiskey production. But realistically, if we're at stage 6 of 7, and we take a look at the corn crop calendar, it is harvestable again next month. Now, I don't know how that's going to work because there's 3 months of planting, and then there's 5 months of harvesting. So I assume it's going to be ready next month, but we will figure it out. And when it is, we'll harvest it and go from there. Then after we harvest that field, we're going to take this field here and run down here, our sunflower field, and we're going to plow them together. And all of this, all that green corn field, all of this sunflower field here we already harvested is going to be corn. We're going to have a huge corn field. Eventually, I'd love to get this field behind us and turn that into corn as well. And all of this corn will be going for the whiskey, whether some of it's dried or not is all to be determined. That then means that this field over here, the one that we're plowing right now, will stay corn, but it will become chopped for chaff to be turned into silage. So we are going to be only using our grass fields, this one here and our one over by the river, for hay, and this will be all of our chaff and then eventually silage, because we got like 2 million liters off of this. If you guys look here at our TMR mixer, you know, we have 1.8 million liters of TMR and 1.8 million liters of silage back still. What's keeping us back is the lack of straw. We could be selling more, we could be making more silage and more TMR if we had, we could make more TMR if we had more straw. So we may end up having to buy some straw. I still want to do the exploration with the hay or the pellet system and see if we can turn the soybean and corn stalk bales into straw pellets, and if that'll work. I don't think it will, but I will work on that off camera and go from there. So far, so good with the episode and what's going on here. Let's jump in and ride along. This should be the last middle pass for the harvester, for the quad track. When it's done with this, it should transition to the outside and do the headlands. This transition has traditionally been what has been the problem, so we're going to see if making the changes we did with increasing the Pathfinder penalty and working from the inside of the field to the outside of the field is going to make a difference, or see if he wanders off again. So here is a moment of truth. You can tell he's thinking long and hard about it. Well, what are we thinking here, guy? Try to let him have his own process. We're not getting any alerts. So far, there's our worker. So far, it's still trying to do what it wants to do. Guys? Well, I'm going to sit here and wait and see what happens. I'll bring you guys back in when we have a result. We're back. It's been 3 minutes, and much like watching paint dry, it has been riveting. Nothing has changed. So I think we're going to call this one a fail. You can see where on the course this guy's just supposed to turn and head down that way. He came up this way, and then he's supposed to turn. I can't tell you why he isn't. So we're going to go ahead and sort of manually try to get him back on track and see if that works. But while we're here, we go ahead and get the course turned off. We don't want to watch all that. But while we're here, I'm going to jump back in, and we didn't save this course, and I'm not going to, because if it doesn't work, then there's no point in saving it. So I will have this guy finish up, and we'll take this guy, we'll take the quad track with the plow onto the next field, which will be the soybean field. I think that needs plowing. If not, it'll be one of the corn fields. And I will try something different and see if I can get course play to work. I imagine I will try the same middle, start in the middle, but I will do 2 headlands and see if maybe we were just too close to the edge of the field to make that turn. If it was some sort of, we were blocked by, the field boundary or something. But, again, if anyone else is having these issues, let me know, and let me know if you found a solution, or, I'll keep you updated on my struggles and successes as well. But I'll let this guy finish, and I will catch up with you guys on the next field. Just pulling up to our sunflower field. Now, this field we're going to plow no matter what, because we're changing crops, and we want to have all of our plow states aligned. So, and we know we'll be plowing after the corn next door. So this one does not require plowing, but we are going to do it anyways, because we'll plow this field, we'll end up plowing the corn field because it always requires plowing, and then we'll plow the fields together. Then we'll re-lime everything and get the lime set up the same on the same cycle for the whole field as well. So heading into course play, we're going to increase number of headlands to 2. We're going to let that generate. We're still starting on the middle. So now we're starting on the middle and doing 2 headlands and going from there. I guess the only other thing I'm going to do is maybe I'll reduce the speed a little bit. I mean, I can't imagine that makes a huge difference in any way, shape, or form, but maybe it's going so fast that it's just overshooting and getting lost. Not real sure, but we'll check and see. So I'm going to let this guy go do his thing. I will bring you guys in at the end if it goes well, or at the end if it doesn't, and we'll discuss it, and we'll keep things moving. See you guys in a minute. Well, here we find ourselves again with the lack of transition from one section of the field to the other. So we got the up downs in the middle done, and then you can see we're supposed to take a corner here and head around the field, and for whatever reason that transition is just not happening. So I will go ahead and get this guy started manually, but 2 sets of headlands did not fix the problem. Okay, that's too much. Gotta get back on the right track. We gotta do the outside headland first there, guy. Alright, here we go. So we'll get him to wrap up, and then I'll bring you in for the last cornfield we're gonna plow. The one over there across the river, and we'll see if we can make anything else happen there. Check back in with you guys in a second. Here's another example. Just caught the Versatile, just wrapped up its headlands. Over here on the field, you can just see over there, and just drove straight off the end of the field. Not entirely sure what that's about. So let's get him back on track as well. Now, I will admit this is using the old course, which we know using the old courses has generally been a problem. So let's see where he's supposed to be. Is it down at this end, or is it at the other corner? No, it's down at this end. So he was over there running into the logistics center and should have been heading this way, the opposite direction, to go into the first up and down row here. So that's quite the turn there, friend. Okay, well, so once again, don't know why all this is happening, but we can get him back on track. I'm gonna pop that off, and the quad track should be, there's the, we're just emptied out the Volvo. I had it hooked up to I left the forage extension on and did some refilling of the cattle barns, so they are all full, and just had a little bit of extra TMR left over, so just put that back in the silo. So here we are. This field was done successfully. Got to sort of sneak around the corner down here. We did take this cornfield right down to the edge. I mean, we could go a little further, but just with that slope, concerned about everything getting too close to that water. Don't want anyone in that deep water, so gonna get caught on a little tree there, snuck by there. I did remove the billboard right here, right where we're about to pass through between the bridge and the field here, because it was just a bit too tight for me to get through, just like we are now. What are we caught on the front side of the bridge as well as the back side of the bridge? That would be impressive. So I'll let you guys in on a little secret here. I don't usually show this part, but when we have the big implements, it's really, really nice that they just put a little creek through here, because we can come down here without hitting this tree, obviously. Be a better driver than that. It's my second small tree I've hit in front of you guys. Got something against small trees today. But because it's just a little creek and we have a big tractor, we can just do a little Baja action. Hit the quad track, let it work, let it eat. And, you know, we're on the other side. So really one of my favorite features of not having a massive water feature in the middle of the map is that you can actually get across there and go around. Now, I did see that they came back out with a mod that I loved in Farm Sim 22. It's a gooseneck trailer with a implement attachment on the back, and you back up to it, grab it, it picks it up, rotates it, and puts it on the gooseneck, essentially, which is a just tremendous piece of equipment. So I may get that downloaded for this game save, because with this big equipment, we should be pulling stuff across anyways, and we could use that for headers and for all kinds of things. So what are we going to change for this round to try to get this to work? First off, we're not doing 2 headlands. The field is way too big. Narrow field, I mean, we could, but I don't think we need to. We're going to start work on the headlands Coming in here, I'm going to turn JPS pathfinding off. Avoid driving in fruit. I'm going to deactivate it. Only turning on the field, deactivated. You know, we're going to try to just let it do as much as it wants, wherever it wants, and go from there. So, yeah, I mean, that's the setting we're going to go with. This is not a big field. I'm concerned that with only one headland, it is going to get caught down here at the end on the trees, but we'll just, you know, deal with that when we get there. I'd rather get caught on trees than have it, you know, just wandering off into the fields. So I'll check back in with you guys once he's gotten either this field done or we're stuck or there's, you know, a challenge somewhere else. So we'll be back with you guys momentarily. Wanted to bring you back and be ready for the transition. So we should be heading from headlands to the center of the field right here on the corner. Had no issues getting around the outside, so let's see what happens here on the transition. So this is typically where they start to wander away. Okay, they got the plow back down. That's great news. Not sure about this approach angle. Got a little left over there, but we can clean that up. Okay, so they transitioned, the worker transitioned from the headland to the center of the field without incident, so that is a plus. I think that warrants saving this course. So plow, save course, field 64, and we'll see what happens here at the end, and I'll bring you back when they're done. Thought you guys might want to check out the auto drive for the milk delivery. Haven't run this one yet, guys, so this is a brand new test. No idea how it's going to turn out, but we we use auto drive to auto pick up the milk at the dairy barn, and then he comes down here and theoretically is going to make the turn into the farm shop and then head into the dairy and get all of that delivered. So this is our first automated delivery of milk while our quad track is over plowing across the road. Figured we'd give him a minute to get a couple passes. We could get this done. So here we are swinging into the dairy, and looks like, yep, hit the trigger. That's great news right there. Nice and easy. This lady's checking out our delivery. She's pleased with our handling of the milk. And this corner was a bit of a challenge. It's pretty narrow. Had to swing really wide, but the trucks love to get out of course just a little bit. Okay, we made it. We didn't hit the tree, didn't clip the building, and we are off. So guys, successful milk delivery using auto drive. Really excited. The next one I got to get set up is the buffalo milk, which is going to be a little bit more challenging. So I think that one's going to take backing up into the buffalo milk holding tank trigger. So I'm going to head back over and check on our buddy doing the plow work, and I will see you guys in just a minute. Well, you can see we are not where we're supposed to be. Now, if we were done, I would say that is not a big deal, but we're not done. And he was definitely trying to go for a swim again. These guys love swimming. Not sure what that's about. So let's figure out where he's supposed to be. All right, so he's supposed to be coming down here. That hairpin corner, I understand that could be tough. That one might actually not be a course play issue. What is the course play issue is why is there this strip in the middle of the field that is not plowed? Like, what is this little strip here? Why did we not get this area? So the course play saga continues. I may try reverting back to a previous version of course play, see if that helps at all. Not sure what to do about it. If it was just one tractor and one implement, like, you know, this really big plow on this narrow field, like that kind of stuff happens, not a big deal. You have to have some understanding that you know, AI generating the courses and understanding where the trees and the water and the field edges and everything else is not really, you know, that's not going to work out every single time. I totally understand that. But regularly with multiple pieces of equipment, multiple tractors, the stone picker, the harvester, the forage harvester, the grain cart, you know, all having issues with either finding the course, staying on the course, wandering off the field, just an aggravation at this point, unfortunately. I'm sure it'll get addressed. Courseplay is a fantastic mod, and I'm sure the guys, if they don't know about it, will hear about it soon enough, and will get on it as well. See, there we are. We're missing a strip again, and guys, we never used to miss a strip on this field. So, anyways, enough of me complaining. I do wonder, do I have an offset bumped on this? I should check that before I insinuate there's an issue. Is there an offset that got bumped? Horizontal offset, not even an option. And as far as the course goes, don't have anything there, and there's nothing on the menu, so couldn't imagine why we're having an offset. It does look like we have an offset, though. Look how we're not on the line. Again, I will have to do a bunch more investigating to figure out what we're doing. Yeah, tool offset horizontal is on auto, so I'm not sure what that's about. But again, enough of me griping about Courseplay. It is a fantastic mod. I'm sure it's just growing pains, and we will get through it. So I will wrap up this field, but a nice day of field work. Love these fall, sort of cool, sunny days. Heading right into that in the real world too, so looking forward to a bit more of that. We have our fields mostly prepped at this point. We got a little bit of liming to do on a couple of fields. We did get manure spread on all of our fields ahead of time, so that is done as well. And really, we're just going to get through winter and head over into spring, get our spring planting done, and be ready for next year. And with that in mind, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. A nice, cool December morning, just getting the Versatile into our old cornfield across the river, considering turning this back to grass since we're going to be doing the cornfield expansion today, but want to get it cleaned up either way. So we're going to let him work. Let's head out and see what else is going on today. Lots of exciting stuff. The Volvo is already making its BGA runs, dropping off slurry from the dairy pen. Here it is, coming back in. Should run right down there and grab that slurry. Now, it have to watch it. It does occasionally, let's jump in, try to sneak down the back way here on the left. And, yeah, see, it does. And then occasionally it gets caught around the chicken coop. So let's just stick with it for a second and see what the old hired hand is going to do here. See if we make the corner or not. We can always help it along a little bit if need be. Yeah, right there on the edge of this chicken silo, it tends to get a little bit stuck. Maybe we should actually just, you know, it's currently complaining. See, that route is actually pretty good. It's complaining about the case being in the way. Let's back it up, see if we can't get it out of the way a little bit and get the Volvo going on. That doesn't guarantee that it isn't going to, yep, just crash right into the chicken silo. So we'll back it up just a little bit, get a better angle on it, and send it on its way. It's probably going to hook a couple of those egg pallets or several of them. This is why we don't like the Volvo coming through this way. May have to make some changes to that auto drive course to get that done. But it is running to the BGA, which is great news. In other exciting news, our cornfield is ready, and I have the quad track out there with the grain cart all ready to go. Guys, I gotta be honest, this corn header trailer is just a pain in the neck. I like having the header on the trailer. I like the realism of it. But the trailer itself is a pain in the neck, and I think because we're planning on moving our corn all to this side of the road, this side of the river, we're not going to be taking this anywhere. And if we get big enough that we're going to, then maybe we come back to the header. But for right now, we're just going to drive. So let's get unfolded here. I have the quad track set up on Courseplay and Auto Drive to unload the combine and hopefully self-unload at the silo. So we're going to have to test that because, as you guys remember, the Volvo is going to the BGA, and we don't have a second semi-truck, so we don't have our tipper over here. So let's jump in and check this out. 3 headlands, number of rounded corners, no. Let's keep that going. Let's get our corner, I think our corner radius at 5 is fine. Overlap 3. Everything else should be good to go here. We could do lands. We could give the old lands a try. Let's do lands on this field and see how that turns out. Try to keep the auger on the outside. That course looks about as good as it is going to get there, folks. We're not going to save it today because we plan on plowing this and the other field together. Okay, that was my mistake. Should have it on first waypoint, not on nearest waypoint. All right, we're back on track. Now, I do think we're going to have to do a little bit of work here with the quad track to make sure it knows what field it's supposed to be on. So it is all staged up. You can see in the bottom it is switched over to course play, which is great. Let's take a look and see what field it thinks it's working on. It doesn't know. That's okay. So we can turn that off. Let's get rid of all the clutter on the screen. Let's go ahead and drop target position here. Field position there. Now it knows where it's supposed to be. So now when we come back, and the key here, guys, is little course play button down here. If you turn that on and we turn on auto drive, it then senses it's at its destination and then switches over to course play. One cheap, quick trick you can do is turn on your beacon lights for auto drive. And that way, if you're running an auto drive and a course play setup, if the beacons are on, it's on auto drive. If the beacons are off, it's on course play. So we're going to let this guy run. We're going to see how this goes. I'm hoping that the harvester is coming around that corner here in just a second. It's going to be full coming around that back side of the field. I'd like to see the worker take off on its first unload before we get going. We have some things to sell, so let's take a look at that while we're waiting. If we organize by month, we have a couple things in December that look fairly decent. We could get into some canola oil, 1960 versus 1980, not a bad price. But typically we are 1 month ahead, so we're looking more at January sale items. Bread is 1951 versus 1956 and increasing, going to be worth $329,000. Cornstalk bales, we don't really need to sell. Pasta, 1547 versus 1560. We should go get the pasta and sell it. That is within $300 basically of its top price. And then we have flour, which we're not going to sell. Hay, we're not going to sell. But a couple things. So maybe after we see this guy take off, and I have to imagine, let's check and see how the harvester's doing. Should be coming around the corner right down here. Yep, this is right where it usually gets full. is coming down around here. Yep, needs to be unloaded. Oh, and is doing its little cutout for the quad track to be able to get to it. I love when it does a cutout on the outside of the field as though it can't be reached. So, okay, that is all working, guys. That is super exciting. Now, we'll see if it unloads on its own. It is set up that way, but I did no test runs, so we're just going to let it ride and see how that turns out. Let's grab the top kick, and first and foremost, let's get those eggs out of the way for the Volvo. I am debating, do I change the lead into that course to a secondary real quick so the Volvo doesn't cut the corner and go back by the chicken coop, because it can just come right down the main drag of the farm and be totally fine. I think that's going to be worth it. So let's jump in here, and really all we have to do is come in here, and if we delete one waypoint and we come in and we put in a secondary waypoint, and that's it, just one, it will look at this route and say, I shouldn't go down there unless I have to. Boom. So hopefully that fixes the Volvo cutting that corner for us. So we're going to get that turned off and get the auto drive off the screen. We have wool to pick up too, I had forgotten. So let's grab this stuff. Do we want to take the goat's milk? The answer is probably yes. The real question is which one is full and do we care? We don't care if we're taking it. We're taking it all. So here we go. How are the sheep doing for food? 82,000 liters of hay. Awesome, awesome. It bothers me to no end that this barn is empty. We could check the sale real quick this morning and see if our stationary baler has come up. I just don't think it's going to. I think it came up very early on in the playthrough, and I just don't see it happening again. Quick look. Yeah, I don't see it in here, guys. I think we are out of luck when it comes to the stationary baler, but we will figure it out. Have our wool, have our goat's milk, 1,732 liters of goat's milk, and almost 4,000 liters of wool. Grab us some eggs as well. Ooh, even got the far one. I am impressed. That is a great looking load on that trailer, guys. Look at that. Neat and organized. Rows of wool, rows of goat's milk, rows of eggs. I think that might be worthy of a screenshot. We may have to pull over, find a nice background, and take that picture, because that is a cool looking load of goods. So let's head over here. Let's put the wool and the eggs into the trigger. So gotta jump in the menu here. Goat's milk is what I don't want to put into the logistics center. We will just drive it down there. It's not very far. Bada boom, bada bing. Making progress. Oh, crash counter. Got all excited. Was making good progress on things. Just undid all that by hitting the tree there. Alright, so goat's milk. And I'm wondering, can we want to sell the pasta. Can we get the pasta? And the eggs are coming back out. Why are the eggs coming back out? It's a great question. Let's solve that problem. Dairy plant fermenting silo. Where is our logistics center? Eggs, alphabetical order, should be right in here. We're going to hit that to distributing, turn that on. I guess technically, for right now, we could take the eggs up to the bakery for the pasta, since we're going there and pick up the pasta anyways, because pasta is an add-on for the Judith Plains map and is not considered a production insofar as the logistics center is concerned, so it is not distributing to the logistics center. Got our beacons on for safety as we come flying through the parking lot. Watch out, folks. Crazy driver. Go ahead and take those straps off. Boom. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so something needs to be unloaded. We're going to drive up that way to get to the bakery and pick up our pasta anyways. Let's see what's going on up there. Could be the quad track en route to the harvester to get it unloaded. Could be the quad track is unloading at the farm. Could be the quad track is full and unloading at the farm is not currently working. So let's take a look. Nope, I think the quad track is... Why does that angle look funny, guys? The two vehicles are next to each other. Does that angle look goofy to you? Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Okay, well, the quad track is going to swing back around. I suspect the quad track came in hot and gave the case a bit of a nudge that caused it to be crooked like that, and then it had to reset. So all self-resolved and working well, not a problem. Just gonna make sure it wraps up and gets everything unloaded. Should be done any second now. Then we'll head up to the bakery. How much pasta do we have? 22,000 liters. That's going to be a lot for this top kick. Not weight-wise, but just as far as the size of the bed, that could be a lot to get on here. But the Volvo is otherwise engaged, so we're going to make it happen. All right, I think we've had fun with the beacons. No need to leave them on forever. We are not auto drive. We should not have the beacons on. All right, so heading up here, we got to get the pasta sold, and then we got to look at the other goods and see what we want to sell today. I think it was canola oil also had an opportunity to sell today. It wasn't great. I think we sold it recently, so we don't have a ton of it, but we are down to $10,000 here on the farm, and we know we got that $50,000 monthly payment coming up, so we need to get some money in the old coffers so that we are not in the negative coming into spring, because we need money. Oh, that's on me, bud. Talking and driving, not doing either very well. We need to get money in for spring planting so that we have a positive balance so we can get some helpers hired and get all of that stuff done effectively. So, pulling into the old bakery. Drop off the eggs. Didn't even have to pay for the distribution. All right, Montana Bakers, pasta storing. We're looking for 22. Holy goodness, guys. 22 of those pallets is going to be a lot on this truck. I'm not even sure we can get 22 on here. So I think, what, the base layer, can we get one more row in? So it'll be... yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So we're going to have to go at least 3 rows high. We may be manually loading. Yeah, I don't think it's going to want to take the last 2. Now, if we could get the straps to line up better, we could have slid that forward and we could have gone from there. But that is a problem for another day. So, distributing pasta. We are going to He-Man 2 pallets of pasta up on top. 1. I knew getting 22 on here was going to be a bit tough, but, you know, here we find ourselves. All right, something needs to be unloaded again. Let's check and see where we're taking our pasta. And we'll go from there. So let's see. We should do it by commodities so I don't have to look and try to find it. Just make it. So pasta's going to the Moccasin General Store, which is right next door. Yep. 237-foot delivery, guys. Not too far to take 22. Look at those boxes of pasta, guys. Barilla pasta. That is awesome. Got some rigatoni on the back of the truck. Love it. Very, very cool. Okay, here we are. And $34,000 worth of pasta sold. That is not small change, guys. That is really, really good. Let's head back and see what's going on with this needs unloading issue. Once again, assume it's the harvester calling. We know we're going to get about 3 unloads out of the harvester into the Elmer's grain cart before it's full, and then we're hoping that it switches over to auto drive and goes empty. So the grain cart, or the harvester, could be calling for an empty, and the grain cart could just not be there. If it didn't switch over to go unload, it will just be sitting there full. So let's check out and see what's happening. Nothing at this end of the field. This is the exciting stuff, guys, right here. You never know. Okay, so it just unloaded. So this is perfect timing. So we know that that's the 3rd unload for the grain cart. So let's drive over. Pardon me, just cutting across the field corner here. I don't know that the grain cart is going to manually switch back. Let's see what we get. Still have an AI worker, so that's good news. Okay, so they are totally full. And empty went over 85, so it should be doing that. So, yep. Let's switch it and send it to the silo auger in. And that should go empty itself. We'll have to figure out how to trigger it to know to go empty itself. Sure, there's a setting we can adjust. Alright, heading back to the farm. Actually, before we head back, let's take a quick look and see what else we should be selling here, guys. So, we're not selling hay. The pasta we already sold, made good money on the pasta. Flour we're not selling. Straw we're not selling. Total mix ration we're not selling. No, thank you. Bread is creeping up. We're within $7,000 total of the best price. And we have 165,000 liters, so 165 pallets of bread to sell today. That is going to be a project. We have dried corn, but that's going over to the Jack Daniels facility. Hay we're not going to sell. Corn stalk bales, pasta manure, barley. So we are in pretty good shape. Anything down here? December, we've got canola oil. Now, canola oil 1954 compared to 1984. We're within, several $1,000s. So, yeah, I think we send this guy down. Actually, the canola oil should be at the logistics center. Ha! Look at us. I was going to say I have to send them down to the oil plant, but that should all be set to distributing, and it should all be at the logistics plant. So let's go load up canola oil and figure out where we're going to sell it, and that'll give the quad track time to go unload and hopefully come back, and theoretically go unload the harvester. So we will get a chance to see if it will cycle back and do it that way. So here we are, and we did have to set course play. We had to set the field, remember? So it might be that auto drive is not running in the background. That could 100% be just an initial setup situation that we're dealing with, and it might actually work just fine now. So, pulling into logistics center, let's come on down, and canola oil right here. Yeah, 10,549 versus 1953 versus 1984. We are within, yeah, just a couple $100, $350 of the best sale price. So come into our productions, come into our logistics center. We're looking for canola oil right here. And let's start storing it. Canola oil, yep, there's the 10,000. Here it is, populating in the trigger for us. The logistics center is such a lifesaver. With Judith Plains being a 4X map, it is so nice having this stuff centralized and being able to distribute from here, because we are fairly close to being at the middle of the map too, so it saves us a lot of driving back and forth. Now let's make sure we get the canola turned back to distributing so we don't end up taking that someplace we don't want to. Where are we taking the canola? Let's see, the small farmer's kiosk. Do we have that as an auto drive point? We sure could. I don't think it's in here yet. Let's check on the map and see if we have a point up here for it. Small farmer's kiosk should be right in here by field 91, field 94, so we do not. But we do have a point for the BGA liquids in. So we could send it to the BGA just to get it close. Right, we're going to send him there. Let the driver do his job. Now let's go check on the quad track and figure out what we're getting into here. So the quad track is not at the empty point, which is great news. The quad track is not, I want to check all the way back before I say anything, trapped around the backside of the barns. Also great news. Oh, guys, it worked. It emptied itself and it came back to the field. Such good stuff. All right, let's let this run for a minute. I'll catch up with you guys when we are over at the small farmer's kiosk, getting ready to sell that canola oil, or if there's any more updates here on the harvesting. But as of right now, guys, I'm hopeful that this is going to be fully self-automated, which would be great, meaning we don't need the tipper truck to harvest when we're this close to the farm. One less thing to worry about. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. We are at the farmer's kiosk. Let's get this canola oil sold. $18,718 for the first couple, and another $46.79 for the last two pallets. Almost $24,000. So nothing to complain about there. Let's send this guy back to the farm and get him out of the way. Actually, should we send him to the farm, or should we send him to the logistics center? That's where he likes to park. Leave him there. All right, checking on our corn harvest. Let's get back over here and see how this is going. Want to get this wrapped up so we can figure out how much corn's going in the dryer and how much corn needs to go directly on over to the whiskey production. So making good progress on the corn. Let's jump into the harvester and maybe we'll do a little time lapse if this works out. If you get a time lapse, it's because the course play and auto drive stuff worked. If I come back, it's because we're still working out the details. So hopefully see you guys in just a second. So the time lapse didn't work out. We got good harvesting done, but the quad track is still not transitioning from course play to auto drive. Not a big deal. Got to unload it manually. They're over in the cornfield over there now. Did bring the Volvo back, guys. Brand new trailer. We had a flat deck before. This is a custom modded, or custom updated, I should say, version of Tony's flat deck. The link is in the mod list. He modified this for me so we could have a trailer hitch on the back, and you can have a fifth wheel for the back of a semi and link a bunch of these trailers together. So wanted to give this one a whirl in this episode. we are going to be getting bread and taking it to the Kodiak Brewery. So let's start with the logistics center and get the bread distributing or storing so we can get it out right here. Storing, and the bread is coming out. We're going to get it loaded up. We have a ton of bread to get loaded, so let's see how this goes. Do want to switch that to layering. This trailer looks so good, guys. Look at the straps. Actually have the tension rollers to hook them up, connect them. Got the toolboxes. Very, very cool mod. Check it out in the mod list. Give Tony some love. Very, very nice flat deck trailer. So we're going to head in here, get all this stuff out. I think we said we had, what, 150 pallets of bread? I mean, just an absolute ton of bread. We're slightly under the best price to sell. It's only going to cost us about $2,000, which is less than 1% of the total value that we're bringing in. So it's not as though this is going to be a huge loss for us. And I've waited till mid-afternoon to start getting this stuff loaded up and drive it down. And it just doesn't seem like the price is going to change very much. So let's get this loaded up. Let's get this stuff sold. We're going to have some money in the bank. We're going to have to decide what that means and what we want to do with it. Probably invest in more property, guys, if I had to guess. But it is an interesting situation because we're going to make about $330,000 on the sale of the bread, and we need a couple more productions, because remember, the milk production doesn't count. We had to put that in because the one on the map doesn't work. And we own the bakery and we own the oil plant, so we could, because we're just about to have all that corn to put into the Jack Daniels plant, we could buy the Jack Daniels plant. Look at that, guys. Absolutely crazy. This is a huge, huge trailer, and still don't have enough space to get all that stuff on there. Let's jump in here real quick. We're going to change the rim color to a different black. We have to do something so that we can save our changes. And let's bring this up another level. Customize. Get our auto load where we want it. And that was a huge auto load to begin with. So incredible that it actually takes more than that to get all this bread on there. And we did it stacking, which is never going to work. Can we stop it? Yes, we can. Perfect. Always layering. Want it nice and even. My experience is it loads better when it layers too. Less issues, less chance of stuff tipping. Stuff's more packed in. But man, oh man. What, 153 or 155 pallets of bread? I mean, our bread production is on point, guys. Bread Making Simulator 2025 is a wild amount of success. So this is where we stopped last time. Okay, let's pull up and get these last couple of pallets. Oh, we're way more than 155. We're going to be at, what, 167 pallets of bread? Wow, guys, that is crazy. All right, where is the Kodiak Brewery? Is in town. Oh, we are not even able to steer. That's so heavy. Here we go. Make the corner. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to head up to the Kodiak Brewery. I'll bring you guys back. But I think the good plan here is to buy the Jack Daniels facility. We'll have the money. We need another production towards our goal. We need the Jack Daniels facility now regardless, because we have all that corn coming in, and then we'll just own it. So yeah, I'm going to think about it on the drive up there, but I'm thinking this is going to be a good choice, guys. So I'll see you up there in just a minute. We are at the brewery, and guys, I got to be honest, getting this load in here might be a little bit tight, so let's see what we can make happen here. Having a little bit of understeer issues with the Volvo. It's the second trailer I've had the problem with. It's not the trailer. The Volvo, the trailer hitch seems to be so far back that it's having a hard time balancing the weight, and the front wheels keep coming up. But we're getting through it. All right, so there's the first $102,000, guys. And we're not even able to get it all in there. All right, let's see. Well, first off, let's not hit the building. We're going to have to loop in here and, like, back it in. We're just going to have to borrow a little bit of this guy's yard. Pardon us, excuse us, don't mind us. Just a semi-truck between the houses here. Nothing to see, I promise. It's all on the up and up. All right, and we're going to hit the building there. Slow down. This sell point is not made for this truck and trailer combo. Holy goodness. We may be getting ourselves into a bit of a pickle here. Oh, we caught on the tree? Is that what it's trying to tell us? Let's see what this does for unloading. See if we can get it to cooperate a little bit more. Got a couple more. Couple more. This may take some doing here, guys. Woo, boy. The last thing we want to do is dump it, too, and that is a super tall stack of pallets. There we go. There we go. Can we get the rest before we run out of room? We did. $382,000 in total now, guys. We are sitting pretty. I think just about $320,000 or $330,000 from the bread. Huge, huge money. I did some thinking on our way up here, and you know, I think that we are in a position to buy the Jack Daniels facility. We've been building up to it by increasing our corn holdings, our corn fields, and I think it's time just to buy it. That way we can keep corn in it and keep it moving whenever we have it. And I'm willing to continue to expand and build and buy more corn fields. So let's head down there. Let's buy the Jack Daniels facility. Exciting, exciting stuff in today's episode. And then I will get the corn finished harvested. We'll drop off the corn, figure out else what needs to be there, and get the Jack Daniels facility up and running before we head out for the end of the episode. So I'll see you guys over there in just a minute, and I'll run back to the farm. Let me get the corn, and I'll meet you over there with the corn. We'll buy it and put the corn right in. So I'll see you momentarily. We are at the Jack Daniels facility, guys. This has been a long time coming. Got 82,000 liters of corn in the truck. I think we're doing it. Let's see. Buy the Jack Daniels, 240,000, done. We own the Jack Daniels production on Judith Plains, Montana. I'm excited, guys. We've been leasing it, we've been borrowing it, we've been getting it done. Now we own it. Let's get the first load of corn in. I don't have the total count on corn yet, but I can tell you we have a lot. So we're going to get this in here. I will get the rest of the corn field harvested. We will divide up what needs to go in the corn dryer versus what can come over here. We can set the corn dryer to distributing. I don't want to do that yet until I have a total count on the corn so I don't lose track of how much dry corn we have. But I'm going to get all that stuff set up so the Jack Daniels facility, the Jack Daniels production will be running in earnest next episode. So that's going to be it for today. Great episode. Got some stone picking done over on the old cornfield. May turn into a grass field, may turn into something else. We sold canola oil. We brought eggs to the bakery. We sold pasta. We sold over $300,000 worth of bread and we harvested our last cornfield and bought the Jack Daniels production to get our corn in and start making some whiskey in earnest. So thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. Just heading into the afternoon in January. Had to wait to get started today. We had some snow this morning, which was nice, but made the projects we needed to get done in January hard to do. We're going to run down to the greenhouses, empty out the straw from our 2 grain crop greenhouses, and keep them running. They're probably not quite full yet, but if they get full, they stop working, and that's not good for us. So let's jump out real quick and see where they are. And we are 21,000 out of 50 and 20,000 out of 50, so not bad. We will go ahead and grab as much out of here as we can. Don't think we're going to get it all with just the one trailer, but we'll give it a try. Alright, there's the first one. Can we stay out of the field? We can. That is good news. Now, we ended last episode buying the Jack Daniels factory, and I am excited about that. Haven't even looked at it yet this morning, guys. Let's look at it together here. We own the factory. We get to enjoy the profits. 10,000 liters of whiskey already overnight, and we have another 212,000 liters of corn, which will equate to, it's about 3/4 of that, right? So 150,000 liters of whiskey. So we're talking about 150 to 170 pallets of whiskey, which would be incredible money when it comes time to sell. You know what we do need to do, guys? We need to set the whiskey to... We can't set it to distributing because it is a MAP special production and not recognized by our logistics center, so that's okay. So let's get this first load of straw over, and let's talk about the 2 projects I want to get done here in January. Not a lot to do, Animals are in good shape, just need to keep them topped off. I did, after the episode yesterday in December, I did get the cornstalk bales. Well, I got the cornstalk straw baled up and then collected and put into the bale shed. Still can't quite figure out what I want to do with that. May just end up selling that stuff because we're starting to get pretty full. I did try to see if the in-game, the Judith Plains cornstalk bales and soybean bales, if those would work with the straw pack DLC, or the straw pack, I shouldn't call it DLC, to make it into pellets to see if we could turn it into sort of a more usable form of straw, and that does not work. So right now we just have a whole bunch of those bales, and we got to figure out what to do with them. As I said, we'll probably end up selling them, but I'd like to find a better way to use them on the farm. We just don't need as many as we're getting from our fields, but it could just be money if we sell them. Number two, you guys remember from December, was having some challenges with the Volvo truck, getting it to perform. Had just real issues with all the trailers, not any one in particular, but all the trailers lifting the front wheels off the ground, so I couldn't steer. So took it up to the shop, talked to the guys. If you remember, we did the triaxle conversion earlier, and they just took that off. We're back to a dual rear axle setup on the Volvo. Seems to be working better now. Not exactly sure why we were having that problem, but got that taken care of. So after getting the cornstalk bales baled up and collected, I did plow the cornfield we harvested in December. I also expanded it and got it real close to combined with the other field up there and got the stones picked. I have the equipment up there staged for us to combine those fields today. So we'll be combining two existing fields, but remember, the one field, the far one, is actually a combination of two fields we've already combined once. So we're already two fields into the combination, and we're going to make it three. So as soon as we get this straw into the TMR mixer, we will be good to go, and let's head over and work on that field combination. Additionally, while I was up at the shop talking to the guys about the Volvo, they said they had another demo coming in, and I'm always in for a good demo, let's be clear. But it was interesting because they said it had some forestry tree work implications. So I'm going to run up to the shop and see what we get. 411,000 liters of lime. And guys, that is 100% off of the stones we're getting on our own field. So we are not in need of producing lime or buying lime. So with the snow, we did not get any wool overnight, but we did get, that one's full, and this one is just getting started. We did get a couple thousand liters of goat's milk. Now, I do have the slurry tanker filled up. Let's just grab the Volvo before we go do the field combination work or the field combining work, and go and get that sent over to the BGA. He can do that while we're working. Did move our flat deck trailer, the new flat deck trailer, down here. As you can see, our bale shed is getting awfully full. We're going to have to find some more room for bales or start figuring out what it is we want to do with them. So, grab the trailer here. We will send him down to the BGA, have him come back. I don't think there's going to be enough slurry in the dairy barn to fill him, but we'll get him started there. So fill at the dairy barn. Let's see, farm dairy slurry. We want to empty the BGA liquids in. We're talking about slurry here. You're going to do 2 runs. We'll get you started. And we are set for BGA liquids in. Why are we turning? The BGA is very clearly the other way, guys. Remember last episode we tried to update this course so they wouldn't come this way, and now they don't even need to come this way, and they're still coming in. The nice thing is we don't have a collision with the old bale cart anymore, so that is saving us a trip around the loop. I cannot for the life of me fathom why he wants to go that way. We're just going to put him on the right course, guys. Not going to give him a chance to do this wrong. Let's see. BGA liquids in. Here we go. Make the turn. Heading down to the BGA. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, the field combination, the big cornfield is coming. So, all of that, as far as the eye can see, that is plowed is ours. There's a tiny, tiny strip in the middle that we have to get cleaned up. So, I have the Versatile out here with the plow, with our expandable plow, which I'm excited for because we have to do a little bit of field curating as well to try to get everything lined up and then get the stones off of it. All of this is stone picked, so that is ready to go. Now, these fields don't line up, so we're going to open up our plow, and we're going to get lined up with the field edge here. And you can see we have a couple stones in the corner. That's okay, because we're going to have stones where I plow over here as well. Just want to get squared up. Okay, drop it down. Turn on create fields, and guys, we're just going to send it. We're just going this way. We want these field edges to line up better than they do now. So we're going to have this little strip we're going to have to stone pick. We'll probably stone pick by hand. Now, the reason I did it the way I did it, and I'll show you guys, I left a tiny strip of land between the two fields because I'd already stone picked the field to the right. And if I hadn't, when you combine them, it would work the entire field and stone pick the entire field. But I'd already stone picked half of it, so we didn't want to do that. So left that tiny strip in there. We're going to have to touch up these areas that we're doing by hand now. Let's snap that wheel around, give it a nice rounded corner. Lined up, we were just overshot it by just a little bit, but that's okay. Nice rounded corner for the harvester. Now that is done, looking sharp. Have that all exactly where we want it. Now we're going to shrink the plow down, and you can see I have this little tiny strip of land running between here so I could hire a worker and get the stones picked and not have to do the entire thing. So we're just going to run down here, get this done. As you can see, still have the stone picking course up from last night. So we'll get this done. We'll get the stone picking picked up. I left the quad track out here with the big plow just in case we needed it. While we're out here and getting this done, we should check the value of some of our goods at sale. Not sure we have anything to sell in January. January is usually not a big month for us, but we should always check and see. Check in the top right corner, $97,345 out there. You can see we're spending some money because we're paying the wage on the Volvo driver. But made our loan payment overnight, was nice. I think we went to bed with about $131,000. Made a little money overnight, spent a little money overnight. Still in the black, still have cash coming in January, which is typically a very low month for us. So not only did we buy the Jack Daniels production, but we also have money in the bank heading into early spring. So I really think we're at a stage with our the 555 challenge where we're starting to make some money. All right, now this part's a little bit trickier. If you remember, I expanded these fields pretty far down the hill, and I was unhappy with the total result of that, mainly because it just felt like we were not getting a good harvest. So what we're going to do is try to sort of fade this field because it's much steeper down here the way we're headed. See how sharp it is, steep going downhill? We don't want to be playing on that hill. So I actually think what we're going to do, I did a little bit last night. I'm going to do a little bit more today. Let's put some grass back in here because I just feel like this area here is just too steep, guys. I don't want to be working over the edge there. So if we make the grass a little bigger and we just come across here and then fade it into the corner, we can clean that up a little bit with the plow. But I don't want to be working down the hill. I mean, look at the angle of that tractor, guys. That is not an angle for a harvester to be working. We're going to have problems, and you know what we don't want on the farm? Problems. So, making the brush a little smaller. Let's start smoothing out the corner here. Start making it nice for everybody. Fade that in. I think that looks really good. Let's grab some grass. Are we the tall grass here? No, I think we're the medium grass. So we're just going to sort of come along the edge here, fill some of this in so it doesn't look completely flat and out of position. Does look like I hit a little bit. Did I hit the road or did the road just move? I feel like the road may have moved there. We'll have to take a look at that a little bit closer. So coming down here, increase our brush size again. And I think we may actually just be happy with what we've done. Because this section down here that we flattened out is not bad at all. So let's just put some grass in. Make sure it looks nice. What is going on with this little spot here? Oh, that's a little bit of grass left over from a previous cut. Not a big deal. So I think overall, I think we may leave that there. Let's get in the tractor. Let's drive it and see how we feel. But I want to be up the hill. I'd love to expand down. We did that on the grass field, and we just missed a bunch of grass when we mow it. I don't want to have that problem on the cornfield. So we come along here. Yeah, I mean, we could push out a little bit. Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we just leave it. I think we leave it right here the way it is. And then come across flat down here. Even that is a little bit steep, but I think we're okay there. So, folding up our plow, turning off create fields. Let's get the stone picking done here real quick and go from there, because then we got to run up to the shop and get this demo done, because I am excited for the demo. So here we are. We'll leave the plow right here. Let's actually put the plow down in. We don't want to put it on the grass field because we have no lift on our tools. And so if we put it down and pick it up, it might touch the field, and then we could be in a situation where we're plowing our grass field. And remember, we did that when we took the big plow off the flat deck at the beginning of this series. So let's not do that again. Stone picker should be empty. I drove it over and emptied it out last night. Let's figure out what we have for stones here. Should be a quick up and back in the new section up over here, and then a quick run down the middle for that narrow strip, and we should be pretty good on the stones. So put that down. Off we go. Yeah, not a lot of stones on this section, which is great. We don't even have to do the whole thing. We just need to get the stones up that are down, and there really aren't that many. So let's head on back, see what we got on the way back. And I think, guys, our big cornfield is ready. Now, while we go do the demo, I'm thinking maybe we put the versatile on liming everything. Now, I know portions of this are not going to require lime. I dislike having my fields in different states of liming. I don't ever want to have one section that needs it and one that doesn't. We'll have a yield problem, so then we're trying to do part of it. I would rather lime or not lime. I don't want to do a partial. So And we have all that lime to begin with, so it's really not an issue to get it done. Having this little narrow strip was just about perfect. That worked out really, really well. Jump into the PDA. Let's take a look at our new field. Stones, any left? I think our tractor's heading down the hill without us, guys. Okay, there we go. We're back. So, no, I think we are stone-free at this stage, which is really, really exciting news. Let's go grab the beat-all lime spreader out of the shed, bring it back over here, and get our big... I mean, look at the size of that field, guys. Absolutely enormous. Love it. We're going to get so much corn that is going to equal so much whiskey. Very, very excited to have it. We'll have to remember to come back and get that plow at some point. Also need to get the quad track off the field as well. So, like when we have winter and the grass is dormant, just drive right across our grass field. If you guys notice, I typically put a grass field right next to my farm on almost all my playthroughs. Just makes getting equipment on and off the farm that much easier. So, tuck the stone picker away. Probably should wash it, but I think it's... yeah, it's 41 degrees outside. Not sure. It wouldn't freeze, but I think power washing in 41-degree weather is not going to be very comfortable. So we'll pass on that and maybe grab it in the spring when it's a touch warmer. Do we need to fill our lime spreader? Great question. We'll find out here in just a second. Got to get squared up better than that. There we are. Can see a little better now. Swing it around. I mean, we're at 85%, so I don't think we need to fill the lime spreader, but we're here, and so is the lime silo, so it seems like rather than coming back to the field, from the field to do it, which we may have to do anyways, why not top it off? 411,000 liters of lime. So nice to be ahead on the lime on the farm. Lime isn't expensive, but it is a pain to be driving all over the place to go get. So glad we don't do that. And guys, we can save this course over here doing the liming because we are going to have this field. Now I say that, and then of course we'll buy the field over there to the left, that one over there, and then we'll have to redo it anyways. But that is a good problem to have. I think that field is about, it's a little more than a third, a little more than half, I should say, the size of the field we already made. So we'd be almost increasing it by 50%, or right around 50% larger than it is now, which would be really, really good. So, going to get this guy started. Come to a complete stop here. Field work settings. Number of headlands, let's go with 2. Rounded corners, we're going to go with 0. Corner radius, doesn't matter. Overlap down to 5%. We want to start on the center. That is great news. Let's see. Look at that nice big white outline, guys. It recognizes. Look at that field. Man, oh man, guys. That is such a huge step in the right direction having that. I am excited. Hop on out. Let's get him started. While he's doing that, I don't even know what to call this field yet. 57, 141, 53. Let's just call it Big Corn. So we're coming to lime. We're going to save course, and we're going to call it Big Corn, guys. So now we know what we're looking for. There we go. Ooh. I'm excited to finally have this field. We bought all the pieces at the wrong time for harvest, so we were off by like half a season to get this combined last year. Been waiting to do it. Glad it is done. So let's get the quad track back to the shop. I'm going to get it parked up, get the plow put away, And then I will meet you guys up at the shop where we will pick up the demo equipment. And guys, they called earlier, chatted with me what they got. I am excited for what we're going to be able to try out on the farm today. Going to get a little bit of tree work started. Excited to have a project in January, because otherwise, after Lima in this field, we're sort of out of stuff to do today. So nice to have an additional project. So I will see you guys up at the shop in just a minute to get our demo started. Look at this amazing truck we get to demo today. This is the Kenworth T800 by Tony7829, edited from the base version. Looking sharp, heavy hauler. We got this standard in-game pits log trailer to do some work with it today. This thing is so nice. Let's jump in. Let's get a start up and listen to it. Sounds good. Look at that thing go. This truck has 1,000 horsepower, over 1,000 liters of fuel. Listen to that, Jake. Holy goodness, that sounds good. Pulls like a dream. It has some great vehicle controls. We'll get into here in a second. Getting going on the lights. Let's take a look as we get onto the straightaway here. Got our running lights. Got lights all over the place. Got our driving lights. Got our high beams. Looking good. Has great beacons. There's a bar. This is the high setting. There's a low that goes a little lower on the cab. Got beacons in the grill as well. Winch attach points on the front bumper. A pintle style hitch on the back you can also use for winching purposes. This thing is very neat and has a horn. Let's see. Sounding good. Jumping in cab. In cab is as nice looking as the outside. Can see out the back window. Great details. We have window controls, can bring them up and down. We have mirror controls. So here, guys, real mirrors that work. If you want to do some in-cab driving, you can. Look at that. I can get adjusted on both sides and actually use my mirrors. Very cool. So, heading on to the farm. Just let that Jake roll. So nice. So they set up a demo for us today. We're going to grab some logs, take them down to the sawmill for delivery. Interested to see how this truck pulls. Empty trailer, the 1,000 horsepower just eats. It does not complain. Truck is quick, feels good. But we have a little bit of a surprise on the demo today. So, coming in here, again, standard logging trailer, not a big deal. Just want to get some logs on it to get some weight on the truck. All right, excellent. So we're going to leave that here. Now, when they delivered the logs, they had a couple get away from them and ended up down the hill. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick peek. They are way down there at the bottom. Can barely even see them. They're behind a tree over here to the left, actually. Let's grab the winch line and go down and see if we can pull them up this hill. Pulling logs up hills is traditionally very difficult in farm sim because the winch lines love to get into the ground as you're pulling through the map. So I have an idea, because this truck has one of the longest winch lines I have ever seen. So if you're looking for a heavy hauler, some log working truck, just something that's going to get you where you want to be, this could be a great option for you. So we're going to back up to the tree and we're going to grab the winch line. All right, have our winch line, and we're heading down the hill. Now, guys, when I say this is the longest winch line I've ever seen, we're not even close to the end of its reach. It could go much, much further. We're not going to go further because then I got to reel it all in. But hooking up to two 15-meter lodgepole pines. Now, guys, here's where we could get ourselves in a little bit of trouble. It's cutting the corner through the hill. That has nothing to do with the mod or the winch. That's just the way these things work. That's how we backed it up to the tree. So come up here. The winch controls are outside the cab, so you can stand here and do your winch work. We're using the tree as a landing anchor. We're going to go check on our logs here in just a second. But you can see the suspension on the truck working. See the drum on the winch turning here. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. Oh, we might be caught on something. Let's see. Let's go take a look and see. No, they're coming up the hill slowly but surely. We're making progress. It's just going to take some time because it's a long, heavy pull. Those are some big, heavy trees. Yep, see the drum turning there? So nice. You can see the play in the winch line. We're getting there. The winch line's getting higher up. We're making progress. I don't know that I've ever pulled two heavy 15-meter logs up a hill this steep in Farm Sim ever before. So, very, very cool. Now, let's go in just a second here. Let's go check on our progress. See how we're doing. Yeah, we're right here, guys. Let's see what it says. These are 1.3 ton trees. We're pulling 2.6 tons up this hill, guys. That is absolutely incredible. Almost there. They should be cresting the hill any moment now. Let the winch eat. Yep, you can just see him coming over the top of the hill. Incredible stuff. 2.6 tons worth of tree pulled up the hill. Did have to use a little bit of a land anchor with the tree, but that is a-okay. All right, want to make sure they were up. Now let's attach those winch lines. We'll jump back out. Let's reposition the truck so we're pulling diagonal and getting that other tree around the tree on our right when we're looking at it there. Pulling it around over this way a little bit. All right, here we are. I will, just as an exercise here, guys, let me grab this winch line. Got it. Okay, here we go. We're not going to haul anything up this hill, but I want you guys to see how far this thing will reach. We are down the hill, through the ditch. I'm still going, guys, right there where it turned red. It reached from the top of the hill up there where we can't see all the way down here. That is an insane reach on a winch. You could do some real crazy stuff with that. So, we're not going to do crazy stuff with it. We're just going to get these logs loaded up. I want to grab the far one first so we get some pull this direction. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted. They are lined up. Let's give it a pull. Yeah, this truck does not care about dragging 2.5 tons of lodgepole pines across the ground. Doesn't even know they're there. Disconnected. Truck looks so good, sounds good, works really well. Lots and lots of customization. If you guys want to see more on this truck, check out the Dakota 16X live stream. We play with this truck and Tony's Load King flat deck trailer that he edited at my request to add some hitch options. So here we go. Let's go find the sawmill. Never been to the sawmill on this map before. So let's count them real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got to pay attention. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 logs. They weigh 1.3 tons each. So we're talking about, let's see, 15 plus, would that be 4.5? 19.5 tons of logs. We're approaching 40,000 pound load here, plus the weight of the trailer. And we are cruising. Look at that. 41 miles an hour. And I'm already off the accelerator to make sure we can make our turn. We're going to take out a few stop signs, guys. It's going to happen. It's happened before. It's going to happen again. Hammer down. Absolutely tearing it up. And then let it roll up to 53 miles an hour. This truck can pull. And even for the size load, brakes pretty well too, like that. Now, as I said, I've never been to the sawmill, so let's check it out. I know it's down here. Let's manage. I don't want to manage it. I want to tag it is what I want to do. Now we're blocking traffic. Watch out. Tag place. All right, now how do we get down here to the sawmill? I think we have to come all the way down and across. We come down the hill, hook the left at the bottom, come back up to the Copper Creek Homestead, and go from there. So let's take a drive. Listen to that eat. And as you know, this hill can be a problem for trailers with weight. Getting too much speed up, get to the bottom, and you find yourself in a situation where it is hard to make the turn. Jake is keeping us in place. Yeah. Let's hit it with a blinker. Left blinker up in the headache rack too, as well as the bumpers. Very nice detail. We got a school bus, folks. Can we overtake? It's empty. There's no kids in this time of day. I checked ahead of time. Yeah. And guys, base game logging trailer, we're not cheating any weight out of this. This is all full weight. I bet with the trailer we are 40,000 pounds or more, pulling 70 miles an hour. We got turn coming up. I'm getting excited about the power. We're going to end up flipping this thing. Yeah, slows down nicely too. Alright, from here I got to pay a little bit of attention. Not exactly sure how we get to the sawmill from here. I don't know that we've even been down to this part of the map. This is a nice looking farm. Look at that. The cow pasture goes underneath the road. That is cool. Alright, I think we take the left here. Yeah. Clean looking truck. This is a very cool mod, guys. The link to Tony's itch.io page is down in the description of the video below. Give it a look. This is definitely a truck worth having on your mod list. Really, really impressed. So, pulling in to the sawmill. We even found it first try. Very, very nice. I wonder where the triggers are for the old sawmill. Come in here. Let's grab the triggers. And, okay, yeah, we are right. Is it this whole area? Where is the end of... Man, that is huge. Okay. Well, let's pull up here. Get our logs unstrapped. Come on out and hit it with a cell. $36,000 of logs delivered in the Kenworth T800. A solid mod. Appreciate the demo opportunity. This is a great looking truck. It is a great working truck. The winch stuff is great. It works with Thunder's better winch mod as well, which turns these front attachment points into attachment points for the winch, so you can grab the pintle and back down here. You can see also works. So you can link these together. If you get one pulled into the mud or into the woods and need help getting it out, you can absolutely do a ton of stuff with this truck, and it looks good doing it. So we're going to get the field work wrapped up back at the farm, complete the liming over on the new big cornfield, get that done. But that's going to be it for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. We are still in January. I went and looked at the sale, and we have so much stuff to sell this month. There was no way I was going to do it off camera. So just leaving the dealership, picking up a new curtain side trailer, feeling like we shouldn't be delivering all of our artisanal goods on a flat deck trailer anymore that we use to collect our bales. Seems like maybe we're becoming a little bit more of a legitimate enterprise and needing to look the part. So picked up this nice curtain side trailer. We've got cheese and buffalo mozzarella and flour to deliver today. And guys, I gotta tell you, we could make a lot of money. So let's head over to the logistics center and start getting stuff out of the warehouse. Was looking through, and we have our normal productions, but we have produced in excess of rice flour that I was not expecting. So we have almost $400,000 worth of rice flour to sell today. So we've got a lot of running around to do. And guys, if that all comes together, we might buy the big dirt field over there and make the big cornfield even bigger. So let's get to it. Let's see what we've got. Still need to run up to the farm and get the eggs and the goat's milk and get that stuff put where it needs to go as well. So lots of running around to do here the second half of January, but it's going to be worth it. So pulling in now, grab a load. Let's see. Starting at the top, we have buffalo mozzarella and butter that are both going to the Moccasin General Store. I did remember we had barley that we were holding on to until we knew what was going on with the whiskey. Now that we know what's going on with the whiskey, we can use that to make beer. So we probably need to lease the Yuengling factory again and get that done. So buffalo mozzarella and butter up to the Moccasin General Store, cheese to the Hobson Strip Mall, and then as we get down in here, flour we could sell. I might sell some of it, we'll see. Goat cheese, we got a good price on that at the Hobson General Store, so that goes down with the cheese. All the cheeses go the same place. But the big one here, guys, $423,000 worth of rice flour we've been producing at our grain mill, and our bakery is stocked. I mean, we have rice flour, 50,000 out of 92,000 liters. It's not like we don't have it, and the rice flour bread production is cranked to 300%. So we are getting all of the things we need with the rice flour making. That is just extra. So starting up top, we know butter needs to go to storing, buffalo mozzarella needs to go to storing. Those two items are going to go to the Moccasin General Store. We're going to tag that. Now, Curtain side trailers and I traditionally don't get along, but this one's going to go really well. We're just going to figure it out. So X to open the back door. That's where we can see everything. That makes sense. Now, usually there's a tip side change we have to look for. Let's see. Going through the controls. Well, we definitely want to do layering for our loading type. Okay, open the back door, toggle enabled. I don't know, guys. That might be it. So do we just open the back doors and pull up and start loading? Could it be that easy? I mean, the answer, guys, yes it is. It is that easy. I remember the curtain side trailers in 22 they had to open and close the sides and you couldn't access things and this, that, and the other. Glad it is simplified, but we have a ton of butter to get loaded up. It is going to be an episode of loading stuff up. I wonder how much we can fit in here. Looks like we're going to be able to fit, do you think we think 2 more rows on top? Or just the 1 more row? It might be just 1 more row. 4 high would be great. I think we're getting into the buffalo mozzarella now. We sure are. Are we getting close to... I mean, we can't be close to having the butter out, right? I mean, this thing holds a ton. Maybe it does. Alright, that's it. So that's what we get. 88,000 liters of goods. Not too shabby. Let's get those back doors closed. Now, just to keep you guys updated, since we bought the Jack Daniels factory, look here, guys, cut in a driveway. So we can now go directly from the logistics center in, and when we're bringing over our corn, we can run straight in the back, drop it off, and away we go. So a nice little update to how we're able to move stuff around. Excited to have that option. I'm going to run this stuff up to the Moccasin General Store, and I will see you guys when we get there. See you in a minute. Trip number 1, arriving at the Moccasin General Store. Now, guys, one of the reasons I want to go with this trailer, you can see, look at that rear axle. Let's see if we can get zoomed in. Get the menu, the help menu off. So the rear axle is a steer axle. So if I spin it, it actually steers. So we can get in and out of some of these tight, I haven't been paying attention to the front, so we ran into some stuff, but we can get into some of these tight areas here. So do we open the back doors and that's how everything sells? Is that what we do? Let's take a look and see. Open the back doors. Everything's there. So we have straps. So let's take the straps off. Yeah, and that's okay. So the doors, got it. The doors are going to be challenging. Maybe we need to close the doors and just drive over the sell point. Gotta be honest, the rear steer seems to be fighting me now. Doesn't seem to be much of an advantage. Have we managed to get the trailer stuck on the very first delivery? The answer may be yes. Alright, we got the rest of it out. And everything sold up to $260,000 there, guys. Gonna have to get used to the rear steer. I think it is overall going to be a better option. However, I am used to swinging wide, and when you swing wide with a rear steer trailer, it tends to kick out and hit stuff because it isn't tracking on the inside like most flat or straight axle trailers do. So, got to get my skill level up, but we will get there. Gonna head back to the farm. Let's get loaded up on the rest of the butter and the buffalo mozzarella. I'll run it up here, and then we're gonna have to go sell the rest of the stuff. So, lots of back and forth. I will see you guys when we get back to the Moccasin General Store with the rest of the butter and mozzarella. Second delivery to the Moccasin General Store. We're going to be smarter this time and pull in on this side. instead of trying to snake through that little area over there while we're cornering as well. Another 24,000. Trailers empty, up to $284,000 in the bank. I did start the rice flour distributing or storing to the outside of the logistics center, so we can pick that up. That is going to be 2 very, very full trips. So let me run back and grab the rice flour, at least the first trip, and we'll see about getting down to the sell point, and I'll probably just meet you guys there. So the good news is we only have to take the rice flour down to the farmer's market, which is good because it's going to take 5 or more trips. We have 60,000 liters of rice flour in the trailer now, and we have to do we have a total of 400,000. So we're going to loop in here. Let's drive through the sell point. There's $63,000. I'm going to put this on a time lapse for you guys so you can see these trips back and forth. We will be looping this and going through until all of the rice flour is sold. Be bumping up our money each and every trip. So I will catch up with you guys when we're done selling the rice flour. That is it for the rice flour. Man, was that a lot. I did figure out partway through that I could use the auto load feature, the bale collect feature for auto load. That worked well to get that done, so that did make it quite a bit faster. If you guys have auto load downloaded, check that out. It makes collecting and picking things up much, much easier. So here we are, final trip for the rice flour, empty trailer. Let's head back. I would like to say that whole time, not a single sign knocked down, not a single vehicle hit. Professional rice flour delivery driver here. Years of training and experience have gotten me to this stage and given me the tools for success. So heading back to logistics center, $707,000, guys. That might be the most money we've ever had of our own money in this series. Let's slide on down here. Let's look at the next set of sales, what we need to get rid of here. So we did the rice flour. We need to talk about goat cheese and regular cheese are going to the Hobson Strip Mall. Milk we're not going to sell. Total mix ration we're not going to sell. seems like we're in pretty good shape. So we gotta get the 2 cheeses out. So let's get the first cheese out and distributing, or to storing, and then goat cheese storing as well. We should be able to get all of these loaded up. And as you can see with the auto load on, as soon as you stop, it just starts grabbing it. So you can actually, if I'd pulled up here and gotten done, it would just load as we go, which is awful nice. Alright, so that's it. It's all out. Didn't have to wait too long on the logistics center to put it out. Nice and efficient. Okay. 12,000 liters of goat cheese, 38,000 liters of cheese. Let's get that distribution turned back on so we don't end up with a bunch of stuff out here. And we're going down to the Hobson Strip Mall. I will see you guys there, getting lots of use out of our new trailer. Feel good about delivering goods in an enclosed trailer, not on our open deck bale trailer. Really increasing our professionalism here on the 555 Challenge. Soon to be an upstanding member of society. So I will see you guys down at the Hobson Strip Mall. Pulling into the Hobson Strip Mall, and this is going to be a prime example of why I wanted this trailer specifically. Now, we'll see if I'm skilled enough to do it, but the exit to this sell point is tricky. So let's get everything sold here. There we go. All gone. Just under $100,000. So with the rear steer, we can stay a little bit further off the fences and have decent luck because the trailer's going to follow us. Look at that. Smooth as the butter we just delivered. Oh, it was cheese we just delivered. Never mind. So, $806,000. That money already feels like it's burning a hole in my pocket. We have the field we could buy. We could be responsible farmers and try to pay off some of our loan, which I think we have $3.5 million left on. So we're not even quite halfway through the $5 million loan we took out that we have to pay off in order to reach the first stage of our success on the 555 Challenge, which would then enable us to use higher capacity equipment, which we will need for the big farming we're starting to get into. We could buy the beer factory, which would put us at 4 productions. We would own the bakery, the oil mill, the Jack Daniels facility, Jack Daniels factory, and the Yuengling factory. That would put us at 4, which would be a challenge criteria met. So we have options. I don't think we have enough money to buy the field and the Yuengling factory, but that would be a huge step in the right direction if we could. If we did that, then this barley field would have to be reconsidered. What we might do if we buy the Yuengling factory, I'm thinking this out loud right here, guys, maybe we harvest this barley and then we move the barley to this field over here because it's obviously much larger, and then put corn over here for the chaff because we don't need 2 or 3 million liters of chaff. So we could do corn chaff on a smaller field and move the barley over. That might actually be a really good idea. All right, let's get back to the farm. I actually think we're going to leave the trailer at the logistics center. I don't see any reason to have this trailer anywhere else other than the logistics center. So where do we want to leave it? That is the big question. I think we back it up underneath this tree and leave it as out of the way as we can get it without affecting the spawn point too much for the logistics center. Let's get straightened up. I'm thinking that's going to be about as good as it's going to get. Perfect. Okay, we can actually leave the Volvo here. The BGA is full. And we need to take the top kick over to get the eggs and the wool. So, on our way back to the farm, let's have a think. We need to check the price of that field, so let's just do that, right? Let's just make the easy decision easy. That field cost $665,000 for 27 acres. We could, because we have corn that we can plant in April, we could buy that, plow it all together, get that lined, and then we would be set from there. That would not leave us enough money to buy the beer factory, which isn't a big deal. We just bought a factory last episode. Buying factories in back-to-back episodes would be a lot. So maybe we do that. Now let's also take a look at our loan here. Turn around, pull up the old bank account. Let's see what we got going on. We have just under $3.5 million left on the loan. We've made 79 of the required 120 payments. So we're over halfway, which is really good news as far as the payments go. I assume that's payments we've made, not payments left over. That 79 number we'll have to see. Because we are in year 4. Maybe it's not. Maybe we have 79 payments left. Either way, we have a lot left. If we put some of that money towards a loan, I don't see it making a big difference in our monthly payments. If we could pay off $1 million or $2 million, I think that might be a different story. But because we can't make a big dent in the loan payment, I'm just not sure if it's worth it. So, man, that is a tough decision. Yeah, we're skipping the loan. I don't think we should buy the beer factory. It's not going to be worth as much to us in the long run as increasing our corn production or our corn output, because then we can really fill the Jack Daniels facility, which we own, and until the Jack Daniels facility is basically full and unable to take more, I don't see any reason to try to get another factory going that also wouldn't be full. So that is the decision made. We are going to buy that field to increase our corn output so we can maximize our investment in the Jack Daniels facility. So let's grab this guy. We can send him to... where is the bakery? Bakery delivery. We'll see you there, bud. Now we could set him to deliver those eggs and come back. You know, let's try that. Let's see if we can automate this full delivery. Now I do need to get that pallet on there slightly better. Let's see what we can get going on here. Maybe not. Maybe we're not gonna have any luck with the pallet. There we go. Alright, so what we need to do is a load and we need to do a delivery. So we want to empty, let's see, we want to fill at the logistics center inn, because that's where he's going to park. We're going to deliver to the bakery inn, because that's where he's going. And we're not worried about what the item is, because it's pallets and it won't know the difference. So we're going to set that on its way. We're going to set them to bakery delivery. Now we're going to come in here, and the trick is to unload center, and then unload wait time to unload 5 seconds. We're going to apply that, and that's it. We're going to let him run. So while he is up there getting our eggs delivered, let's go take a look at the field we want to buy. It has been a crazy couple of episodes. Had the T800 demo. Man, look at that field, guys. It is huge. We got this field combined just last episode in this month. And now we're here and we're going to buy the field next to it. Okay. I mean, that's... Man, oh man. Did not want to hit visit. Wanted to hit purchase. Got too excited. All right, we own another 26 acres of arable land. Oh yeah, we can do some cleanup on the corners here. I see some ways to expand this field in our future. That's probably what February is going to be. And then, guys, we could cross over here and get this. This is an alfalfa field, and this is a little planting field here. We could just plow up this whole road and make this whole thing. Actually, we couldn't because there's a stop sign. We could plow up most of it and not have a road closed sign in the middle of our field. But I love our new field. Just what we needed. I think this corner here, we're going to plow up some and get some extra acreage, some extra plantable area out of it. But yeah, this is going to be exciting. That little bump needs to be plowed out as well. We don't need the harvester working around that. So have some field work to do in the next episode. Oh, the guys didn't come pick up their logs from the demo. Have to get them to do that. Oh, and our trigger point was just outside. Got the eggs. They didn't break. It's okay. All right, the eggs are delivered, and he went on. So we need to adjust that, and then we'll be good to go. Let's check the rest of the sale. Make sure there's nothing else we want to do. That's probably going to be about it for this one. It has been. You know what we have to do? We have to get the barley over to the beer factory. Otherwise, we're not going to be producing beer, and then we won't have beer to sell. So, where is our Volvo? Perfect. Got the Volvo. And let's go grab our tipper. And we will head over and lease the Yingling factory. And go from there. Now, we still could switch the barley to this big field and then make the small field for chaff. Because we still have just an incredible amount of TMR, which is basically silage is our limiting factor on that. The chaff would be 100% for silage. We have 1.6 million liters of TMR, 1.8 million liters of hay waiting, and 2.1 million liters of silage, I'm sorry. So it is literally the straw is what's holding us back, and we have straw we could use if we wanted. So yeah, I think when the time comes, what does that do with the crop calendar? Can we get the barley out? See, the barley gets taken out in June, and corn gets planted in June. So we could do an early planting on corn on the big field, wait for the barley to be ready, harvest the barley, just flip that field, put corn in it, and that'll be our silage chaff cornfield for later. That sounds like a plan. Gonna be a rough, busy month in June getting all that done, but I think it's what we need to do to grow. So coming down here, let's grab our tipper. And we need to go get the barley out of the silo. I will say having the Volvo down to 2 axles has made a significant difference. Have not had any of those trailer issues where the front wheels are off the ground. So that is reassuring that that is not happening anymore. So 48,000 liters of barley is going to make, I don't know how much beer. We'll have to look when we get over there. And we have the production lease, but I imagine that is going to be a bit of barley. Oh, we must have something up with our course because the top kick is coming back down here to flip around. I wonder if there should be a turn in from this side. We can check and see on our way by. Let's just turn on auto drive here real quick. Is there not a turn coming from the other way? That might be what that is telling us. There sure looks to be a turn. Oh, there isn't a turn into... I see what happened here. There isn't a turn going into the area where he's parking. So let's see if we add that in, and that should fix that for next time. Not a big deal. All right, off to the Yingling factory. Man, this thing is slow. 25 miles an hour with the hammer down. After driving that T800 last episode, little demo, the 1,000 horsepower. I mean, the Volvo's not wimpy on the horsepower. Has 500, but it's no 1,000 horsepower, I'll tell you that much. So, heading over to the Yingling factory. Let's get pulled in. Swing wide. Up and over the scales. 41,000 pounds, the truck, the trailer, and the barley. Okay, let's lease this bad boy. Is it right here? Remember? It is. We want to lease $657 a day. Yes, please. So barley, it is 12 barley to 6 beer. We have 48,000 liters of barley. We're making 24,000 liters of beer, or 24 pallets. Let's get that dumped in. Turn the production on. We're going to need a matching amount of water. We do not have enough water, so I will have to get our water tender filled up and brought over so that we can get all that barley processed into beer effectively. Now, if we buy this, look, we could put in another driveway right here through the fence, just like we did across the way at the Jack Daniels facility, and stop playing around in these silly parking lots, but we'll fix that problem another day. So, great episode. Not a lot of farming, a ton of selling. Made a whole bunch of money. Had the most money we've ever had in-game. That was our own money we made. Bought a new curtain side trailer for distributing our goods to all of the different sell points. Cleaned up our act a little bit. Acting like professionals now that we're getting to be a pretty big farm. And we bought our new field. So just one last look here. Field 48 has been added to the farm. 27.41 acres. We are in excess of 225 acres of arable land now, getting up to where we need to be. So excited to have all of that done today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Please drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. Good morning from February, and we have some exciting things going on here at the farm. I'm headed down to the beer factory because beer has a great price today. So let's start off by getting that sold. We are down to $2,817 this morning after making our cursory $50,000 loan payment that we have every month. Making progress on it, but it is a hard hit every month. Now, real quick, before we get down to the Yingling factory, want to show you guys the new truck on the farm. So, got a Mack tanker truck. We ended up selling our big semi-trailer dairy tanker because it was just too much with the Volvo going back and forth to the BGA. Just didn't make sense to only have one truck. So we have the new Mack tanker truck. I have this set up to collect the milk from the dairy barn and the buffalo milk from the buffalo barn on auto drive and bring it over here to our dairy. And it has been running back and forth, getting everything topped off. And as you guys can see, 70,000 liters of milk this morning and 3,300 liters of buffalo milk. We are getting our dairy production up and running. So very, very excited to have this guy on the farm. All right, let's jump back into the Super Duty. Go grab the beer. I did get the Nemesis, our Versatile, started in the new field we picked up last episode. So excited we're able to get the cornfield expanded again. And I've been doing a little bit of thinking about the plan. So let's go grab the beer that is out here. And I think we have a decent amount. I think it said what? Let's see. On the time-saving stock check, it says we have 15,000 liters. Now, my inclination is that might be what's inside the factory, because usually the stuff outside the factory doesn't count. So we might have 25,000 liters of beer or 25 pallets of beer to sell this morning. We'll find out here in just a minute. But it is going to Casey's gas station. Let's get that tagged. So anyways, I got the Versatile out in the field doing the liming on our new field we picked up last episode, so we can go and do the expansion after we get the beer sold. And we have some exciting news about some new equipment that just came into the shop we're going to work on today as well. I'm thinking that's all the beer, guys. Nothing more is coming out. Going to Casey's gas station for $26,000 worth of beer. Exciting. It was perfect timing getting that barley in at the end of January. And so here, as long as we're here, let's talk about my thoughts. So, turn the truck off. So we talked about swapping the barley field, which is over there in the distance, with the cornfield, which is right here next to us, which is still the plan. But the interesting news is, guys, I did some more thinking and looking. We can plant barley in April. So we should plant the barley even before we harvest the other barley. Now, we did talk about the barley and corn overlap and that we'd have to get it all in 1 month, which I think is totally fine. But we can get barley planted in the big field in April previous to getting the old barley field harvested, and have that earlier in the year to help keep the Yuengling Beer Factory all stocked up. So, let's head on out. Let's head up to Casey's General Store and get this stuff sold. Don't mind me driving on the grass just a little bit there. Didn't think it was worth taking our beer back over the scales. So, in addition to that, I said we'll go up to the shop. Got a new piece of equipment that I'm excited to get. Quick change from last episode, but had a great opportunity and didn't want to miss it. But I don't want to give it away, so we will head up there in a little bit. But for right now, I'm going to head to Casey's, and I'll meet you guys there to sell the beer. We are arriving at Casey's. Just making sure we don't have a beer incident here. Let's go ahead and get the straps off. Expecting about $26,000. $26,247. That will do. Can we get turned around in here? Excuse me, sir. Grab. Oh, look at that. Made it through without incident. All right, let's head back down to the farm. We should check on the Versatile and see what kind of progress he's making with the liming. And then I have everything staged out there, so there's no rocks in the field currently, but I do have the plow, the little plow, and the stone picker out at the new field, so that when we get done with the liming, we can connect the fields, stone pick that area, lime that area. And we talked about doing a little expansion on that field on the far end over by the hill. Don't want to get too far down the hill. We actually we didn't lose, we actually gave back a bunch of land on this field right here to our right because we were not enjoying farming on that slope. So we'll have to see how that turns out and see where we go. But yeah, look, that the liming is looking good. And we have the Volvo staged out here. I brought the Volvo back to the farm to help with our purchase. It has been running slurry to the BGA. Man, that looks good. He's got to be all but done with the center rows. He is. All right. So we know we have to jump in and assist with the transition, which is fine. So let's come in here. Again, I said it last episode, so nice having our lime production on the farm for our lime needs. Don't have to buy it, don't have to mess with it. Just nice having it. It was nice and full this morning when we started off. Didn't have to think about running to the store and getting big bags or pallets or anything else. Just drive by the old lime silo, pick it up, and move on with our day. Alright, so he's going to finish up here, which is going to be great. That'll be ready. We'll plow this little strip between the two fields together, and then down over here we're going to do a little bit of work as well. So with that in mind, let's jump into the Volvo, and I'm going to top off the slurry just because it's good to have the tanker full. You can see we have 251 liters. That's what the BGA didn't take overnight, so we are keeping the BGA topped off and running, which makes a big difference. Every little bit of money we can pull in each month to chip away at that $50,000 loan payment makes a big difference. And as I said last episode, I think we're getting to the point where the money is coming in and we are looking good. So no complaints about that. Another 3 pallets of eggs. Great news. So, head over here. Excuse me, ladies. We have no slurry in here. That is okay. We must have grabbed it this morning. Let's go check the buffalo barn. Really happy with the gates we added to these pens. Wish we had cattle guards so the animals, we felt like they wouldn't be getting out, but in order to be able to run auto drive and keep the farm moving, we have to have some automation, and that is just the price we pay. Now here is one of the areas where I really started having problems with the trailer the other day. So let's see what happens here. 55,000 liters of slurry here at the buffalo barn. The buffalo barn, look at all those trees that we planted. They're not big yet, but this was wide open. And now the buffalo have a really nice wooded patch. It was on this hill. And it was always windy, which if you remember, we invested. Oh, look how tight these trees get. Oh, man. Running through the forest. Here we go. Find another. Gotta find a way through. We invested in some wind turbines early on because of how windy this hill was, because the wind coming across was always blowing. So we have 4 of them down here just to give us a little supplemental income. But these trees are going to do a great job of protecting the buffalo from all that wind. So back here at the truck. Now here is this little hill. Loves to give us a headache. There. And the tandem axle handled it without a problem. It's so funny because that triple axle setup we had for a while and had no problems with it, but went in the other day and all of a sudden it was creating havoc all over the place. So it got switched back out and we are happy with what we got. So let's leave the tanker here. It will be full and ready for the BGA run at the end of the day. And let's run up to the shop and check this stuff out. So I know last episode we bought the reefer, or I'm sorry, we bought the tarp side trailer and did all of our sales and worked really well. The reason we got a tarp side trailer was because there were no reefer trailers in FS25. I searched high and low, could not find a single one. Well, guess what? The same guy who gave us the demo last episode, or a couple episodes ago, with the new Kenworth truck, which, by the way, guys, there are a ton more accessories coming for that truck. A flat deck, a logging deck, and a tipper that attach directly to the chassis are coming on Tony's Kenworth mods. But Tony heard my inquiry about the reefer and has put together a reefer trailer, the first one that I'm aware of in all of FS25. So we're going to go up there and we are going to sell the tarp side trailer. It was good to us, it did its job, but the reefer is what we need really to be transporting things like cheese, the milk products, anything that is perishable, probably eggs as well. So we're going to go up to the store, swap out the trailers, and get the new reefer. And guys, there is a little surprise in addition to there just being a reefer. But I'm going to go through the whole tractor trailer setup with you guys and show you all the options, because it is really, really well done. I will additionally put Tony's itch.io page back up on the screen for you guys. Always go to Modder's itch.io page or GitHub or their Discord, wherever they have their mods. Make sure to download the mods directly from the modder. Well, enough on all that. Love what Tony did for us. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Pulling into the store here with the old tarp side. This is the busiest part of town. Everyone loves hanging out the shop to see what I come down here and buy. Like a local celebrity, as much money as I'm spending here. So let's grab the trailer here. We'll disconnect. And perfect. Leave the Volvo there. Take this into the shop. It's got $2 worth of repaint, or $15 worth of repaint and $2 worth of repair. Gonna sell that. $23,000. Was a good trailer, but not the one we wanted. So here is the new trailer, guys. The 53 Manic Van Reefer, $29,500, done by Tony again. And it starts out as just a regular box truck. So if you want just a regular box trailer, it has auto load built in, or is auto load compatible. So you're good to go there. You can have that. We are going to customize this. Top lights, bottom lights, yes. So it adds some running lights, some marker lights. Then we're going to go top light amount. We're going super chicken lights. We want them all. Bottom light, super chicken lights. We want them all. Top light color, red, white, orange. I'm thinking we go orange on the top, and then the bottom, let's go white. Let's mix it up a little bit. Now, here's where you can add the reefer down here. Look at that reefer unit, guys. Has the digital display, has all the cables coming down. Looks really, really sharp. Pinstripes, we're going to go with no pinstripes. But if you scroll down far enough, look at that, guys. Got the logo on the trailer. That is amazing. So QR codes, and yes, they work. Tony says these are the ones on the side of the trailer. Give you some information about it. We're keeping those on there. Body color, all of our trucks and stuff are this nice dark maroon. Frame color, Tony has a dark black that I really like. That's the landing gear and the axles over there. Accessories, we're going to go with the dark black as well. That gets all the metal parts on the outside of the trailer done, looking good. Reefer, we're going to go with the crimson red to match. That is a sharp looking trailer. The stripe, let's go with dark black. There we go. Got that all cleaned up. Rim color comes with chrome, comes with all kinds of colors. We're going black to match the Volvo. And that is it. So, last thing I want to do is come in here and adjust the auto load a little bit. It's not all the interior, like dry van auto loads are a little bit off. So we're going to bring that up to the ceiling. And then this one, it does stick out the tiniest bit past the doors. So there we go. So that is the trailer. We're buying it for $29,500. Awesome, awesome stuff. Let's pick up the new trailer. Look at that beauty over there. Looking good. Let's get connected up and turn on the lights, do a quick walk around. Should have washed the Volvo before we came down here. Volvo's looking scummy compared to our new trailer. There we are. Get some lights on. All right, let's get out and take a look. Orange on top, white on bottom. Digital display, all the hoses. The logo looks great. Got some DOT reflective striping. Inside is nice with the wood texture. Got your brake lights. This thing looks great. All right, let's go ahead and close the doors. Man, does that look sharp. Ooh. Found my new favorite trailer in the game, guys. Okay, now what are we going to do with the reefer now that we have it? Well, we're going to use it as a dry box for the first couple runs, because the first couple things we don't need to refrigerate. We could have used it to pick up the beer and and delivered our beer ice cold to Casey's. But we are going to run down and let's take a quick look here and see. Man, I can't stop looking at that thing, guys. It looks amazing. We have, where is it, sunflower oil to sell. 200 or 74 pallets, $161,000. That is going to the Hobson General Store. So let's tag that. And that's going to be down on the other side of town. So we'll run back to the logistics center and get the sunflower oil loaded up. Now, I'm going to try to be smart about it. We talked about this last time. If we park the trailer by the point outside the logistics center where the sunflower oil comes out, and we have it on auto load, it should just load the entire trailer, and we shouldn't have to wait for it all to come out, then load some, then wait for more and load some. So we're going to head back there and we're going to try to be smart. It doesn't always work out. Always try to be better, smarter, more efficient, but the best laid plans of mice and men never quite turn out how we all expect, but we're going to give it a whirl. This field over here, guys, I'm thinking we plant that back to grass. That's just my thought, but I'm thinking instead of putting corn back in there, because we're going to have the corn, the huge cornfield plus the chaff cornfield, I think we make that grass, or we could look at another crop altogether. I had a weird urge to do some cotton. I'm not sure that size field would warrant buying the cotton equipment, but we could consider leasing the cotton equipment for a year and see if it is financially viable or not. So let's get the doors open. Man, oh man, am I excited for this trailer. Pulling on in. Now, if we get set up here, right, and we turn on auto load, which we just did, then we come in to the logistics center, and we scroll down to sunflower seed oil, which is going to be right here. And we change that to storing. And right, we have sunflower seed oil here. Look at that. It's loading for us. A plan is coming together, guys. 25,000 liters, 25 pallets in. Got the straps on the bottom to hold everything in. That is great. 37, there's 40,000 liters. We are more than halfway there. This is going really, really well. Excited to see how this turns out. Up over 50, closing in on 55 pallets of the 74 we have. I don't know, guys. This is going almost flawlessly. Just absolutely incredible. 4 pallets to go. And done. That is it. That worked so well. All right, cool. Well, let's come back down here. Let's turn it back to distributing so that we don't have it popping out next time. We do want to get out of the truck and just see. I don't think we can get in this truck, can we? Oh, we can get in? Oh, that's amazing. Look at that. The straps come down, everything. I mean, we're what? We're full to about here. So like almost 2/3 of the truck, and we have 75 pallets of sunflower. Now, granted, they're short pallets. They're not very tall, like, say, maybe the cheese ones or some of the other ones, or like wool pallets. But that holds an absolute boatload of pallets. Heading down to the Hobson General Store to sell our sunflower oil in the new reefer trailer from Tony, guys. Make sure to give him some love. Check out the itch.io. This thing is incredible, but also very top heavy. Oh, all right. Well, I'll get a reset, and I'll see you guys down at the Hobson General Store. We are almost there, and I owe you guys an apology for that tip over. I was so excited about the trailer, I didn't do what we always do. Always load with layering in that situation. I went with stacking, got the weight high, and that's why it tipped. Not paying attention, just super excited for the new reefer trailer. So, got everything in here. I'll show you guys. Reloaded it, layered, distributed the weight, got it down low in the trailer, and had absolutely no problems once we got the load put in there appropriately. So, I don't think we've ever sold at the Hobson General Store. We are in year 4, guys, and still finding places to sell on this map. Judith Plains is incredible with a number of places in different areas of the map. There still are $160,519 for that sale. Great, great stuff. Let's head back up to the farm with the reefer. I'll meet you guys there, and we'll work on our massive cornfield extension. The Versatile did a great job getting the field all lined, so now it is time to combine the fields. So I think the easy part's going to be this strip right here between. May have to do a little bit of matching of the edges. But we want to take a little bit of land over there, and I always tend to get a bit aggressive when expanding my fields, as is evidenced by the fact that we had to reclaim some grassland over on this side after I went too far down the hill with the last expansion. So let's drop the lime spreader off here. We're going to need it again. That's going to have to come back out with us. Let's grab our plow. And remember, before you do any placing of buildings or expansions of fields, always save your game. I already did, but just a reminder, you can always come back and try it again. Even if it seems like a simple, quick expansion, simple, quick, whatever it is, just make sure that you have a good game save to come back to. So here we are. We will run this guy down here. This is going to be the easy part, like I said. Not too worried about this. Now, it'll be interesting to see, sometimes these grass areas come in fertilized when you plow them, and other times they have no fertilization state. So we may actually have to run a little bit of fertilizer up here when we're all said and done. Let's take a look at that real quick, and just out of curiosity, just see what we're getting into. So fertilized. Yeah, so the field we bought, 48, fully fertilized. The grass area we're mowing up is coming in with 1 fertilization state. And this whole area up here is coming in with basically none. I mean, where we expanded the field, we're getting 1 fertilization state. So we'll be bringing the manure spreader out here sometime. Probably, I'm guessing that'll happen in March when it warms up a little bit. Still 38 degrees, still pretty cool out to be flinging some muck, but we'll get that out here and we'll get the whole field fertilized up, so when it comes time to plant the corn, we can just rip through the corn planting. So coming down here, I don't even know that I've seen this edge of the field, this corner down here where we're going to be combining, so I'm not sure how they line up. I know there's a road there. I guess we did see it at one point because we talked about combining the next field as well. But there was that sign down there at the corner, the infamous Judith Plains signs, that we can't seem to get rid of that would allow us to expand more. I'd love to get rid of some of the stop signs by the yard. It makes no sense that we load in every episode, knock them all down, only to do it again the next time we come in. So, oh, this edge will be nice. I did over expand a tiny bit on this corner when we did that one, but this will be nice and easy. So pick that up. All we really have to do is line up with this outside edge. And that's not going to take a whole lot past that. And then we just pull straight across. Boom. That was easy. Alright, so now for the part where we're not going to go crazy. Let's drive around the edge. So we could buy that field eventually and combine them. We can't buy this little dirt field up here on the right because of the sign there. We always have a sign in the middle of our field. I guess we could just have a sign in the middle of the corn, but that seems even a little too unrealistic for us. So this edge I feel like is pretty good. Don't really want to chase that down the hill very much. Now this area here though, this feels like, number one, I don't like this corner for the combine purposes. Sort of, it is technically a 90, but then very quickly traces itself back, and I see that being a lot of missed crops. So I think we come right in here, drop this down, and we come across. Again, don't get too low on the hill. But I think we can take all of this. Again, just trying to stay far enough up the hill that we're not going to be harvesting on too much of an angle. Yeah, see, this part is going to be a little bit steep. We may have overcommitted exactly as I said I was going to. Yeah, that is very, very steep there. We'll have to see year one harvest how all of that comes out. So let's continue right here. I do want to make this straight across. That bump in the field there does not make any sense to me, and seems like just another spot for the combine to miss some crop. And then we got to sort of snap our end here. Oh, that might have worked out just about perfect, guys. Look at that corner. Do I need to go one little bit further? Right there. That's it. I like that. That corner came out well. All right, so we squared that up. This area over here, I may have overcommitted. It may be a case of a little bit of regret later on. But for now, we will drop the plow and get the rest of this plowed up. Then we'll come back around with the stone picker. We still have to connect the corners of the field over there where we have the implements stored. I'm not worried about that, just don't want to forget. Yeah, this whole area I think makes sense to have as field. That little bit over there where the slope is so steep, that might have some problems with the harvester in the future. But that could also be a future me problem. So we'll have to just see how that one shakes out. Adding a little bit of acreage to our fields. Alright. All there is to do now is to fill in the area in between. I think if we do a little creative plowing here, we get all of this without having to come back. Alright, then we just give it a quick course correction. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Working out as intended. I will say, I don't know if anyone's ever done it here, but if you ever try creating fields with an articulated tractor, the articulation part is brutal when trying to do detail work. So, like having a small tractor with a smaller plow, a lot more control. Yeah, I think we will regret that little spot over there, but, you know, we'll regret that another day. We'll get an extra couple hundred liters of corn out of it, which will make it all worthwhile. We need to move the stone picker back because this field goes way out past this other one. All right, so we'll drop the plow, grab the stone picker. It is funny, I do feel like the Versatile is much less maneuverable with the dual narrows on it. I feel like it takes a lot longer to get turned around, particularly when backing up. Okay. Here is the tricky part. Now, guys, I might even say we've had, yeah, see the plow without the auto pickup. It makes a little mark in the field. I might even say it's going to be worth saving again here, because this part could go awry quite quickly. I don't think it will. I've got a pretty good idea. You know what? We're going to live. We're going to live on the edge. We're going to do things that we know we shouldn't because of the overconfidence in our own abilities. And if it works out, then we are a self-fulfilling prophecy. If it doesn't, are we not on Create Field anymore? We are not on Create Field anymore. Alright, if it works out, then we're heroes. If not, then we look back and know we should have done better. I'm using the front loader arm, the left one, right on the edge of the current field to try to keep as straight a line as possible, keep the front of the tractor lined up with where we're going. And so far, we're leaning towards the hero side of this, not the zero side of it, but again, it can go awry at any moment. Glad that sign isn't closer in. That could have been an unforeseen challenge. Okay, we're going well. The edge is relatively straight for hand plowing it. We are going to have to sweep the corner up here and try to tie it in. We did such a good job tying in the corner when we expanded that now we're going to have to try to do it again. So right here, we'll snap around hard. And right there, boom. Well, every once in a while it comes up hero, guys. That is a good looking field expansion. I am pleased with that. Let's get the stones picked up. And let's put the lime down, and we'll call it an episode there. So I'll bring you guys back in after I have the stones up, probably right when we're dropping the lime in, and getting the field, the final field prep done for the new giant cornfield. See you guys in just a minute. Got all of the stones picked up, 664 liters. Not a lot, but enough that we didn't want to leave it on the field. Now let's grab our lime spreader, and we finally, this is probably the last field expansion over here because I don't think we can go the other way with that sign. So this will be the last one for this field, but we have become land barons with our current field setup. Just absolutely massive field here for the corn. Excited for what that's going to do for our Jack Daniel's whiskey production, because we're going to have so much corn. I'm glad we're expanding the barley field as well, because I suspect we will need a lot more barley too. You can see I didn't stone pick the whole area, just sort of zigzagged around and grabbed whatever was necessary to get the stones out of here. Don't see much of a purpose in just stone picking the whole thing blindly so that we can say we did it. Just did a little spot picking here and there, got everything squared up and put away properly so the field can be in good order. So outside of that, I think we had a very productive episode. I will say I've been working on getting some automation on the farm with auto drive. We have the slurry run down to the BGA, which we can also run manure when and if we have too much manure. But with our field expansions, I have been hesitant to take any manure down to the BGA in case we need it for fertilizer here, because it's just so much more affordable to spread manure on our fields instead of buying solid or liquid fertilizer. And it's funny because we have a very nice solid fertilizer spreader that I keep seeing every time I park the Versatile, but we haven't used it since maybe the first couple of episodes because we went right to manure, and it has been such a money saver for us. So we have the BGA run down on auto drive. The new milk tanker truck is set up to collect both the buffalo milk and the cow milk on auto drive and take it over to the dairy for us. That was a terrible setup, guys. We're going to loop back and get squared up. We had a little skid there and ended up facing the wrong way. So the milk tanker truck will run all that stuff automatically. That's why the dairy is fully stocked this morning. I did try to get the goat's milk on the automation as well. I actually put a fence in, or a gate in the goat pen fence, so that the tanker truck could drive in there and pick up the goat's milk and take that over to the dairy as well. However, the tanker does not hold goat's milk, and getting auto drive to pick up the milk from the pallets turned into a bigger project than I thought it ended up being worth. So we did install lazy distributions, which is a mod that allows you to basically put a cell point or a silo point over the spawn area of the goat's milk and the wool, and it treats it like a little mini silo with the production in it, and it just distributes it to the logistics center. So the sheep pen and the goat pen have been automated as far as getting the animal goods out of the pen. They then go to the logistics center or potentially directly to their productions as well and get distributed. But we're trying to get the routine tasks automated here on the farm, because as we get bigger, every single month just brings a lot of base level work, and we want to focus on driving the farm forward, not on the repetitive tasks. So that's where we are with that stuff. I'll be looking for additional opportunities to put more things on auto drive. Don't know that we'll use the lazy distribution for much else than that. It really just came down to the fact that the tanker doesn't take goat's milk, so there was no other way to do it without having to do a different mod or having a second or third tanker, which just didn't make much sense. So in that regard, we are in really good shape here on the farm. Lots of things happening in the background, keeping things going. I am hopeful that when we get to harvest time this season, which will be the end of the year and even into the beginning of next year, that we are going to have so much stuff, crops, animal products, and everything else, we can start making a big chunk payment on our loan. Let's take a quick look at that as we wrap up. There is the last little bit of liming on this area. So our loan, guys, still owe $3.415 million, and I do think the 78 is the number of payments left, because it was 79 when we checked last episode or in January, and now it's down to 78. So we have a lot of payments left on that loan. We need to start putting money towards that. It feels ineffective to put like $50,000 towards the loan. I really want to put a big chunk, like put $1 million towards it, but we might just be in a spot where, a day like today, we have $186,000. Maybe we should put $50,000 towards it and put it down. Guys, I think that's a good idea. Let's start putting money towards our loan when we get it. Doesn't have to be a lot. It's not going to feel like we're making a ton of progress, but every little bit of that loan that we're not paying interest on is going to help us. So let's get the last of this lime done, and then we're going to put $50,000 on the loan. It's the first time we've made a prepayment. We're in year 4 before we got that done, but the loan is the big thing we need to work on getting under control. So field expansion done, and man, oh man, does that look good. Look at that whole field. Let's turn the fertilizer off. Let's turn that off. That is huge. I mean, look at that compared to our other fields. Here's our combined field for soybeans. It was, we felt, huge at the time. When we first started out, the corn field took forever to harvest. It felt so big. Our big grass field here, none of that compares to how big this is. Let's see. This field, they claim, was 7.19 acres. This one's 23, so let's just call that 30. Plus another 13, we're at 43, and 27 would take us to a 70-acre field at a minimum, plus the areas we expanded. So that is absolutely enormous. Now, heading into the loan, let's make a special redemption. We're going to pay $50,000. It doesn't feel like a lot, but it is going to, it's all going to help. So there we go. We made a $50,000 payment, and look at that, guys. Took our payments down to $68,000. So putting $50,000 down just saved us, is that 9 payments? Wow. Okay, we need to be putting money down on our loan. That is incredible. So that's going to be it for this one. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. A sunny March morning as we get to work on the farm. Need to get some straw into the animal pens, and as always, the pro bale is the way to go. I just never remember how to turn it on. Let's see, that seems to have done something effective. There we go, and looks like we need one more bale. We have a bunch of animal work to do today. We have the updated realistic livestock mod installed, have a bunch of messages we got to get through, need to get the herdsman hired to manage our animals. Oh yeah, and now I'm remembering why we don't do this with this tractor anymore, because we have the dual narrow tires. So we're going to go down to just narrows, and let's jump back in and get everything attached again. And we should be good to go. Oh, there we go. Tires fit right through the door like a champ. And bales down. All of those got taken. That is great news. So as I was saying, we need to get the herdsmen hired. We've got sheep and goats. We've got chickens, cows in one pen, and water buffalo in another. And it is great to have all of those animals, but they are becoming a full-time job, and we could use some help here on the farm. Is that the last of the bales? Let's see. Sure seems like it. Up one left. We'll have to come back and grab. So I went ahead and I sold all of the sheep and goat rams this morning. We sold 61 sheep rams for $23,000 and 13 goat rams for an additional $14,500. So definitely have way too many male animals on the farm. We need to get rid of our bulls in the cow and water buffalo pens as well. They are all related to the other animals in there. So while they are valuable to us as far as their market value, they have no breeding value to us. So want to get that rectified so we're not paying to feed a bunch of animals we're not looking to take care of. Let's get all the partial bales out of here. Is one of my favorite pastimes, is getting the partial bales out. All right. Can we take mixed bales? Let's see. We're about to find out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It'll take mixed bales. Pro bale is great, guys. Black sheep modding, if you're not familiar with it, give it a try. You will not regret it. So let's go ahead and head up to the buffalo barn, get these animals some additional straw. The food is good in all the pens except maybe the sheep, and we really might be in a situation where we're going to have to consider buying that baler today because we just don't have. And they took all of them, man. How much? Let's get out of here. Maybe we need to do one more round. Let's see how much straw they have. They have 94,000 out of 100 now. They are good to go. Not a problem. All right, let's get this put away. Let's go check on the animals. We also need to get propane today. The corn dryer is out from the initial time we filled it at the very, very beginning of the series. So need to get that refilled. We have, I think, about 7,500 liters of corn in the corn dryer that we are going to need over in the whiskey factory. We're still good. We're not, the production is not held up because of it, but eventually it will be. So love the Pro Bale, got the job done, and got the animals the straw they need. Back on single tires in the Versatile, which is great news. So let's start with the cow barn and see where we get to. So the cow barn here, let's start with the messages. Let's start with that. So I have been neglectful in getting these animals treated when they've gotten sick. We updated the mod, and I hadn't really put together that we had the new update in, wasn't paying much attention, so here we go. So we have had some animals die due to getting sick. So we have one contracted mastitis and one contracted hoof and mouth. So let's head over to the animals and let's see about figuring out which animal is sick. And we can get them treated here real quick. Here is one, and it is infertile. So this is a feature that I'm not sure is new to realistic livestock, but I haven't noticed it before this most recent update. We have infertile animals. So that animal's infertile and sick, we're just going to sell them. Don't have any desire to have an infertile, sick animal on the farm. Doesn't make any sense to me. Why pay to treat them? Why pay to feed them if they're infertile? So here's another one. Man, we have to go through all of this, looking for disease and infertile animals because there's no point in keeping those here. So Making good progress. We have a lot of animals to get through here. So as you scroll down, I'm watching the disease category. There's the one with mastitis. All right, it is 004, and it is part of the Black Angus. I mean, that's a $5,900 animal, and it is 43 months old and pregnant. Do we just sell it? I think we do. I think we just sell the sick animals, at least until we get it under control. I would love if the herdsman would treat the animals as well, but that is not yet a feature. Just going through, once again, all the animals that are infertile, we are going to get rid of. There's another one that was sick. Excellent. So we get that cleaned up real quick and in a hurry. All right, so those animals are sold. We have no sick animals. We have no infertile animals in here. All of that is taken care of. Made about $20,000 selling animals. So what do we want the herdsman to do? We want the herdsman to buy animals, and we want him to spend, I'll give him up to $10,000 a month. Max animals, I don't want him to buy more than 2 a month. Breed any, no diseases, and I only want him to buy males that are 18 months up to, let's say, 2 years and 6 months, so a 1 year range. The quality needs to be highest or above in every category. All right, and he is going to do that. So that's perfect. So he's going to start buying as many as 2 animals, 2 bulls a month. Have to make sure you hit apply so you don't lose your changes. And we're good to go. Now, selling, we want him to sell. All right, and we want him to sell males that are less than 18 months. Let's see, 0 to 1 year. We basically want him to sell animals that are 1 year old. So we'll raise the calves in this barn until they're 1 year old, the males, and then we'll sell them. So any of those qualities, we don't care. We're going to raise them and go from there. So that's excellent, and that's what we're going to do here. So let's make sure enabled. Yep, everything is good. So the cow barn is all cleaned up and good to go. I did sell all the roosters out of the chicken coop earlier. The chicken coop always causes some frame lag. It's really funny. And then I bought 3 chickens, and I named them February 1, February 2, and February 3, so that in a year or so we'll come in and we will just sell all the roosters, including those, and replace them. Running over to the buffalo barn. Lots of animal work this morning, guys. Head over here. Let's check this out. Some messages. No illness, lots of births and pregnancies. That is great news. We did have a death, died to an accident back in December. Okay, so let's check our animals. Here we go. Again, infertile. Any animal that cannot reproduce should just be sold. I wish that was something we could control with the herdsman. Just identify the animals and get rid of them, because there's just no value in keeping them. So we're not expecting any diseases, so we're really just looking for any of the red text. So it's 2 animals, not a big deal, $3,000. Now jumping into the herdsman here, we want him to buy animals. Again, we'll give him up to a $10,000 budget and up to 2 animals per month. Breed, we only want water buffalo, and then we only want male. And we want the ages to be between 1 year and 18 months and 2 years. All the qualities have to be highest or above. I should say high or above. Do we want to go even higher than that? Do we want to make it harder on the water buffalo? I think we do, because there's such a small. Actually, we probably won't get any. We had this problem over on the Realistic Cattle Ranch. You have to keep some of the options open. Apply that. Now, selling animals enabled. I mean, I don't really care how many animals he sells. Only males, and we want him to sell anything between 1 year, basically at 1 year of any quality. Good to go. All right, and then lastly, we'll run over to the goat and sheep barn. Now, I've not done this with goats and sheep because they share a pen, So I'm not sure if we're going to get separate controls for the herdsman or if we're going to get all the same controls. So let's see. Do need to go through the animals very quickly and see if we have... There's one with a disease. For today, we're selling all animals with diseases or that are infertile, because it just doesn't make sense to start the treatment, because I haven't been doing it, so I don't know how old or how long they've been sick. So it's just not worth it. Now, interesting, not a single infertile animal so far here. So that is maybe something that only is going on with cows and water buffalo. Wouldn't make a ton of sense to me, but could be the case. There's another sick animal. We have so many animals in this pen, I think over 500. There's no point in risking the other animals getting sick to keep a couple of random sick animals. So almost done. Looked away for a second. Want to make sure we didn't miss anything. Perfect. Sell selected. 3 animals, 320 bucks. Not a big deal. Coming in here, yeah, foot and mouth, foot and mouth. 3 babies died at birth. That's terrible. 2 babies were sold for overcrowding. Yep, so we got all that taken care of. Now, coming into the herdsman, let's see what we have here. Enabled. He needs a much smaller budget for buying rams, because we just don't need that many. Breed any. Male between... Ooh, when do they reproduce? 1 year and 18 months again, and we want high or above on everything, and I think this is going to allow us to... Definitely not average. Definitely want it better than that. Apply. Now let's go to sell. Enabled male animals, and that's going to be anything up to a year. So basically when they hit a year, they get sold, and that's going to help keep our male animal population to a minimum. So that is all set. Make sure we hit apply. Rocking and rolling. Now on to the farm work. As you guys saw, we got the field across the way planted, and the question is, what did we plant in there? Well, I had a thought. Last year, because we knew we were combining fields before we got to the huge cornfield, the first portion of this was sunflowers, which we used in the sunflower oil mill, which made us a bunch of money. And now that that field is gone, we don't have a place for sunflowers. So the field across the river that you saw me plant on the time lapse, which I have since rolled as well, is going to be sunflowers. So jump over the creek. Here we are. We are in Farmland 64, and it is sunflowers, 100% yield bonus, 100% fertilized, growth stage 1 of 8. It is 10.5 acres of sunflowers. So I did think about going back to cotton like we talked about last episode. I still sort of want to try cotton somewhere, but feel like we need a bigger field to make that worthwhile. So here we find ourselves with looking at new crops and new plants. So back at the farm, let's see, we got the rams all taken care of. We need propane, guys. So how are we going to handle getting propane? We could... I wonder what we have in the shop that might be able to handle propane. Got a couple of nice... That's a big Colossus forage harvester. Got some good tanks. This one only does water. 9RX. That is a big tractor. Not seeing anything in here that will do propane easy for us. So let's go into the tanks area down in the animal. And let's see. We have a couple of options. Judith Plains. So here's one that comes with the map. We have the big tanker, which we bought initially on sale, but it's so expensive. So we have the Judith Plains. That's 20,000 liters of propane. This one will do 8. I mean, 17 grand. I think that's the way to go. So let's see. Propane probably should be red or orange, something to alert people that we're... Oh, that's the rim color. All right. I was going to say, make the tank a bright color so people knew it was propane. That looks like a water tank. I'm not pleased with that. What else do we have? We have the Colossus. Liquid transport that does not do propane. That's interesting. We have the tank for the top kick, but that also doesn't do propane. Huh. Making it hard to find something that does propane. So, liquids hauling pack. This will do everything. Just double checking. Where is... Yeah, there's the propane. $25,000. Wheel setup. Twin wheels. Yeah, let's do twin wheels. That seems like fun. Tank material. Plastic, brushed steel, stainless steel. I think steel tank for sure. 8,000 liters seems like enough. 20,000 liters of propane. I think that's more than we'll use on a regular basis. Dolly locking pin, yes. Main color. Now here's where I wanted like an orange tank, right? All right, it's going to be tank color, not main color. I always forget on these. It's silly that way. Chassis color, black. Rim color, we'll go with black. Excellent. All right, let's run up to the shop. $29,000. Let's get that purchased. Well, it is purchased. Let's get that picked up. So let's grab the Ford, and that can be bumper pulled. Oh, we didn't want to take the bed off, guys. Want to get rid of the fifth wheel. There we go. Or the gooseneck, I should say. All right, I'm going to run up to the shop and grab our new propane tank so we can get the corn dryer filled up. I'll meet you guys up there. I was just looking down at the mileage on our pickup truck. The first vehicle we ever drove on this map. We're at 196 miles. Feels good. I did notice last night after the episode that the Volvo has 500 plus miles on it. That truck has been put through the ringer on this map. It drives all over the place all the time for all kinds of things. So really fun little mod having the mileage down there. And as far as I can tell, based on the actual size of the map, it is relatively accurate in its mileage as though we were driving to these places. So very, very cool. So here we are. Grab our propane tank. Got a little excited there. Give a little kick at the back. Let's go grab some propane at the... Is it the animal dealer down here? I forget which store it actually is, but the propane from one of those early episodes is right down here. Half off appetizers, 2 to 5 p.m. daily at Applebee's. Tractor Supply, that's what it is, not the animal dealer. So, propane at Tractor Supply makes sense. I'm going to assume that the trigger is right here. Propane for the win. I wonder how much this costs. I don't remember how much propane is. So we're getting 8,000 liters. $2,800. That's not bad. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. So, can we back up a truck or a trailer with a dolly? Ooh. Now this is supposed to have the dolly locking pin, right? Let's see. Block trailer. Did that work? It did not work, not even a little bit. But it's alright. We have the horsepower to just do it. Didn't hit the tree, but got really, really close. Alright. 8,000 liters of propane. Heading back to the farm. We'll get the corn dryer going. We should check both the beer and the whiskey productions to see where they are, because the beer production, we don't need to keep leasing it if we're not producing anything. So once it burns through that initial round of barley, we can stop the lease on it and save ourselves some money. I did check the Jack Daniels factory last night, and it was still running strong despite needing the additional about 7,000 liters of dry corn from the corn dryer that was not distributing because we were out of propane. So all good there. Now the last piece for today is we had a wild amount of success last episode paying down our loan. And I had been so reticent to pay off the loan because it was so big. It just felt like it was inconsequential to throw $20,000 or $30,000 or $50,000 at the loan. And after making the payment last night of $50,000, it took 10 payments off, almost a year. So I'm inclined to check our good pricing, see if there's anything left to sell this episode. And even if there's not, I think we could make another $50,000 payment and really start cutting down on this loan. If we get the loan paid off in the next year or so, that would be absolutely incredible. And I think we have some big paydays coming in. Our clothes and our wool and our fabric are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have about $500,000 in clothing, I think about $400,000 in fabric, and another couple $100,000 in wool as well. So definitely have some money coming in where we could make a big payment. If we got the loan paid down enough, we could make that happen. So let's get the propane in. All right, the propane's going in. That's great news. So let's jump into the corn dryer. Okay, the corn dryer is on, 7,557 liters of corn left because we were out of propane. It is on distributing. Yep, it is on. We're good to go. Now, the beer factory, we're out of barley. So there's no point in leasing the beer factory. We should go over to the beer factory and see if there is anything else that we need to have, which, trying to get to the Yuengling factory. There we go. Let's sell the Yuengling beer factory. That's just the lease ending. Now let's visit and let's take a quick run around and see if there's beer over here that came out overnight. There is. So we have beer. That is good news. That is good money for us. It's not a terrible value, actually. Goes up to Casey's gas station, 9,000 liters worth 15 grand, or it's worth, we're losing $98 to sell it today, so that's not too bad. Like I said, guys, clothes right now today, $603,000 at its best price, $643. Here we go. Fabric, $438,000 at its best price, $470, and that is coming up. Hay, we're not going to sell. What else has high value? Rice flour, we could sell. The price isn't particularly great. Not overly worried about it. I did turn the rice production down in the greenhouse even, and it's still pushing us that high. $20,000 in sunflower oil. Probably should just save that for next year. We're not ever really going to sell total mixed ration. And then we have 308,000 liters of wool, which almost seems inaccurate. I'm wondering if the lazy distribution is duplicating our wool, because I just don't think we have 300 pallets that we brought over. I mean, we have bring over 10 to 20 a day, but I just don't think it's that much. So let's see if we can get over the fence. One quick jump, we win. All right, so we'll get the propane stashed. It's probably worth running the beer up to the factory, or up to Casey's, just to get that sold today to bring in a little bit extra money. Not even really sure where we're going to park our propane trailer. We're not going to need it, but I mean, it's year 4 and we've only filled up twice, so it doesn't seem as though that's going to be an item we're going to use a lot, I guess. So let's see if we can actually get the axle lock to work. That might have done it. Oh yeah, it did. It's behaving strangely, but predictably. Yeah, it does not like having the axle lock on. Wow, that you see it skidding around back there, guys. That is funny. That is not. It's like sliding. It's like almost like the wheels aren't even turning. All right, let's see, and bring it back around and release the axle lock. Pull this a little bit forward, and let's put it down and be done. So I think what we do here is let's remove the lazy distributions, because I don't think that's right with the wool. It could be. We could have that much wool. I just don't feel like we should. So what we'll do is we'll park here. Let's grab the Beast, because we haven't driven that in a while. It's 51 degrees. Nice spring morning here in March. Let's grab our eggs, run them down to the distribution center, Then we'll grab the top kick, which would be the perfect size for running our beer to Casey's. I would love to use the new reefer. Any excuse to use it, but it does seem like loading up a semi-truck with 10 pallets when we have the top kick is probably not the right idea. So here's that lazy distribution right here. As you can see, the trigger goes over the existing spawn point and then it sends stuff out. But I just don't feel like it's working that well. So let's remove it. We can always add it back. I'm interested to see how much wool we're actually... Oh, and I can show you guys the new gate. Haha, look at this. So come in here, pop our new gate. This is what I built when I was trying to get the tanker to take the milk automatically over to the dairy, but it was not working. So, oh, don't tip it, don't tip it. Oh, you guys see that save? Oh, amazing driving. Amazing driving. Saved the eggs and everything. Glad we had our load strapped down. Let's sneak in here. Boom. Eggs are in the distribution point. Great news. We can take the top kick right down. We can actually sneak out the back. Wait, can we make this corner? Oh, yeah. Great. So let's go grab our beer and run it up to Casey's and get that sold. And I think that'll put us at about 150 grand. I think we put another 50 grand on the loan, guys. I can't imagine it hurts us. I mean, the big thing right now is getting that loan paid off. Now, what we can do while we're here is let's send this guy out to do his milk run. I have not done that yet today. Did I save the milk run? No, I saved the slurry run. All right, so let's go. He's going to fill at the dairy barn. He's going to dump at the dairy. It's going to be milk. And he's going to do that once. No repeat. Okay. That's how we put stuff on auto drive, so we can just send it off and let it do its thing while we're working in the background. We got to beat him to the street. Oh, yeah. Whew. It was close, guys. Top kick was quick enough. Won the drag race. Probably not a good idea to cut off your own truck and damage your own equipment, but we made it. All right, last load of beer for this season. We got 15 pallets last episode, and we got, let's see, what is that? 1, 2, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 9, so we got 24 pallets of beer this year. So someone will have to remember that, because in a year I'll be talking about it again when we harvest the big barley field and expect to have much more barley going into the beer factory, and hopefully we have double that. It'd be great to have 50 pallets of beer next year instead of the measly 24 we got this year with the residual barley that didn't go into the Jack Daniel's facility. The fact that we can take the barley and just use it, whatever we don't use in the Jack Daniel's facility goes into the Yingling facility, is great. Love that feature. So the other thing we could do, if we don't want to pay the loan, is we could grab the baler to keep the sheep fed. But I think we should pay the loan down this month, because compounding interest works in your favor when paying early, and it's less beneficial when paying late. So if we bought the baler this month and waited and put another payment next month, because we know we're going to have a bunch of sales with the wool and the clothes and the fabric, I think that we want the payment this month to avoid the compounding interest factor. So top kick was such a good purchase for the farm. This size truck was exactly what this farm needed. If you guys are looking for a medium-sized truck that pulls great, this is the winner. $15,000, $151,000 in the bank. Let's just make the loan payment now before we do anything silly. So if you look here, we made our payment overnight down to 67 payments, $3.3 million. Let's do a special redemption, another $50,000. Took us from 67 to 66. So man, only took one payment off. Not nearly as exciting as the last round, but we are being responsible adults with our finances despite our desire to buy more and better equipment. So that is done. Leaves us with $101,000 in the bank. which should be plenty to get us through the next month, because as I said, we have clothes and fabric and wool available next month. Now, assuming that the wool was reproducing because of the multiple productions and passing it along, I don't think we're going to ever sell any wool. I don't feel good about that. The clothes and stuff, we are absolutely limited by the productions. They're just sort of like the milk and the dairy production, the one that was on the map we had to deal with earlier when we put in our own dairy. We are able to fill the spinnery and the tailor shop and keep them busy. I'll show you guys. Let me just get pulled off over here. You can tell the dairy truck came through here because the signs are down. So if you look at our productions, let's see, we're leasing the tailor, so it still has residual 13,000 liters of fabric in here, and it's at 300%. The spinnery has a residual 70,000 liters of wool in here and is at 300% down here. So even cranked to the max, we're not getting through that. And the fact that there's only 70,000 liters of wool in the spinnery, and we're supposed to have another 300 in the distribution center, like I said, those numbers don't really add up for me. But we'll leave the wool in there. We're going to keep doing sheep, so we won't really get ahead on it, but we also won't take advantage of it either. So, all right, back to the beast, zipping around, getting stuff done. I mean, we have 101,000. We could, and I said we were going to be responsible like 10 seconds ago. Could we sell something and buy the new baler? We certainly could. We could sell sunflower oil down at the Hobson General Store. Give us 20 grand. It wouldn't cover our loan payment, though. Man, it's just not going to cover our loan payment. I don't want to sell the fabric or the clothes early. Yeah, I think at this point, anything we sell, we're going to be losing money. Let's get the sheep topped off again. I've been using loose hay, which is fine. Now, interestingly, I had some comments on one of my previous videos on this series about how grass is always 100% for sheep and goats, and I kindly replied that's not always the case on every map, and in many cases it is. And the comment may have actually been made on the Homestead series, but this map, if you look at the goats and the sheep here, and I'll show you right here, they are 80% on grass, 80% on meadow, which I can never get to grow, and 100% on hay. So we have to feed these animals hay to get the most out of them. And since they are here to make us money and keep our productions going, we are here to get the most out of them. So jumping in here, we have 1.8 million liters of hay, excuse me. No risk of running out of hay anytime soon. I do wonder, what do we have as far as TMR in here? 1.7 million. So we are great with our animal feed. We just need to get it to them. Probably should top off both the cow and the buffalo barn. And then, as I said, my goal is to get this shed jam-packed with hay bales. I guess we could lease the baler, but I just feel like we're going to use it long term. It's going to be something we need. I don't want to feed the sheep and the goats loose hay because we can't leave a stack in the middle to let it fill. And if I ever miss a day, I would feel bad if they ran out of food, because like right now, I mean, I had them up to 37,000 liters of food last night, and we're going to put just under 20,000 liters in. So let's see. That means they had 9,000 liters. So they ate 30,000 liters of hay in a month, which is great because we have 500 of them, and I did just sell a bunch of the male animals, so that won't be a big deal. But if we could leave $40,000 or $50,000 or 40 or 50,000 liters in bales in the trigger, and they could eat them as they got to them, I think that would be better. We don't ever want to risk having animals die or losing production due to not having them fed. So I do think the baler is a necessity. I've been trying to figure out another way around it. I mean, we could just take the hay out, dump it on the ground, and drive our baler over it, but that seems like not something we should do. So I think we'll probably just spend the Colossus baler that has the loose fill on the back that makes round bales is about $105,000. So we'll probably just end up picking that up either next episode or the one after that if we end up selling all of the clothes and fabric next episode, we will have, you know, north of $1 million. I think we buy another big piece of land and we look at getting that baler, and that will make us, that'll put us in a really good spot. I feel like we're in a good spot with the herdsman now as far as him buying animals and selling animals for us. We'll have to see if we even want to keep the male animals for a year, because it's probably not as big a deal in the cow barns because we have the space, but in the goat and sheep pen we definitely are running low on space. So keeping them there for a year and not getting more female animals is probably not the best plan, but we'll see how all of that shakes out. So this should be, no, not even close to the last one. They're almost 50, so this will take them to 70. This is why we don't want to be doing loose stuff, because you're seeing them having to take all these trips, versus I could have dumped a couple of bales out, thrown them over here, or grabbed the pro bale on the versatile and grabbed 4 bales at a time, stacked them up, and gone. Because 4 hay bales is going to be, what are hay bales? 7,500 liters each, the big square ones. So we could do that. Now it is interesting that the stationary baler we're talking about buying, that goat's moving in slow motion, nothing to see here, folks, makes round bales. So we may have to grab the other pro bale, which would be sort of fun to have and play with, to have both the round and the square pro bale grabber, because I don't think I've used the round pro bale grabber ever. And the square one works so well and is such a good mod. Yep, there's the slow motion goat. The sheep's moving fine. It's just that one goat stuck in a time warp. Alright, this is going to be the last round of hay regardless. This will take them up to almost 90,000 liters of hay. I think that was a good episode. Had to get back into the husbandry stuff. Been so stuck in the field work and the selling of our goods, trying to keep things moving, that we sort of got neglectful on our animals. They are back in good shape. They've always been well fed and taken care of in that regard, but as far as min-maxing their return to us and their value to us on the farm, I think we're in a much, much better spot. We also got the propane picked up and the corn dryer topped off, so we can get that going. Picked up the last of our beer, got the herdsman hired on a bunch of different barns so that we can get new animals in. I'm excited for him to be buying some bulls to keep our breeding stock in order, and we'll go from there. But thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this episode, guys, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is an exciting spring morning in March. We have so much to do today. We're going to get the muck spreader right out into the new big cornfield, and we don't really need to do the whole thing, but we're going to. Now, I'm not entirely sure what's happened here, folks. Let's see what this guy's supposed to be doing. Well, he's supposed to go into the buffalo barn to get buffalo milk, but it appears he's going to the tree to get some bark, so not sure what all that's about, but let's get him back on track and where he needs to be. Got too much to do today to have trucks running into trees. So, as I was saying, so much to do today. Going to need to get the big corn field mucked. I would have loved to do this by hand so we didn't have to do the whole field, because portions of it are already completely fertilized. However, we have too much to do it by hand today, so we are just going to get out here and get it done. I imagine we are going to go through quite a bit of manure, but we have been stockpiling it through the winter. So let's see. We want to do 2 headlands, start on the center rows, no rounded corners. We're going to see how that goes. 5% overlap. Let's check the rest of our settings here. Going to deactivate JPS. Going to deactivate avoid driving on fruit because there's no fruit on the field. I think we're in pretty good shape there. Guys, watch how big this course is going to be compared to the last time we did it. Look at that. So cool to have the big field here. So let's go ahead and save that. Got to come down here to manure, save course. We're just going to call it Big Corn. No point in trying to figure out how many fields there are combined there and everything else. Set to the first waypoint and let him rip. Alright, he is off and running. We'll stay with him for just a minute and get him started. Now, guys, April, so much to do. First off, barley needs to be planted in the big field across the way. We can plant corn today, and we will be planting corn today. Just have to get into it. This guy's speed does not seem adequate for the task at hand. Seems like he got reset at some point. So let's bump his speeds up. That seems much better. And yeah, we'll leave the current waypoints on. That's not a big deal. Usually turn them off. Let's turn them off. Nicer to look at. Alright, and this portion we know is not going to do very much because the bottom portion of this field where we are currently working is already fully fertilized. So this part's going to be a bit of a waste, but it's about 1/3 of the field. So we're just going to take it. We'll just take the loss. Not a big deal. It'll be funny because I suspect when we transition to the areas that need fertilization, it will take away the lime. Let's see if that's true. Yep, there it is. Alright, so now with that in mind, let's just double check that we're getting the fertilization we want. Yep, single application's getting it done. We are winning. Okay, love it. Let's let them rip. We're going to have to refill them. I'm thinking 2 times, possibly 3, but we'll get there. Man, and guys, look at this. The grass is ready to be harvested too. Everything is coming up us in April, and by us, I mean us needing to get some work done. Alright, let's grab the planter, and let's get barley in the other field. Then we can run around and do our daily activities and get that going. Oh, guys, you know what we could do? Ooh, I'm having a thought. We could cut the grass with the forage harvester. See, we have the grass header over there. I was not even remembering we had that. So we need something to pull. We need something to pull a tipper. Let's just get this set to barley. And remember, because we have the big cornfield now, we're doing some switching around with our planting. So this field over here to the right that had been corn for us, this was our large cornfield, is now going to be barley. The barley field down there on the right that has always been barley is going to go to corn, and that's what we're going to chaff for silage. So that's going to make that easy. So we're going to be doing a little bit of field switching today. So let's go with planter 54. Let's clear the current course. Let's load this course. I'll take a look and see. That looks fairly good. 2 headlands. We're going to start on the center rows. JPS deactivated, drive on fruit deactivated. It was pointed out to me that this does not do anything once JPS is turned off, so thank you, FS Farmer, for letting me know about that. So it can be 0, 1, 100, it does not matter. I think we are good to go. So let's get out here, make sure we're on the first waypoint. And the only thing we didn't check, guys, was did this guy's speed get reset? No, he is still in good shape. Know what that's going to be about. Let's see. Fertilizer empty? Yep, fertilizer's empty. So in here, under settings, let's see. Refill tool deactivated. Return to starting point. It's in one of these settings. We have to find it. Waits for refueling, fuel threshold, automatic repair. It's definitely here. Turning on fuel, avoid driving on fruit. Allow Pathfinder tool settings. Return to starting point, raise to a lower tool. Seeder settings. Sowing, yeah, here it is. Sowing machines using fertilizer deactivated. We use manure, so we don't need it. Now I'm confused as to why he put it down here, because we should be starting on the up and down rows. Okay, not thrilled with that, so I think we're going to redo this course. So field 54, we're going to go ahead and delete this. We know if we start on the center, it's much more helpful. So let's just redo this course. Number of headlands 2, number of rounded corners 0. Start on the center. Yep, that's what we want. So that course was a previous one. Now we come in here, planter, save course, hit that with a 54. And now let's hit the first waypoint. Perfect. Yeah, we don't want it doing the headlands. It tends to wander when it does the headlands first and end up in someone else's field, the ditch, the river, the road. It's like a small child that doesn't yet know about the dangers of the world. It just wanders. And we don't want that for our planter. We want it nice and safe on the field. So we're going to start in the middle. Alright, cool. I am happy with that. Okay. Mucking going on the big cornfield. Planting barley on what was the old cornfield and is now going to be the barley field. Can we... Where are we with the sheep? They have 57,000 liters of food. Feeling pretty good about that. Now here we are. We have some milk to transport. I assume we have some eggs as well. Okay, so that's not too bad. Let's check our messages this morning and see what we have. Okay, one animal died due to an accident. That's not good. Gave birth, gave birth, gave birth. Okay. And look at that. Okay, no, sold, that was me. I was going to say, I thought the herdsman was doing some work. Not yet. So no one got sick in this barn. And we are 240,000 liters of food and 84,000 liters of straw. We have a boatload of milk in here we need to get out. Almost 23,000 liters. Check the chickens' food. They should be fine. They go through it so slowly. 14, almost 15,000. That'll be good for several more months. Running over to the buffalo barn. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see. 413,000 liters of food. No buffalo milk because it just got picked up. 88,000 liters of straw. 197 liters of manure, guys. I am so happy with our manure. All right, this guy needs to be bumped onto the next portion of his duties. And when he's done there, we're going to send him to collect the milk out of the dairy. I do wonder if... Yeah, he should wait 10 seconds, which should certainly have come and gone. Okay. We'll ride with this guy, and we'll jump out and grab the top kick over there. Do we have soybeans to plant today? We can. Now, do we want to wait on soybeans? Because that's going to be a lot to get in the ground today to get all the corn and the soybeans in. Could be too much. I think maybe we saved the soybeans, right? Because soybeans here, they're harvestable. If we plant them now, we get them in October. Corn, if we plant now, we get in October. So we'd have everything ready to harvest at the same time. So I think the soybeans definitely wait until tomorrow. Man, we are low on fuel in the top kick. Let's grab some fuel while we're running our errands. because we have not even yet started to look at what we have to sell today, and I think it is going to be a lot. Let's just put it that way. Oh, there's one of the stop signs down. Utterly shocking that the signs on Judith Plains in front of the farm are down. Liking our new gate setup. I did try a couple of different automatic gate opening mods, not on that gate in particular, but the base pen gates, and did not have much luck, so I did not keep them installed. But I was thinking that would be a great way to do that. Now that's very interesting. Why are we not loading here, guys? Alright, looks like we're loading by hand today. That's alright. I suspect some of the updates I did to my PC have mixed up the auto load controls. Not a problem. It's going to be a bit of a challenge when we go to sell, you know, I don't know what it's going to be, but 30,000 liters of clothes. We may have to do some sorting of that, but we get there when we get there. Alright, let's check one thing here. Yes, okay, so it did. There was just something that's goofy with the trigger. We are good. Now, as usual, why did we... Oh, is this pallet? That's weird that one pallet is causing problems. You know what? We're not even going to look at it. We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to take it and run. I don't know why that pallet's a problem. I thought maybe it was a partial, but then we have a partial pallet of eggs. So that's obviously not the problem. Almost left without getting fuel, which would have been a problem. There we go. Filling up. Can see the fuel going down in the top right corner. If you remember in a previous episode, I think it was year 2, we did replace that fuel tank with one that we can fill and just use the fuel, but we're back to paying for it, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it's alright. Not a big deal either way. And look at how short of work that planter and the quad track made of that field. That is crazy how fast it's getting done. Just want to check on that real quick. That is... We drove over here and came back, and that was it. I see the Volvo coming back. Let's check the BGA. If it's basically full, it is. Let's go ahead and stop the Volvo, because if we have productions to sell, I don't think we want the Volvo down at the BGA. So we'll jump in. And where do we want to put the tanker? Well, I guess we could fill it up. That wouldn't be a bad thing to do. We're going to have to consider starting to sell some manure here, which I'm not going to do until we're totally done with all the fields. But we have several 100,000 liters on the farm, which is great news. Finally feel like we're getting ahead on manure. Felt like we were, you know, balancing, trying not to use too much of it in past seasons. So good to hit the tipping point. But we're probably going to be buying more fields, so that may be a moot point after all this if we end up with another field. Alright, so the dairy barn is empty. Always a good start to the day. I like when our productions and their inputs line up. When we're getting through the slurry we're producing, the BGA staying full. Feels nice and balanced in regards to, you know, our inputs and our outputs. Needs to be refilled. Guessing that's going to be the manure spreader, guys. Let's get this guy topped off. We'll run out there. Like I said, this is a busy episode. There's no slurry here. Perfect. That's actually great. Let's park it, because we're going to use the Volvo for another project. Alright, we're going to come down here. Let's get parked sort of here on the corner, and then let's run out. I have to assume that is... Yep. Perfect. Let's turn on the last waypoint before we leave, so it's easy to find. Like I said, we certainly could be being more efficient with this if we weren't fertilizing the other half. And if I'd checked before we plowed it together, we could have done it. But, you know, no point in crying over combined fields after the fact. We got a great, huge cornfield. We got tons of manure, no problems. Still need to figure out what we're going to do with the grass. There's just a lot of it. I do have an idea about what we can do with the grass. I gotta see if we have the right mods installed. But let's see. First and foremost, like I said, so much to do here today, guys. This guy needs to be switched out. He needs to be going to the dairy barn to get regular milk. Gonna put him on a loop. He needs to be out of the trigger. And we will put him back on course. Get that 23,000 liters of milk out of the dairy barn. Here we are. Now I have thought about over time here. This is going to be tight. Ooh, should not have pulled in this way. Getting auto drive set up to auto refill when we're... Ooh, look at that, guys. Nailed it. Got it right in there. Have thought about putting an auto drive course in. You can do auto drive to refill your manure spreader at the manure heaps. That might be something we do in the future. Do I need to pull up the trigger? I mean, we're definitely there. We gotta say we're definitely on it. 197,000. That is basically four loads of manure at the buffalo barn. Great news. We are going to have to consider running manure to the BGA. Not this episode, clearly got way too much to do, but in the future could be a really good option for getting more money in the bank. So, back on manure spreading duty. I bet it takes one more fill after this. Seems like we're a little bit more than a third of the way done. The outside headlands are always more than you think they are. You have to be careful with that. It always seems like it's going to be two quick passes, but the outside headlands of the field, particularly when doing two, typically end up being about 30% of the field in my experience. So we will be ready for that. We have plenty of manure. Not going to be a problem either way. Back on track. Boom. Happy with that. And let's get our lines turned off now. Whoa, just ran through the manure spreader, guys. Not going to smell so good when we go to sell our stuff. Let's head back. Where do we leave the Volvo? Right here. Alright. Jump in the Volvo. I'm just going to head over to the logistics center. I'm assuming that we have a bunch of clothes to sell. So, could be wrong. Maybe it's not the best price. But I'm just going to assume that there are things to sell and that we have places to go. And I think today is going to be a big money-making day. Mentioned last episode about the Volvo, 519 miles on it. Love the mileage counter mod for the game. Thinking this truck has 1,000 miles on it before we are done with the playthrough. So back in the reefer, even if we're not using it as a reefer, we are going to use it as a dry box. So time-saving stock check. Close. $830,000 at the BNSF Montana. Now that sure seems like the train, right? Yeah, that's the train. And you know how I feel about the train. And with that much to sell, let's check the value at a different station. So, yeah, we're within $30 of the Moccasin General Store. Tag the Moccasin General Store. 74,000 liters of clothes. Man, guys, that has been a long time coming. So, where is the logistics center? Clothes. Start with C. Let's get this turned to storing. Oh, and I didn't turn on my loader. Now, we had a bunch of sunflower oil in here last episode, but those pallets were smaller. I'm interested to see how many we get in. If we get a third row in this trailer, I think we get close to 75,000. If it only go to 2 rows... Yep, only went to 2 rows, and that is totally fine. So, let's actually jump into the menu. Let's unload on the left side away from everything. I want to see if I can tweak this. We need to change the color on something just to keep everything. We can go from dark black to black on that, and that allows us to customize. Man, that is so close to the ceiling already. We don't want it sticking up through. That is right to the roof line. That is risky business on the auto load. Let's see what that looks like. If that's bad, we will reload and go from there. Yeah, see, it's only given us 2 rows now as well. So maybe we try going a little bit wider, because I really want to get more in here. Don't want it hanging out, don't want it looking bad, but I think we can get... Alright, so let's change this back to dark black. Winning. Alright, then we're going to come in here. We'll bring this down so it's not clipping the roof anymore. But we are going to attempt to make it just a little bit wider. Alright, that is awfully darn close to the outside edge. Oh yeah, 2 rows. Alright, 56 pallets. I like that. Pick up a few more. We're going to be awfully close to getting them all, aren't we? Oh, I think we're going to be like 2 pallets short, guys. That is going to be so funny. We'll back up and get the rest of these. Maybe I'll try to squeeze them in the back. We'll have to see if I can get them in. Oh no, they fit. Look at that, all the way to the back door. Oh, and how does it look when the door is closed? Everything fits, no clipping. Oh, guys. That is incredible. Now, I don't want the clothes spawning out here regularly, so let's go ahead and put that back to distributing. 74,000 liters of clothes. Excited for what our sheep are producing and bringing to the farm. So here we go off to the moccasin store. Moccasin general store. There we go. Got the words out. I will meet you guys up there. This is going to be a nice, easy drive up. We are full and heavy and don't need another incident with tipping like we had with sunflower oil. So I'll see you in just a minute. Just pulling into town, did a quick loop. This is being recorded right after Giants Update 1.13. So wanted to make sure my shader was fully loaded. So did a quick loop around town. Let's see about getting the big Volvo in. Oh, we caught the back end. There we go, look at that. Alright, let's see if we pull over harder, faster. Can we get it before it swings? No, we cannot. We've set this up poorly, and now we have a van in the way. Alright, let's just pull over. Go around, please. There's more than one way to get into a parking lot. Alright, we're going to release the tension belts here. One of the things I like about the reefer trailer is the axle is further up, so you get better turning than if it was all the way at the end. I need this thing to snap around, and then I gotta follow it. And I think, let's see. Oh, there's one more pallet of clothes in there. We'll get her. That's not a problem. Oh, a couple more pallets of clothes. And all done. $874,000. That is incredible. All right, so what else do we have that needs to be sold? Let's just sort of get squared up here and jump into the menu. I have a feeling, before we look at that actually, I have a feeling that, yeah, the quad track needs help with this transition from the straightaways, from the center to the turns, which is fine. It didn't wander off. We're happy with that, so let's just get it moving. Oh, we don't want to jump to the outside track, though. And we'll try that one more time. There we are. Perfect. Alright, let's get the lines turned off. Let's get the menu put away. What's the status of our... Oh, he needs help transitioning too. Perfect. From the centers to the headlands. We can make that happen. You know what, guys? I think we should just fill him now. What do we think? He made it to here. Took 2 to get this done. I think we fill him up now, and then we don't have to worry about it next time. So let's close this down. Let's get that done. This area down here, where we're driving right now, is a little field extension we put on. So that will need fertilizing as well. So, like we said, not quite the most efficient way to do this field, but we got plenty of manure. We got a lot going on today. By the time this guy's done, we should be able to set the quad track over here with the planter and get corn put in this field. Need to get the grass harvested today too. That is going to be a project that we're going to have to figure out. I'm wondering if we should check the shop and see if the piece of equipment we need is in there. I said I'm not sure I loaded it. We'll have to figure it out. Alright. Without hitting the cold storage building. Professional driver here. Professional manure spreader driver. Nice and topped off. 150,000 liters of manure is about what we're going to spread today. That is going to be good to remember for next year, so we know how much manure we need to store up over winter, so when we start putting it in the BGA, we can keep track of it. So, back over to this field, get the manure, the muck spreading, the manure spreading back on track. Nice that he stopped in the corner there right when he basically needed to be filled up anyways, so not a problem. Man, this tractor is not... This is not a low-powered tractor, and it is struggling on the loose dirt of the plowed field. There we go. Get a little downhill to help us out. See how bumpy it is. Great with the textures on the field. Tractor actually interacting with them. You can see the depressions where the tires are. Very cool update. Great update for Farm Sim 25. Excited for that one. So... enough talking about dirt and ruts. Here we are. Off to the races. Let's just make sure this guy makes his turn. I don't foresee any problems with him making his turn, but we don't want to risk having him get stuck. Again, too much to do today. Beautiful. Just make sure he gets on his straightaway here. Alright, that looks like a win to me. So, more things to sell. You know what we said? We checked the shop. Let's go into the sale, see what's here. We do have the Krone AgriLiner. Not the piece of equipment I was looking for. That is an interesting trailer. Not quite big enough for our needs. The Pro Bale Round Bale, guys. On sale, 59% off. Yeah, I mean, we're going to buy it. And we're going to do it in orange, so we know that this one's the round one. Okay, that'll be at the shop for us when we're ready. That was a great pickup. And the rest of the stuff we've already seen. So the question is, do I have a forage trailer installed on here that can be pulled behind the forage harvester? It's such a good question. 52,000 liters. I mean, it's just going to be so much forage, or so much grass. I keep saying forage. Yeah, the one I'm looking for has 100,000 liters. Let's check. It's a Krone brand. It could be in a different category. I might not have it installed. That's all right, too. So far, no dice. Here we are. Is this thing going to work? Let's see. You know, guys, I think we give it a try. If it works, you'll see me driving it back from the shop. If this mod doesn't work, then we'll just cut back to doing the next thing. We are headed back to the farm. So far, so good. I got this angle for you guys. I want to show you. Towing this with the truck may not have been the best plan. We only have one set of wheels on the ground. It has a high hitch specifically designed for the forage harvester. So, have never used this mod before. I've been eyeing it for a while. It is a forage harvester chaser bin. And we're going to go ahead and give it a whirl and see if it works today. Has 100,000 liter capacity, has some cool animations from what I've seen. So we're going to get it right out to the grass field and try to get it started. Was remembering with all the planting we're doing today, we're going to have to do rolling. So need to get the versatile into the new barley field. As you can see, top middle there, finished work. The planting of the barley field is done. So that is exciting. I guess that could be the manure spreader over there, but I still see more signs. I still see some lime on the outside of the field. So let's get this thing put down so we can actually... There we go. There we go. Got rid of that. So let's head in here. As I said, it is going to be a busy day today. We're going to grab the forage harvester in here. We're going to need to put the header down. So let's see. And I'm guessing the milk tanker is on its second run through. Yep. Okay, 23,000. Great. Go to the next step. Okay, now can we make these corners without hitting anything? Man, I forgot how... Just a little bump on the header and some bushes. Forgot how sharp this forage harvester looks. Looking good. Alright, and we'll grab the grass header. Now, as I said, no testing has been done with this mod. Haven't tried it, have never played with it. Could be absolute genius. Could be a disaster. No idea. We're going to find it out together. We're going to see if we like it. The idea behind it sounds great. 100,000 liter capacity, forage wagon. Now, I got to sort of get things set up here because there's going to be a little bit of finagling with the controls because there are several. Okay, so that's the high hitch. Oh, the high hitch looks good. Now we're on the trailer. Now here's the magic, guys. If this works, right? So it tips, it turns, and then look at that. Opens up. So the forage, the grass, the forage gets shot right in there. How cool is that? Again, not sure if it's going to work. Not a clue. Could be a complete disaster. But we're going to assume that it's going to work well. So we're going to get lined up on the edge of the field. Do we just go right to a worker? I think maybe we go right to a worker. Alright, so right in here, field work settings, number of headlands, I think we're going to do 4 with 4 rounded corners. We do not want this thing turning around. Now, let's see, that should all be good. We want it to start work on the center, as always. Island bass, rows to skip, 0. So we could have it skip a row. Let's have it skip 2 rows. That way it has a nice, easy turning radius, no craziness. The one I want to try, loop turn-on headlands. That's going to prevent it from backing up. So if that works, we might have just figured this whole thing out. Oh, we're going to go that direction? Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, I mean, that's the way it wants to go. We're not going to save... Are we going to save this course? Do we want to save it? We might. Okay, I mean, let's call it... Let's do a new folder. Mow forage. Alright. Okay, so we have mow forage. And we're on field 49. Let's see how all of this works out. Okay, so it refolded, unfolded. That's not a problem. Yep, grass header down would be great there, little mower. I mean, that's a wild amount of success to start. Not sure how it's going to do the whole thing. Wow, guys, look at that. That is working. Do feel like we could increase the speed a little bit, but I want to see it. I want to see the turn when it's skipping 2 rows and doing loop turns to avoid backing up. So let's see what happens. I don't want to be in the menu for this first one. Yeah, almost 20,000 liters of grass the first pass. Okay, so 2 rows. That looks good. Look at that. Not too sharp. It's not binding. Guys, I'm excited. This is good stuff. Now let's increase the speed and make it break, right? That's what we got to do here. Once we have something that works nicely, why not see if we can't get it to break? Okay. Wow. That is really, really cool. We're going to have to empty it a whole lot. So we'll need some sort of tipper on the side of the field, maybe. It is missing a tiny bit at the end of the row, but I don't think that's a big deal. Guys, that is so cool. I am so excited about that. Okay. Well, let's see who finished work. Oh, the planter finished, as expected. Okay. Great. I do think we need to run back to the farm and find some seed. We may have to do April as a 2-part episode, guys. I'm thinking we are probably at the end of a first episode, and we have corn to plant, fields to roll. We have to figure out how to empty the new mower with that really cool forage chaser bin. So maybe we get this guy filled up and we call it there. We still haven't even checked to see if we have more stuff to sell. I think there's so much to do. Yeah, we have fabric to sell that I want to get rid of. We're not going to sell total mixed ration. We're not selling the wool. We already discussed that. Yeah, so we have a lot more things to do. Bread is not a great price. It is getting there, though. So let's get this guy filled up and staged, and I think we're going to call this episode done. The first half of April episode done. But we're going to need a second episode. We've got the rest of the manure spreading to do. Oh, look, he just finished. There we go. Perfect. We've got the grass to collect. We've got fields to roll. More stuff to sell. And guys, you know how I feel about having money in my pocket on Judith Plains. It might be time to buy something. So, heading over here, let's back it in. This is why you have a grass field next to your farm, folks. This is so you don't have to worry about it. This is a corn field or barley or cotton or wheat. Driving on it would be a problem. Always put the field closest to your farm as a grass field. You'll thank me for it later. All right, bags of seed, 1. Excellent. Bags of seed, 1. Excellent. What do we got? Pallets of molasses, silage additive herbicide. Oh, we got more seeds in there. Yeah, let's put as many out as we can. Oh, it went down. Went down into the trigger. All right, let's just get these two topped off. Then we'll pull a couple more out. Can we do one more? Seems like we should get one more out. There we go. Just thinking it's going to take a lot of seed to get the corn done. And we are waiting on the soybeans, but we're not going to have to wait very long. It won't be next episode, I guess, because we are going to do another April episode, April episode. But come May, we will be planting. So let's get over here. All right, you guys see that? Look at those rows. Gonna have to figure out how to get that guy emptied. That is such a cool setup. I cannot get over that. I am so excited for that mod. The Crone Forage Chaser Bin. So nice. Alright guys, that's going to be it for this one. Thank you for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. This is the first episode of April in Year 5. We will have a second episode in Year 5. Until then, take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BEP, and this is the 555 Challenge. We are back in April, guys, and still have a bunch of work to do. So let's get at it. First and foremost, we got the barley field planted last episode, so we need to get the roller out. I always lose track of the rolling, and then it's too late in the day, and then we lose the benefit. So we got the nice big Dalbo roller. May as well put it to work, getting us some extra yield on that barley field. More yield equals more beer in this situation, so not going to complain about that. Heading on to the field here. Let's jump in. Not sure if we saved this course last time or not, so let's see. Rolling 54. Seems like we have a course. What does that look like? That looks pretty good. I don't know. Let's roll the dice here and give it a whirl and see what happens. Let's see where we're headed with this one. Couple quick updates, even though we're picking up right where we left off last episode, still in April. We're doing April Part 2 in this episode. Did some thinking, didn't feel good about our wool and fabric situation with all that stuff in the logistics center. So what I've done is I came in and I got rid of all the wool and fabrics. If you look here, down here on fabric, we have 488 liters. That's been produced since I removed everything, or what was, I guess it's actually technically a partial pallet. Almost forgot, got to get time moving here for you guys. So got rid of all the fabric, and then all the wool. We had like 300,000 liters down to 809. Now we still do have stuff in our spinnery. We still have 72,000 there, and we still have 9,500 liters in the tailor shop. So not exactly sure what happened there, but I think in total we would have had somewhere around 600,000 or 700,000 liters of wool, which clearly our sheep are not producing. So got the clothes sold last episode. We're good there, but the wool and the fabric we got a hard reset on. I removed the lazy distribution overlay from the sheep and goat pen, and we're just going to start fresh. And I'll keep an eye on it and make sure that the logistics center is not duplicating our productions as well. But wanted to make sure that was in there and correct. So we have $800,000 in the bank. we are in good stead. I have spent quite a bit of time working on our new Krone X Cargo forage chaser bin situation, and I gotta tell you, I love the mod. It is not working the way I was hoping it would work. We're gonna get to that next, but before we go any further, it is corn time on the farm. Let's get switched over. Have 7,500 liters of seed in here. I'm intrigued to see how much we go through. So we should not have a course for this. We actually probably should come in. So 141, 53, 57, and 48. Let's just see. Do we have any? No, I think we deleted them all already. So excellent. So let's check our field settings here. Number of headlands, we're going to go with 3. It's a big field. Got some irregular corners down on the new extension with a little bit of the hill. I want to make sure we get those. 0 rounded corners. Not going to worry about that at all. 5% overlap. We do want to start on the center. Make sure all of our stuff here is in good order. It looks really good. Let's go ahead and create this course and see what gets us nice. I like the fact the ups and downs. See, it's this area right down in here that I want to make sure we have 3 headlands on, because that little bump out in the field could potentially hang up the planter. So we are good to go. Let's get to the first waypoint. Let her rip, Tater Chip. Let's see what happens here. We're going to watch this guy for just a minute and check in. Make sure he gets going where he needs to go. And again, we're starting on the centers of the field. We find course play works better for us in that regard. So, other than that, we did decide to wait to plant soybeans to May to offset our harvest a little bit, which I think is a good decision. So we have corn to plant in this field. We have the rolling to do in this field when we're done. We have to do the rolling in the barley field. We never did check the messages on the water buffalo and the sheep and goat pen. So checked the food on the water buffalo, but when I was editing the episode, realized we never actually checked in and saw what was going on. All right, I am happy with how that has started. Now, this guy, I emptied him manually. I've spent probably the better part of 2 hours trying to figure out how to make this an effective mowing setup, because we're going to empty this thing a whole bunch of times, and quite frankly, there's no good way to do it. I've tried course play, I've tried auto drive, I've tried putting the chaser wagon on a tractor to do like traditional forest harvest or forage harvesting with a chase tractor picking it up. The trailer's too long, it doesn't register the hitbox, so we can't get grass being shot into it, so the harvester doesn't move. The trailer itself doesn't register as part of the harvester, so when it's full and you try to use auto drive or course play to empty the harvester, it just comes and chases the mower around and doesn't do anything with the bin. So for today, we're just going to manually empty it. We're going to grab the Volvo, bring it over, grab our tipper wagon, and we'll just take care of doing that throughout the episode. But let's jump in here and get some messages. 4 animals were sold, a bunch of babies gave birth. Excellent. Didn't miss anything in the water buffalo pen. Heading over to the sheep and goat pen. Let's double check our messages here and make sure we don't have any sick animals. 2 babies died at birth. That is a bummer. A bunch of animals were sold due to overcrowding, which is crazy because remember, we just sold all of those male animals, so we should have had a bunch of room in here. Trying to get down. Man, look at all of those babies born. Yeah, we're going to need to start like selling a lot more animals or something. So no sick animals in here either. Looks like we had just a ton of births. I mean, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21, or 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. Yeah, I mean, we had 32, 33, 35, 37. Jeez, it keeps going. 39, 41, 43, 45, 47, 49, 50. Yeah, I mean, we had in excess, we were approaching 70 animals born in this pen overnight. So don't know what we need to do to take better advantage of that. We can't really keep a herd of, 2 or 3,000 sheep. So yeah, and look, the pen's full again. So I guess we're gonna have to just keep selling the male animals, but we'll figure all that out as we go. We could sell them earlier. I think it's probably worth leaving the herdsman in charge, sell the animals we have at a year, and then sell the rest of the babies when they're born, just to sort of get us the best opportunity to sell some higher value animals later in life. So, heading down here, get turned around. Need to head over and grab our tipper so we can get the grass emptied, because that is going to be a full-time gig today. Not sure what we're going to do with that trailer long term. Love the trailer, love the forage harvester, can pull it, but if we can't effectively empty it and get the grass into the silo, it really is no better. It's actually worse than mowing and baling separately, because I can do those two tasks completely on course play, and even collect the bales on course play and have minimal involvement. If I have to be over here tending the mower and getting it empty, then I would rather just get the old Case Magnum back on the job and have them mow and then bale, and then we'll collect. So we'll see. Have a couple things I want to consider and try, but I am confident that I have given all of the options that involve automating the pickup of grass with this trailer a good shot and had no success. So, trailer holds about 97,000 liters with the extension. And we gotta make sure this guy's set to stopping for unloading. That will be a critical part. Let's see. Tool settings, turn starting point, lower tool, horizontal, add side turn, yep, fold into course. We are not seeing it empty. So, okay. Then we will simply turn that guy off of course play, because we need the trailer to empty. And this is what I'm saying with the manual emptying. It's going to be a process. This is technically the second empty of the mowing, and we have not even reached the edge of the field. So let's see. It is a cool trailer. I mean, look at that little empty chute comes out. Get it all filled up. So this is going to take a hot minute. I'll bring you guys back when this is done, because I think this is going to take more than 30 seconds to get this thing unloaded. See you in a second. I would say that took almost a full minute to empty. We are at 82,000 liters of capacity on our tipper. I think we usually get close to 1 million liters of grass off this field, so we really could have a bunch of trips in front of us. Either way, we will get it done. So dump the grass into the silo. Let's make the silo, make sure the silo is turned on. We need haylage. Get that turned on, distributing, and away we go. Now, I guess the question is, didn't we say we were not going to do grass silage anymore? All right, let's check our productions here. So we have 2 million liters of silage and 1.7 million liters of hay and 1.7 million liters of TMR. So we are currently limited by our straw output. So I guess in that regard, we don't need more hay, right? Because with the hay we have, we will get I mean, what's that going to be? Close to 4 million liters of TMR. So we should just make silage and turn it to selling. I guess at this point we could put some more hay in there, but I don't think at this stage that's going to help very much. So we will set this to selling. I will probably forget that I set it to selling when we put the chaff in later. So that will be a challenge because we're going to have to use the corn chaff on what is currently a barley field that we're going to be replanting with corn in June. We're going to chaff all that and turn it into silage. So at this stage, I think we at least sell some of this silage and try to keep things moving. So now let's talk about, oh, we got some rain. I got some hail. Nope, it's actually rain. Let's talk about what we want to do with $800,000. Let's take a look at some fields and see what we have. First and foremost, we have the big field over here, 1.6 million. Can't afford that, not even close. This one's 293, would add 12 acres to the farm. This is an interesting field over here, 37 acres, could be combined with our sunflower field. Don't have enough money for that today. We could buy something a little bigger across the street. Here's 698. That's not a bad one. We're going to have to move away from the farm, right? We're going to have to be transporting vehicles to different locations. It's just at this stage, you know, where do we want to drive to? This field 58, not a bad drive from the farm. Also not a great drive from the farm. So sort of need to balance that out. 520,000 for 21 acres. Now, what's in this field? Let's visit this. This is owned by Katie, and there is nothing in it. It is 100% fertilized, and it needs lime. So this field, oh, didn't want to do that. Let's jump back over here. What were we looking at? This one right here? Yeah, let's visit this one. So, I mean, this field, this is not a bad location. I mean, there's the Jack Daniels production. So our farm's right behind that stuff. Here is our sunflower field, which you guys haven't seen, growing in nicely. Look at our little baby sunflowers. 100% yield bonus, 100% fertilized, growth stage 2 of 8. This field's going to be great. I think it's going to be really nice looking, too. A whole hill of sunflowers. But we could buy this field, and it is currently alfalfa, and it's harvested. So we could buy something here. Okay, let's get back. We gotta go back to unloading. This is going to be our job today. We're going to be constantly interrupted by the loading and the unloading. Now, can I sneak up on it and get just the trailer underneath the crone and not have the harvester move forward? Yeah, see, it's going to see me, and then it's going to move forward. This is the ongoing problem here, guys. This is why I love the trailer, love the idea behind it, but having to manually unload every time and stop the whole process is not ideal. Alright, why? Oh, we missed it. Are we just not close enough? Is that it? Wants me to be more underneath. We can handle that. That's not that hard. And since we're limited to realistic-ish capacities, you know, nothing too crazy, we do have to be careful with, you know, getting into manual stuff. All right, so field 66 is 21 acres. Field 73 is 912. Do we have anything else to sell? We have another 23,000 in close. We don't have anything that would bump us up a huge amount. I mean, rice flour, we could always go sell. And rice flour, as I said previously, I've been turning rice flour down as far as its production rate at the greenhouses, and we're still getting a ton of it. Whiskey is interesting. Whiskey's best in July, so it's probably no, it's not worth selling now. But we have $200,000 worth of whiskey, guys. That is great news. Sunflower oil, we're still $100 under the best price. It's only 2 grand, but again, feels like we should wait. Maybe, I mean, do we sell the rice flour because we just don't even want it? That would take us to $940,000 approximately. This is 912. It's alfalfa, so what would we do with it? Would we get a cut on it and then try to plant something? Alfalfa is growing, so we could wait 2 months. What can we plant in June? We could do barley, we could do canola, we could do clover. I like the idea of, oh no, I'm sorry, we can't do barley, those are harvest. So we could do carrots, we could do corn, cotton, grass, green beans, parsnips, peas, potatoes, all the things that involve us buying a whole bunch more equipment. We could do a big field of soybeans and then convert it. I like the idea of planting some canola to increase our canola production. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could harvest in August and plant canola to harvest in June. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's what we do. All right, let's get this guy back and going. As you can see, we're going to be doing a lot of running back and forth. Glad we are planting today and not harvesting with the rain. Would be a mess if we had to get all this done in the rain. So coming back down here, I do have an auto drive course set up to empty at this silo, so we could automate this dumping part, but it takes so little time because we have the fast dump on the trailer. So it doesn't feel like it's really saving us much to send the Volvo down here on auto drive. And it would loop back and it would be back at the field and stage, but that just doesn't feel like what we need. Who has finished their work? Let's talk about that. All right, it's claiming somebody's finished their work. The Magnum guys, we rolled this field and didn't have to transition the roller manually. That's tremendous. It missed a strip over here. Not sure how or why it missed this little strip. Look at that muddy dirt texture. That's a great looking texture. We'll just pop this guy out. We'll hit this little spot that got missed. Let's check the map and just see if the whole thing looks rolled. May miss a couple of spots. I'm not too worried about that. It's interesting. This is a relatively flat field, so I'm not sure how it missed those spots. Usually when the terrain is uneven, you get missed spots because the roller is, bouncing or pinned up on one side. Oh yes, the big roller. This is my least favorite implement as far as how it behaves behind a truck or behind a tractor. Just constantly swinging around. I mean, you see how slow we're driving. 7 miles an hour, and this thing's like, nope, we're on a slip and slide. All right, there we go. That's enough for me. Don't need it to be perfect. Just figure since we're heading off the field, may as well grab couple of spots on the way off. So I think we sell the rice flour oil and buy the big field across from the sunflower field. It's alfalfa. We will get a cut on it. We'll turn it into silage, and then we'll sell the silage, and we will then plant late season fall canola in that field. Now the reason I'm interested in planting canola is that I am thinking about getting rid of our greenhouses. They were definitely necessary when we were starting out, but I'm feeling like we're far enough ahead now that maybe we should just put fields in. If we need canola for canola oil, let's have a canola field. If we need sunflowers for sunflower oil, let's have a sunflower field. If we need wheat for the chickens or barley for the chickens, let's have a field to do that too, and get away from the greenhouses. We also had them on there because they were, I don't want to say necessary, But when we were early on and had our $50,000 a month payments, we needed cash. It was tough. We would have been in the negative and not able to make much progress. So was a bit of a necessary evil at that point. But I'm feeling like we're at the stage with the farm now where we are not self-sufficient financially, but we are making enough money through our productions that we need to manage our finances with the sales of the goods we're producing and not have, 7 greenhouses producing enough stuff to support us on its own. So I think the goal is to sort of transition out of greenhouses through the remainder of the year, maybe even in June when it comes time to plant the corn in the old barley field that we're going to use for chaff, because that field's right there. I'll show you guys on the map. This is the field in question. Here are the greenhouses. We have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. We could take the greenhouses out, extend that field a little bit, and get some more acreage for planting. So I think that's probably going to be the plan. So let's go get the rice flour sold and see if there's anything else we want to sell real quick. Fund the purchase of field, what would we say that was, 76? 73 right here, this one right here. And we'll get sunflowers in here, we'll get a cut of alfalfa off of this one, and then we will turn it into something, maybe a canola field. We'll figure out exactly what we want to do with that field when the time comes and go from there. So this is how long it takes to unload this guy as well. I foresee a change in methodology for our grass harvest for the next time. I don't think this is a particularly effective way for us to be getting our grass off the field, so we'll have to figure something else out. And we didn't even get totally full. We're at 94% and it just stopped. That was weird. Well, let's get this grass dropped off. We'll bring the trailer back up to the field and park it on the field edge. We'll probably have the mower self-empty, or we'll drive it over and empty into the trailer next time, because the Volvo we're going to take down and get that rice flour sold and get some cash in the bank for purchasing field 73. Alright, let's get the grass in there. I mean, the good news is we're going to have nice silage sales overnight, so we will make some money on the cut on this field. Probably should consider just driving a whole bunch of straw over to the TMR production and getting our TMR set up and getting it maxed out, because if the TMR is maxed out, then we know we can just sell whatever silage we make. Hay will be a different story. We'll have to keep track of the hay. We had a discussion about buying that loose hay, well, the loose product baler, either the Lizard or the Go Wheel, so that we could turn our loose hay into bales for the sheep, and that's still on the docket. Not sure it's worth $200K right now when we have the option to buy another field, particularly a big one that is adjacent to a field we already own, and gives us an opportunity to do some combining again. So may take advantage of that first, but we will certainly keep that on the docket of things we need. Alright, let's see about getting lined up here. Alright, X to open the back doors. Perfect. Let's get it on pickup mode. We'll come in here down to the logistics center. Let's find that rice oil, or rice flour, I'm sorry. And there we go. Loading on up. Where are we taking it? That's a good question too. While it's doing its loading, let's take a look. Applebee's, we know where Applebee's is. We can handle that. Funny thing is, not even a very good price for rice flour, but worth selling. And we have, wow, 144 pallets. We're going to have 2 trips, guys. in order to get all of this sold. It might even be more than 2 trips. Alright, well. It'll be what it'll be, right? What are we going to get to? We're going to get to 72. 76. Oh, we should stop the distribution so we don't have to pick it up again. Where is rice? No, not distributing. Yeah, distributing. Whew. Alright, well, we got some out, but that'll be okay. Not a big deal. Alright, let's send this guy up to the store, because as you can see, the grass harvester needs to be unloaded again. We're going to try to keep that process moving throughout the episode. The rain on the roof of the reefer looks good. Look at those raindrops splashing around. Love that. So, we should have a waypoint set for the store. The shop, that'll work. That'll get us close enough. We'll see you up there, Volvo, in just a minute. Oh, look at this. Even stopped in a convenient location. So, we will turn off the course play course. The dirt mask on the Crone trailer is looking pretty good. Like that. Alright, heading over this way. Do want to get... There we go. We'll get the nearest waypoints to where we're supposed to be working up on the course play course. This guy with the header could prove to be a little bit tricky. Let's see. Nope. First try. Alright, so like I said, I like this trailer. I like the way it looks. I like the way it works. As far as the harvester or the forage harvester being able to pull it. But guys, I can't see manually unloading it every time, particularly as long as it takes to manually unload. And as we get more fields and more grass, and we're going to have that alfalfa harvest and everything else, I think we have to come up with a better option to get this done. So, have to find a solution. I'm thinking this guy is... Did we transition to the headland on our own? Guys, that should be a headland transition right there. We may have just seen not only the roller transition successfully on course play, but also the planter. Maybe update 1.13 for Farm Sim did something with field recognition and management, but I don't know. No changes to course play as far as I know. I haven't updated my version. But if this is working now, this is incredible stuff, guys. This is back to the old ways, which is amazing. So I want to show you guys, I did install the quick selector on this. Is it going to work? Or are we on a worker, so it's not going to work? Let's see. Oh, it may not be working. Had it before. Nope. Quick collector or quick selector is not working, so we're still stuck heading in, grabbing stuff. Here we go. Let's enter vehicle. Perfect. He got where he needed to be. Appreciate you getting in there, bud. We will call that good enough. Let's get looped around and head over to Applebee's. Get our first round of rice flour delivered. They need it for Friday night for 2-for-1 appetizers at Applebee's on Friday night. A lot of rice flour going into appetizers at Applebee's. So they call, we haul and deliver. Pop our back doors. And let's pop some straps. Done. Oh, we are not making that turn. We are not going to drive in that guy's field. There's $72,000. Now, I made the comment last episode about what I like about this reefer is that the wheels are further up, which I do. It does mean the back end kicks out a little bit, so you got to watch your tight turns. You saw we got caught over on the grain delivery over there last episode, so I'm trying to be more cognizant of where I'm driving. All right, let's assume that the mower is ready to get back to work. We're going to send the truck back. Yep, that is full. Should have, yep, his nearest waypoint set up right here. And away we go. Getting the mowing done. I am very curious to see. Yeah, guys, look at this. I mean, this guy's doing the headlands all on his own. He's a big kid now. Watch out. All grown up. This is great news. I am excited to have Courseplay back working as intended. This would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, that's definitely a headland. That is such great news, guys. I am so excited for that. Very, very, very cool. Okay. We will continue to get the grass done. Over here, he's got to be, what? Yeah, he is already a third full. Man, oh man. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of emptying on this grass field. Let's get the rest of the rice flour loaded up and sold. I want to buy that new field this episode, but we'll probably finish the mowing and do the rolling of the big cornfield off camera. You guys already saw some rolling, and the mowing is just going to take, we're going to have 5 more empties, and we already have a full trailer, so we are going to be busy, busy bees getting that stuff done. All right, let's take over for this guy. Get these closed up. Let's get the doors open. Let's get the loading turned on. We'll just drive down the row, pick all of these up. There we go. And then get those last 2. Then let's back it up. All my beautiful trees are in the way, but wouldn't replace them for the world. Okay, in position. Let's turn on rice flour storing again. Man, this logistics center being able to load like this is amazing. Should get, what, another 75, 74,000 out of this. Getting close. It always looks like we're all the way back already, but there's still 2 more rows to go. Love that this trailer fills up all the way. All right, rice flour. Gonna turn that back to distributing. Oh, we still need a couple more, or are we out of rice flour? Was that it? Rice flour, that was it. Perfect. Excellent. All right, let's send him back to the shop. Probably should drop a point at Applebee's, but get the doors closed for the driver. He forgot. Let's see if he can, which way he's going to go. I don't know if I have a route going out that way, so he'll connect up this way. Won't be a big deal. All right, so field 73, the one we're looking at here, 912,000. So even with only 68,000 liters rice flour, not a full truckload, we should be good to go. Let's go check on, man, I can't tell you how thrilled I am that Courseplay is working. That is absolutely amazing stuff. All right, I think we start rolling this field. We're going to roll in the center first anyways. Look at the rain on the tractor, guys. Got the shine of the sunlight on the wet tires. Rain hitting it. All the wet textures. Looks really, really good. Okay. The roller. First time on the cornfield. I think we're going to give it 2 headlands. I think that's all we need. It's a pretty wide implement. We're going to start work on the center. 0 rounded corners. 5% overlap. I think we're going to turn the speed down because I'm thinking those missed spots were from the roller sliding around. And we know, for whatever reason, in Farm Sim, big land rollers are very slippery. They have very, very low friction. So, alright, we are on the big cornfield. We are rolling. So, let's see. Save course. Big corn. And let's make sure we're on the first waypoint. I just want to make sure this guy isn't going to overlap the headlands. He shouldn't. Or I should say overlap the planting headlands that are not planted yet. He definitely shouldn't. But let's make sure. Good, you can see his speed is down for the field. That's what we want. Should run down here and grab the first spot. A little missed spot by the planter there. If it isn't rolled by the time we get back, we might come grab it. Oh yeah, we will be good. See the mower off there in the background, waiting to be unloaded again. Still have a whole another set of passes down the center and the headlands, which we discussed last time. Headlands are usually about 30% of the field, so we have a bunch more work to do on the grass field. Have to talk to guys at the shop and see if maybe there's an option for some sort of chaser bin like that, and the forage harvester as more of a single unit type thing. So, alright, he is off and running. We are at the shop with the Volvo. I'm excited. We get to buy another, and it's a big field, guys. Big field. Our farming empire on Judith Plains, Montana is starting to expand. When we pulled in episode 1, we talked a lot about big farming and big fields, and here we have it. Haven't yet had a chance to go to the ethanol plant, so once we get transitioned out of our greenhouses, then I think maybe we start planting more corn with the anticipation of using that ethanol plant. There's so much to do on this map. Alright, $942,000. We can afford another field. Let's send this guy back to the logistics center. That's not where we want to send him. That Montana Hay Company is far away. He is working on his path. Is he going to find a path? Yeah, I was going to say, maybe there isn't a path. Can we make the corner without hitting Applebee's? Ho, 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 look at that, guys. You know what comes next. Like a professional. Alright, we get turned around here. From here, I am confident that he can find his way to the logistics center. Last thing for today's episode, Field 73, $912,000, 37.5 acres. Have we bought a field that large yet? 27, 13, 11, 10, 18, 18. This is the biggest single purchase of land in our playthrough so far, adding 37 acres to the farm. Let's do some quick math here. All right, we decided this one was 7, 30, 43, 60. We'll call that 80, 90. There's 100, 120, 130, 140, 140, we're like about almost 150 acres. I think we're a little less than 150 acres owned. Adding this, we will be, I mean, we're at 180 acres with this. That is incredible. We have to own 500 acres. This is a huge, huge purchase on the way to doing that. So let's visit our new field. Owned by me, it says. That is awesome. It is alfalfa. It is 100% fertilized. It was recently harvested, so we don't get a cut off of it now, but we're going to let it grow. And then I think we're going to put canola, fall canola in here. So guys, super exciting. Got the corn planting all but done. I think we have one headland left. We have the mowing in progress on the grass field with the new Crone trailer that we love, but may not be a good thing to keep on the farm long term. Sold some rice flour, sold the flour, or sold the clothing, cleared out the wool and the fabric from the logistics center to get us a reset on that, and bought this new great field. What a month April turned out to be. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is early in May, a beautiful sunny morning. And guys, we have something to chat about, and it's right in front of us, a new logistics center. It's also worth noting, top right corner, negative $170,000. So let's talk about what happened between last episode and this episode. So we wrapped up our harvesting last episode, got the rolling done, got the grass cut, had a good second half to June. Woke up this morning in May, and even after getting rid of the lazy distribution mod over in the sheep pen, we had wool spawning in the old logistics center. So as expected, we were magically producing wool that did not exist. So I did a couple of things to fix that problem. First and foremost, sold the old logistics center and put this one in. Now, there is a financial penalty going on with that. Let's talk about that real quick. The old logistics center, which was under tools, this one right here, was $75,000. So we sold that and we made $75,000. We then came in and we put down this logistics center here, which was $175,000. So we took a $100,000 hit to put the new building in that supposedly does exactly the same thing as the last building. So we were penalized $100,000 right off the bat. Then, secondarily, I took an additional $150,000 out of the bank account, putting us at negative $170,000. Now, we can't operate the farm in the negative. We have to have AI workers doing stuff or we can't get through our day. So let's get started here and let's solve this problem. First and foremost, we're going to jump in here and we're going to sell the clothes that produced overnight. Now, some of these clothes probably came from wool that came from the logistics center, the previous one, but we're just going to have to move forward and assume that $150,000 penalty helps even that out. We certainly have some wool and should have some wool and some fabric working through our productions to keep us producing stuff that makes us money. So we're going to come in here, we're going to grab the logistics center, we're going to come down to close, and we're going to put that to storing, and let's grab those pallets. Now, as you can see, the pallets come out straight out the doors. The reason I didn't select this logistics center in the first place was because this is not a great orientation for us for picking this stuff up because of our barley field. So we're gonna have to figure out. I mean, it's just gonna be the way it's gonna be. But getting squared up here is not going to be easy. So let's grab the close. I mean, I did it fairly well the first time, but it's not going to go that well every time. Now, that's not going to get us back or get us out of the red when it comes to finances. So we're going to take another hit. We're going to sell our whiskey. It's a little bit early. The price is not quite good. We're losing about $90 per pallet, which equates to about $9,000. Not a huge hit, but we're going to go sell 100,000 liters of whiskey to try and finance get some cash coming in to get our financial situation back in order. So we have our nice new driveway to the Jack Daniels facility, trying to get this turn set up so we can get around these corners. I'm hoping the mid-axle setup on our reefer trailer, yeah, that definitely helped get around that corner. So let's pop the rear doors and we'll get loaded up. So I will catch up with you guys. It's going to be a minute before this all loads. I'll catch up with you guys when we are pulling into the Moccasin General Store to sell our first load. Then we'll come back and we'll sell the rest of the whiskey, and that should fund us getting started back in May, because right now the farm is at an absolute standstill waiting for some cash to come in. See you in a minute. Just getting into town. One of the things I love about this trailer, look down at our capacity, guys. 100,000 liters of whiskey. We got 100 whiskey pallets in this trailer, plus 7 pallets of clothes. Now, it is absolutely jam-packed to the back wall, but that is an incredible capacity. Also, this is pedal to the floor, 500 ponies in the Volvo. The weight of this thing is real. It is so heavy and hard to get moving. It has been quite a drive up here, and slowing down and turning is as laborious as you would imagine, which is great. Love that it doesn't pull like an empty trailer. Love the real challenge of getting up here and not tipping over. Got the back end swung around without getting caught. Let's go ahead and get open here. Everything sells here, so we'll undo the straps, just hoping the Volvo, the front end, kicks around enough. All right, we're starting to make some money here. Just got to try to get the rest in the trigger. May have to back up. Nope, that was it. All right, there we are. It all sold, money in the bank, and we are back. So after accruing our, what was essentially a $250,000 penalty to try to make up for any wool that we received and then turned into products that was not supposed to be ours, we are back on track. So I'm going to send this guy back to the farm, but we have so much to do today, we don't have any time to waste. So let's get in here, send him. Actually, we need to send him to logistics out. That's where this trailer gets parked. Yep, and the Volvo wants a repair station. I agree. Now, look at this, guys. Quick selector is in the house. We have access to our vehicles. Love this mod. Came out a couple of days ago. Excited to have it. So here we are, ready to go to spread some muck. We're ready to just get him started. Had this all staged and ready to go. Suspect we'll go through at least one full trailer of muck, maybe even 2, and have to fill up for a 3rd load. We'll have to wait and see, but need to get that. Let's just double check that we're getting that 100% fertilized. That's what we need. Now, next order of business, off and running. Quad track, we need to plant soybeans in our other field. So it is going to be a busy year for planting, because remember, we're replanting the old small barley field with corn. We're going to get a harvest off of the new field, 73, across the stream. Once we get a cut of alfalfa off of it, we're going to replant that. And I'm thinking that's canola, guys, because the other thing I did overnight after our discussion last episode, I sold a bunch of the greenhouses. Now, not absolutely every last one of them. Oh, and we just missed soybeans. Got to come back around the corner. There we are. Love the look of the red Kinsey planter with the quad track. Very, very sharp looking. Alright, so here we go. Let's get over here. Now, we are going to have to do some weeding. I have the sprayer, and I suspect that's what we'll end up doing. But for now, let's see what we have going on, because this field did not get plowed, so the weeds came back up. All right. Do we have a 52-56 planting course? We do. Excellent. Let's clear the current course. Let's load that one in. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. That is, now guys, this is what we would consider to be an old school course. We're starting on the headlands and ending in the middle. Now that has not worked traditionally, but last episode course play started behaving really, really well again for us. So even though I think this will work, I think we're going to redo it. So we're going to do 2 headlands, 0 rounded corners. We're going to start on the centers. Just make sure everything here looks good. That looks great. Let's recreate this course. Yeah, see, I don't want to go... I mean, I guess we can go that way. They like going that way because the bend on the right side of the field. They like going left to right across the field instead of up and down, even though I think it would be much more efficient to do it that way. So, change modes, delete entry, 52, 56, great. Change modes again. Save course. We're going to go 52/56. Done and done. Get him started on the first waypoint. Let's see how this goes. And then we'll jump over to the Magnum and see how we're doing on our manure spreading. Nice and easy. Looks good. Okay, we're going to assume that is going to continue to work well. 100% fertilized. Needs rolling and the weeds are growing. We're going to need a weeder. That is a-okay. So, yep, 77% going around the outside. We'll definitely need at least 1 fill up. But that is okay. So let's take a jog down here. Actually, let's see. Do we have any pallets over here spawned? Do have 1 wool, and how much milk do we have on this one? 381 liters. I think we can take it over. Let's grab the beast, and let's drive over. We'll check out. Oh, we have eggs to bring over too. That was the other thing, guys, with the old logistics center. We had like 100,000 liters of eggs, and you'll see if you come back over here, when you come down to eggs, right there at the top, 0 liters. I got rid of all the eggs in the storage. Didn't know how many were ours. We could have had, call it 40 to 60,000 liters. I wouldn't have suspected there was a problem if we had that many, but I got rid of all the eggs as well. I figured we're getting good eggs out of the chicken coop. Why bother messing around with it? And should we just collect the full ones? Maybe we should just collect the full ones. Full only. Let everything else load up on its own. Now with today's egg prices, this could be a couple $1,000s worth of eggs. Nice to have. Now what's interesting is, and I'll have to double check, not sure I want the wool on top of the eggs. Excuse me, Mr. Sheep. Alright, let's take this stuff over to the new logistics center, and then we'll go down and we'll check the greenhouses. What's interesting is, and we'll check the sale, There was a medium case in there that I'd love to replace our little case with. The little case does such a good job. It's just ever so slightly underpowered when we get it under load, and I think we're going to be doing more and more as we get going. So, quick peek in here. Eggs, 2,000 liters. Wool, 6,920, which is what we brought over this morning. I brought it over and checked it. We are back in wool season for the sheep, so I have to empty the spawn point partially through the night, or we lose wool overnight. So I'm going to guess that the Magnum has, for some reason, unbeknownst to medical science, opted to drive into the side of the cold storage building. Can't imagine why that is. Where is the waypoint you're trying to get to here, friend? Seems like you came around and did one headland. Okay. So theoretically you were coming back this way. You came down the side. You came up here. Let's just see about getting squared up on this course. Okay. Not sure why he ended up down there, but easy fix. Let's get the waypoints turned off. Don't need to be looking at those. Alright, and back to the beast. Avoid getting hit with all the muck coming out the back. We got covered yesterday. Not looking to do that again today. So, coming down here, we have our greenhouse area. And like I said, I got rid of a bunch of the greenhouses. So we're left with 3 of the 7. And the main one we have, these are primarily our, let's take a look and see. So this one is producing canola because we don't have a canola field yet. This one is producing wheat, and this one is producing wheat. These are to keep our bakery running until we have a wheat field, and we will be planting canola, so this one will be going away as well, plus the 2 wheat we use to feed the chickens as well. So as you can see, no manure heap here. Lost a couple greenhouses here. Lost a couple greenhouses. I think 1 or 2 more on the end here. Still have 1 manure heap here. Probably could get rid of that one at this point, but we'll get all this cleaned up. The idea is to get all of it cleaned up before we plant the corn here in June, theoretically. So that's the plan. At least we'll see if it all comes together, so we can use that as a field extension. So, heading back to the farm. We need to get into some mowing. I was hoping to have the fertilizing spreading done before you guys got here. But with the financial situation and everything we needed to go over, it just couldn't get any work done this morning. So it could be a long day on the farm getting all the tasks done. But we started early, started right out at 6 a.m. So have plenty of time to get it there. Now I do think we're going to use, or at least the plan is to use, the mower and the baler on the small grass field. I don't see using the forage harvester with that trailer. Let's check the sale and just see if that case is still in it. This one right here, $142,000, and this one has 224 horsepower. Now the rim color is atrocious. We would change that. But the 185, the one we currently have, I believe we have the motor maxed out, right? It has, this one has 117 horsepower. No, don't want to sell it. We want to check and see which one. Here it is, C series. Yeah, so the 117 is the max horsepower in this one. And it's been a good tractor for us, but it just struggles under load. So what could we sell the small tractor for, just out of curiosity? $46,000. and we have 136, put us at 182. Still have 40,000 in the bank. We might even be able to get a little bit more money if we repair it and repaint it. And then we could go up to the store and grab that tractor. Would 224 horsepower be enough to mow? And I think the answer to that is almost definitively no. I don't think we have. I think this is a big setup. Yeah, the back mower alone requires 240 and then 82, so we're over 300. However, our manure spreader requires 265. Could we get this to 265? And could we pull the manure spreader with this guy? What does he go up to? He goes up to 200, 302. Man, 271. That would not be a bad deal. But that takes it to 161. We would be short on money, but it would get us going. So let's see. Come in here. Let's repair. Let's repaint. What does that do to the sell price? 51, 181, made 6 grand. Yep, that's gone. Facebook Marketplace to that guy right off the farm. Let's grab the Super Duty, head up to the store, and grab a new medium-size case tractor for the farm. I will see you guys there when we're loaded up and bringing them back. Here we are, guys. New tractor on the trailer. Looking sharp. Did the upgrade, 302 horsepower with the BKT wide tires and weights. Going to be our new yard tractor. It's going to be a little large to be getting around the yard, but it's going to be able to help out with some tasks in the fields too. So I'm excited to have it. So let's get back to the farm and check out what we can get into with the new Case 260. So, other updates and news. We did all that grass cutting last episode, and I said we were going to turn it into silage and sell it, and we're sort of doing that, but I had a better idea. We are paying to lease the BGA, so I set our fermenting silo at the farm to distributing, so some of that silage is going to our TMR mixer, and some of that is going to the BGA. So as you can see here, let's jump into productions. Check the BGA, 55,664 liters of silage at the BGA, and we still have 75,000 liters of grass at the silage silo. So because we have so much TMR, I think it's worth sending some silage down to the BGA. We also probably need to take a load or two of manure down there today as well. But man, I am excited to have the new tractor on the farm. Keep looking at it as we're driving. Looks really, really nice. So that is about it for the updates for today that we got done between episodes. April took us 2 episodes to get through, and we still had a whole list of updates from between now and then. So let's head over here, check on everybody. I suspect the manure spreading just wrapped up, which is fine. We can actually unload this guy here and use him to put the manure spreader away, and then take the Magnum and just go grab the mowers and get him started and then come back. So we'll stop here. Let's get the straps off. We will come back and get this guy in just a second. For right now, let's grab the Magnum and let's go get the mowers, because that is the project that's going to take the most time. And actually, the case can fill up the manure spreader, because we'll use it to spread manure on the small grass field after we bale up the grass we're about to mow. So that may be its first job on the farm. Love driving up and seeing the chickens running around the yard. Such a fun detail on the map. So it is surprising. I was looking last night because the Volvo has been looking for a repair station I don't think, despite all of these buildings, sheds, and everything else, I don't think we have a repair station on the farm. So we may need to put one in just to keep everything in order. I'm sort of surprised we don't have one, but turned all the triggers on, ran all around, couldn't find it. If you're playing on Judith Plains and you are familiar with the Wild Prairie Farm, and there is a shop somewhere that I'm missing, please drop me a comment and let me know. I'm sort of surprised I haven't seen it. Feel like I'm probably missing it. It's more likely than that it's not there, but it looked twice and didn't see it. So we are where we are. All right, the quad track is doing great. Got one more headland pass after this one. Get going on that. Then we can grab the roller. I did find last episode we had the roller sliding all over the place behind the Magnum. The roller definitely needs lower speeds, but does seem to do better with the quad track than any other tractor. So I think we just stick to doing that. So mowing, and we're at grass 60. So clear current course, load course. Just double check that all looks good. Looks excellent. We know there's going to be a issue at the far end where the turning is going to happen. We'll probably have a little incident with the bridge, but that's par for mowing this field. That's just the way it works. Want to sit here for just a minute and make sure we are on swathing. Yep, it has been a bit of time since we've done any mowing. That is a good looking swath of grass. Look at that. We're going to get a lot of bales. This is going to turn into a lot of hay for our sheep. So I have been thinking we could just go back. We could get a tedder. It wouldn't be hard to get a tedder and just ted this grass and then bale it. It would save us. I bet a tedder's far less expensive than that baling machine, and we could just do it. We did have a great tedder, and we sold it because the TMR station made hay, but we just don't like adding the hay manually. So want to do, or I should say loose, not manually, want to do it in bales. It's still my goal. I may just be stuck on that, but here we are. So case 260, 302 horsepower, wide BKTs with weights, no panorama window, not paying a couple grand to be able to see out the sunroof. It's a tractor, not a convertible. Look at this thing. I am excited. Okay. Moment of truth. Does it pull? It does pull. That's not bad. Let's go fill it up and see what happens, but so far this is working out quite well. And maybe we'll just go stage this guy right over at the grass field. Have him ready to go. I've been trying to get manure out of the buffalo manure pit because we don't get over there as much. This spreader is parked down by the dairy barn, so we use a lot of that manure, but we don't get over here as much. So I've been trying to fill this one up. Not that it's really a problem. Both manure heaps have, I think, a 5 million liter capacity, so it's not like we're going to have any issues. But just for the sake of trying to keep it even, try to use this whenever we can. Had 133 in there, put about 40 in, so we're just under 100,000 liters of manure here. I think we're just under 200,000 liters of manure over at the dairy barn. So perhaps we go grab the Volvo on the way back and we take our first load of manure down to the BGA. I think it's time. I think as long as we have, 150,000 liters of manure on the farm in total for spreading for fertilizer, I think we'll be in good shape. That seems reasonable to me, but we'll play it by ear. Maybe we'll start at 150. Maybe we'll need to go to a little bit more. You never do know, but we will get all staged up and ready. Magnum's done its first headland. Heading around for the rest of it. So we got the Puma and the Magnum and the Quad Track. Our red farm is coming together. I did switch the Top Kicks parking spot. This used to be the old Logistics Inn. Did a little adjustment on the auto drive course, so he parks over here now just to keep him out of the way so he can run back and forth as needed. Now we do need to find a better spot to leave the reefer, because this is in the way. We should get the milk tanker truck going. So here we are. I think right here along the steps should be a good spot, out of the way, not in anyone's way. Perfect. I think that is as good as it's going to get. Now we got to be careful not to drive on our barley field. We're going to be driving slow. Don't want to hook a tire on there and kill some of our new freshly planted barley. That would be a waste of time, energy, and money. So let's grab our tipper. We're still set up with the extension on it, so I think we get 87,000 liters. Now, I am using the same trailers over on Dakota 16X, and the slightly longer version, which we didn't buy because the yard's pretty tight here, does hold 97,000 liters with the extension. So not sure if it's worth updating that or not, but something to consider. So I'm wondering, let's get this going. Then I want to look at the cost of a tedder. Do we just make the decision that we're going to TED on this farm? I really wanted to do the baler, but it's $200,000. It would be a second piece of equipment, and we could, I mean, tedding that whole field would take, the little field would take absolutely nothing at all. And then the baler has the extensions on it, the windrowers, so even if the rows got a little sloppy, we could certainly make up for that. So let's grab some manure here. Let's check. We will check before we take it out of the heap. Talking and driving and not doing either well. Here we go. We'll check before we take it out of the heap and just make sure we have enough in reserve for any and all of our fields. Our planting is not done. We have corn still to plant in the small barley field, and we have our huge 37-acre alfalfa field that is going to need to be planted with canola. So manure in the buffalo pen, 88,000. Manure here, 364. So we're at 400 and call it 25,000 liters. So I think we can afford to take one load of 87,000 liters down to the BJ. Only 82,000, so it's not even as bad as we thought. So let's turn on the auto drive network. Yeah, we don't have anything there. So we want to set this guy to empty at the BGA solids. Yep, and he still wants his repair station. That is quite all right. We're going to have to put one in here. But he is off. Question is, should we do that now? Oh, let's see. We got the gates open. Okay, he's not coming this way. Because the Volvo is certainly getting up there in miles. 583 miles. And I think part of the reason it's slow is because it needs repaired. So let's take a quick look and see about finding a tedder. I swear we're going to end up buying the exact one we had previously that we sold. It'll just be silly when it happens, but it was the best tedder at the time. It probably is still the best tedder. I am going to run down here and I'm positive it's not in this barn anymore. Okay, just want to make sure we don't actually own a tedder. That would be ironic, and then we spend a bunch of time buying one. So looking at the grass care stuff, coming down here, tedders. I mean, we're looking at one of the lizards, $35,000. So I think what we do, guys, I think we sell the Crone X cargo trailer to fund this. We are still fighting recovering from our financials. So let's come over here. And let's repair it. Let's repaint it. And let's sell it for $49,000. We're not going to use that. We're going to have to find a better and different solution if we're going to do grass with the forage wagon. So, what do we want to do here? I think we want to bring the Ford back. Running too fast. Too much momentum. And I think we take the Ford up to the shop without the trailer and pull the tedder back. And we can have the new case run the tedder and the muck spreader as well. And then we'll have the Magnum run the mowers and the balers. And we've got like a case. They got the Puma Magnum tag team for grass over there, getting stuff done faster and more effectively. So here we are. Let's leave the trailer there. And we'll send this guy back to the shop. See, he's still got it on auto drive. Still ready to do it. Alright, while he's doing that, I want to check on our quad track. See, we're racing the Ford. He's going to win, though. Where is the quad track? There she is. Got to be wrapping up the last couple of corners. Oh, yeah, one last headland right here. This was good timing. May have to come back and clean up just a little bit. A couple of spots in the corners here. We'll take over. We'll do the rest of this manually. And got that. Lift it up. Did not go all the way to the edge of the field over here. We do not want any overlap with the cornfield. Oh, stay away from the big cornfield. Alright, there are a couple of spots at this end on our way home. We should clean up, and then we're going to go grab the roller and bring the roller out and make sure we're getting maximum yield. And then we'll have to figure out what we're going to do with the weeds. I suspect we'll let them come up and just spray them. But a weeder may not be a bad option either. We just haven't really needed it on the farm. I guess we will as we're getting to cereal crops. We're going to need to plant some wheat for the chickens and for the flour production. So we might need to reconsider our weeding equipment as well. Do we run down and check the far corner? I mean, every corner's had a slight miss in it so far. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't look like we got this corner, even though we just looped over here and did it. Well, let's try a different way. Huh. That's a weird one. That's not planting. We'll check this corner down here real quick just because we have it out. I don't see any reason not to. Even if we only get a couple extra plants in down here, every little bit helps fund the next stage. This one actually looks pretty decent. Alright, we'll try this corner as well. Yeah, see some of these. Okay, that does look like a plant. It took out a little street sign there. Pardon us, excuse us, so sorry. Okay, I think that's going to be it for the planting in May. We are, as I keep saying, the little barley field down there in the corner should be ready next month in June. And if my memory serves, we can go June. We can still plant corn in June, so we'll get that harvested and that planted as well. And then we have the alfalfa field across the creek that we're going to need to get planted after we get a cut on that, because we can do fall canola. Alright, the Volvo just reached the BGA. Should be putting that in there. We're going to need to make sure we turn the manure burner on at the BGA that we're leasing. BGA could be one of those pieces of equipment that we get some spare cash laying around and get a big sale. Maybe we buy the BGA. We are fairly regularly filling it. And we're keeping the slurry full every single day, and now we're starting to add some silage and manure to it. It seems like it's a good production for us. So we might just consider purchasing it and saving ourselves the lease cost, but it's going to be expensive either way. All right. Planter put away. Let's grab the roller. Tucked into the corner. I keep everything tucked on the left side as we're backing in here, the left side, because that's the way it was when we had all the equipment here. We sold a bunch of it. Maybe we can spread it out, but I guess if we're getting the tedder, maybe we'll need room for the tedder as well. So maybe we'll keep it the way it is. We will see. Heading back to the field to get some rolling done. And then we'll run up to the shop and grab the new tedder, which is the same tedder we already owned. I think we got the last one on sale too, so we really did this one the wrong way with the tedder. Should have just kept it. Lost money on both ends of that deal. We will get it figured out. Do we have a rolling course for this field? Let's see. We do not. Alright, so field work 2, I think everything remains basically the same here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, they really like their ups and downs. Gonna make sure the speed on this guy is turned down. Yep. Do not want the speed cranked up. 52, 56. Let's get him started. Rolling save course. 52, 56. Saved for next time. And first waypoint. Send him. Make sure he gets going, and then we'll jump up to the shop. And, well, actually, who finished work? The Magnum finished work. All right, we need to get to the shop. So, quick vehicle selector. Let's grab the Super Duty. Here we are. Love that feature. Coming in here, let's find that tedder. I don't think we really, we don't really need the unrealistic. Do we buy it just in case we end up with a huge field? I mean, we could. We're not going to use the unrealistic capacity. It doesn't cost us any more money. BKT tires, work area, wide spreading. We have the opportunity for a swath dropping on this? That's cool. Okay. I see you. Let's give it a whirl. I'm interested. Never tried it before. Try anything once. And dark moon is definitely our favorite color when it comes to black. Inner rim, outer rim. Do we give it a red lip? Give it a little Case IH red lip. Yeah, that's not bad looking. $328 in colors. But it's alright. We like having good looking equipment. Okay. We need this down at the grass field. I'm very intrigued to see how swath dropping works with this. I guess I've never tried the unrealistic swather before, so no idea what to expect. Oh boy. Alright, do we have a hitch control that we can bring the hitch up and down, or is it fixed? I think it's fixed, guys. We're just going to be scraping all the way down to... Oh boy. Oh boy. Should have brought the trailer. Alright, I will see you guys back at the grass field for the tedding. This is gonna be a disaster. See you in a minute. Okay, let's get situated with the new windrower. I'm excited to give this a try. Now, traditionally, we have this follow the baling path, but I think because it windrows as well as TEDs, I should say the new tedder, not the new windrower, I think we're going to be good to go. So let's give all of this a try. Fieldwork settings, number of headlands. Let's do 2. I'm wondering if this thing might actually just reach the entire field in 2 headlands. Start work on the headlands for sure. Rounded corners 0. We'll do a 5% overlap. I think all the rest of that is good. Let's check the vehicle settings real quick. Get everything set up the way we want it. Just a little bit of bump in speed here. Want to get this work done. All right. So, yeah, so it's not quite. It's going to have two little strips going back and forth in the middle. That's fine. That is not a big deal. What happens if we bump it to 3 headlands? Some of you guys like when we do all headlands for the fields. Yeah, but see, it's going to do all the extra stuff down at the end. It's going to go over that same area twice, and I'm not sure I want that. So we'll go back to 2. Yeah, I think that is much, much neater. Let's go ahead and get started with that course, see if we can get that going. Now, we do have a tedding course. We're going to clear all of it because I'm not sure what we have going on here. We are on field 60, so let's save current course. And this is going to be 60, and we're going to do a W on the end because it's going to include the windrow. All right, so we're here. Let's make sure the settings are where we want them. Lower tedder, I guess the windrowing is just automatic. Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, I understand immediately. We have a small problem. We started on nearest waypoint, not first waypoint. That's on me, guys. Got excited. Let's check and see what happens here. I think our baler's going to be struggling to get all of this in and not miss some. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. Wow. That's impressive. Let's go help the neighbors out here. Apparently the road sign is terrifying to them. Put that back over here in the grass out of the way. Continue on traffic. That is so much grass tedded and windrowed up. That is craziness, guys. All right. Got to get through the rest of this episode. We got to get back and get the baling done. I'll reconnect with you guys when I'm back here and have the baler running, and we'll see how it does with the new windrowed grass. See if it's too much for it to handle, or if it's going to make our lives easier, faster, and more efficient. Just wrapping up the tedding with the tedding windrower. This thing is absolutely crazy. Not sure if it's something we're going to keep. It may be making windrows so big that our baler can't handle them, so we're going to have to wait and see. But it did a good job. The new tractor pulled great. Love the new case. While we're here, let's figure out what's going on with this guy. Imagine we need to transition to the headlands. Let's take a quick look and see what's going on. Yep, we're making a transition. So leaving that down, we'll jump over here, get him back on his way, turn off the waypoints. Excellent, excellent. So let's get the baler in the field. Before we do that, I'm actually going to move this guy because I want to do the baler on a time lapse, see how it does with the new setup. And I'm concerned with the case part right there with the tedder that the quad track may actually have a collision, and we need him to keep working while we're baling as well. Busy couple of months. April and May have proven to be very, very busy for us. So I was going to put this on a worker. Am I going to put it on a worker? Trying to figure out what I think is going to be best. we try it on a worker? Do we try it manually? I think we try it on a worker to see what happens. So jump in here. Let's jump into the course. Clear the current course. Tedding 60 with the windrower. Load course. Alright, let's get that rolling. I'm going to throw this on a time lapse. If it goes well, you'll get a time lapse. If it falls apart because we can't pick up this much grass all at once, then I'll be back and we'll be doing it manually. You guys will see in a second. We are back and I am driving manually, guys. That was not going well. Definitely too much grass for this mower. You can see we're starting to leave little chunks now again. Plus, it just was struggling with the corners because we didn't do rounded corners on the windrow course. So I'm going to knock this out manually here and get this done as quick as possible. Bring you guys back in when we have this all said and done. We will grab the Volvo and get the flat deck and take all these bales over to the sheep pen. We've been waiting to fill up the sheep pen for the sort of feeding barn, what we're calling it, the bale barn. Man, tongue twister today. With hay so we can keep them well fed over winter. So I will see you guys in just a little bit when this is all said and done and we have a truckload of bales to get you guys wrapped up for the episode. See you soon. 460,000 liters of hay. This is what we needed. I will tell you guys, the windrowing baler, we're going to have to make some adjustments. It took a long time to get that grass up, or get that hay up, and there's still some chunks on the field. So definitely not the right long-term solution, but I think if we just ted the grass that is there when it's done being mowed, we should be in good shape. So let's see. I'd forgotten that we left the trailer down here, so this could be a bit of a process to get unloaded, but I want to get this in the bale shed for you guys. We've been talking about it, got the bale shed up and running, and need to have the bales in there for it to make sense. So back it on up. Let's get squared up. Alright, and we'll put the trigger, should be on the right side. Let's double check that that is what we want. We have it on the right side. Alright, we got some of them in there. Alright, not too bad. Don't know that we're going to get all of them because of how long the trailer is, but we will try. Okay, we got two more. Let's jump out and get the rest of these put into the trigger. I think we got a couple loose ones inside the bale shed as well. Funny, we just got to bring them out of the bale shed to get them back into the bale shed. Oh, are they trapped? Let's see. Might have to grab them with the auto load. We can do that. Always more than one way to solve a problem around here. Alright, that one is in. That one is in. And guys, that is it. 64 bales in the shed. We got it done. It was a long, long month. The rolling is done over on the soybean field. I still have to fertilize the grass field that we cut today. But otherwise, a good episode. And look at all this wool. We'll have to bring the top kick over and pick it up. But thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this one. But I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is early here in June, just driving by our new workshop. Let's go ahead and repair. I told you guys last episode I looked all over the place and could not find a workshop on this farm. So I added one, wanted to put it in a slightly better spot, but this is the best spot for it on the farm because of the uneven terrain. And it means that all of the vehicles, when they leave the farm, drive right by it. So nice, easy to get everything repaired and working. Heading to the soybean field first thing this morning. Going to get the weeding done. I don't want to forget to do that before we get to the next growth stage. We are still on narrow tires on the Nemesis, not dual narrows, but single narrows, so we are good to go for the weeding. Shouldn't have any problems getting this field taken care of. I always forget how big our weeder is. Man, oh man. And I just topped it off at the shed, so we are good to go there now. We got the first little bit done. Do we have a weeding course for this field? Let's check and see. Wind weed spray. 5256, that sure seems like it. Let's load that course up. Take a look and see what it looks like. Alright, it's going the other way. That's okay. And let's send this guy on his way. Oh, not the nearest waypoint. Let's go to the first waypoint. Alright, we're going to trust that he is going to work and get that done. It's 5 a.m. We have a lot to do today, so wanted to get an early start. We do have $30,000 in the bank. The herdsman sold $14,000 worth of cattle overnight, which was great. I did finally figure out what was going on with our fuel situation. The old trigger is still here for the fuel point, despite replacing it with the new tank. So if we don't pull far enough down, we get the drop icon, which is the fuel that we pay for. And if we pull far enough down, we get this icon, which is the refill from the tank that we've already paid for. So just have to keep that in mind when refueling the vehicles. We've got to get the right trigger. If it doesn't tell us or ask us if we want to put diesel in, then we are out of luck. So, additionally on the agenda for today, and we have a big day, guys. It has been April, May, and June is getting crazy on Judith Plains here. There we go. Just hit the header card a couple times. First thing in the morning, haven't got the coffee in. But we have to get the old barley field harvested, and remember, today is our transition day for that field. So it is harvest barley, probably mulch, plow, and then plant corn, and then we need to roll as well. Man, am I missing that? It sure feels like I am spot on there. Alright, can we get turned around in here with the header on? Oh, we're going to squeak by the corner. We squeaked by the corner. Not too shabby. Have the tanker. We should get going back to the BGA. We are all caught up on slurry. We are not getting more slurry than we're using finally, which feels good. So we'll have to send him down to the BGA in just a bit. Alright. Oh, and I forgot this field too. We bale this field because we get straw off of it, which is one of the most valuable commodities we get on this farm, because straw, and only straw, is used in our TMR mixer. Not corn stalk bales, not soybean bales, which we have bunches and bunches and bunches of, which are perfectly fine for animal bedding. But we need the actual straw. Okay. Here we go. Can we get onto the field without driving in either of the fields? Gonna be a bit of a challenge. Not quite it. Can't see. I think we're missing it. We're not far enough over. And then hook at the last second and grab it. There we go. Alright. Big harvester on our small field. Here we go. Alright, he is on. We are on field 50. Clear the current course. Harvesting. We don't have a course for this. Very, very interesting. Alright, 2 headlands certainly should be plenty. Start on the headlands, no rounded corners. Turning radius 5, lands. Yeah, I think we're about good with that. Not a bad looking course. Let's go ahead and get this guy started. Off and running. While he's doing that, let's save this course. Actually, should we even bother saving it? No, because we're going to do corn on it next. So there's no point. We will never use that course again. So I guess we just leave it run on its own and then we forget about it. Alright, next order of business. We need the quad track and the grain cart. Head in here. The quad track definitely wants to be repaired. Every time we set it out to a task, it is telling me it needs repaired. So we will drive through the new repair station and get it fixed up. Man, we are getting a bunch of eggs over there. That is great. Still got the new case. Did a great job last episode. Excited to get it back out there doing more stuff. Did get some additional auto drive course work done. Have the roller and our new tedder set with parking positions in that shed. So can get our equipment cleaned up much, much easier now. Alright, let's grab a spot inside the trigger. Let's see about getting things topped off and repaired before heading to the field. Repair $34,000. Guys, I have news for you. We don't have that kind of money. Wow, oh wow, that is a lot. $34,000. Okay, we're gonna have to reconsider what we're doing here. Additionally, not entirely sure why I grabbed the roller. What I wanted to grab out of that barn was the grain cart. Definitely early in the day, 5 a.m. may not be the best time for me as a farmer. Let's see. Man, $34,000 in repairs. I mean, it makes sense. We've had it for years, and we've run it hard, so we will have to get that done. I'm fairly certain we need to sell rice oil today, and I think that'll bring in some cash. So we will have the cash. It's just a matter of getting the cash to do that. So now that we have the right implement attached, that will be helpful. We will need the roller later today, so not a waste to have it out, but certainly not the piece of equipment we need for the task at hand. Alrighty, how many more Judith Plains street signs are we taking out at this intersection today? Hopefully none. I think we already got 2. I imagine the harvester is going to be about full. Yep, needs unloaded. So we should sneak over there. Let's get him unloaded. This is also going to be our last day with the greenhouses, guys. The remaining 3 or 4 greenhouses are going away because we're plowing that area into the field before planting corn. So we will collect. I have the wheat greenhouses set to storing so that we can get some wheat out to feed the chickens and top them off one last time. And then that is going to be it for the greenhouses. They are gone. Going over this rock may not be a good plan. Oh, that is not a good plan. Okay, we probably should have taken the other way around the field. We are on the edge here. We are hitting rocks. You know, the jobs are getting done, but it may not be pretty at this stage. And we have crop destruction on, so can we get far enough up without being in the crops? I think the answer to that is going to be yes. That worked out well. First thing that went our way this morning. Getting beat up a little bit today, but that's all right. We will persevere. We will make it through. And about 3/4 of the way empty on the harvester. I think we have, what, a 20,000? Oh, maybe more. 24,000 liter capacity. What do we have? We have 24, 25. All right, let's get out of the harvester's way without sending it down the hill. We are full throttle forward, guys. Oh, that was a bad decision. Oh, we could be in trouble here. We could be in trouble here, guys. Come on, quad track, you can do it. All right, I think we may be in a position, the rare position of hiring a worker might be safer than letting me continue to do the work this morning. So let's see. Let's get on the field. And let's place this guy here. Let's get him all set up. Target position, field position, excellent, excellent. Unload combine, and away he goes. At least that is the plan. See, give it just a second to see if he shuts off. Yep, perfect. That's what we want. Okay. So, we have eggs and wool to collect. Then we should check and see about the rice flour. I think it's just going to be the one pallet of wool. We're set to only collect full pallets on this truck. Because we could be sneaking little extra bits of milk and quarter pallets of wool in and everything else. But at the end of the day, it's an ongoing process. And I don't think it really gets us ahead very much collecting the partial pallets. You know, maybe we get an extra pallet at the production end at sale time. But we're here for the long haul. We've got plenty to do. So let's get this stuff taken over. I see a problem, guys. Why is the Versatile going across the wrong field? Okay. So apparently the Versatile is not ready to transition from the headlands to the ups and downs, or vice versa. Where did we get to here, friend? Let's see. Seems like we're right here. Oh, we're empty on herbicide. That's part of the problem. Okay, I mean, maybe he was trying to find a place to fill, but there's nothing but a cliff over there, so that would have been a bad choice of places to try to fill the tank up. So let's see. I know we have at least one more pallet of herbicide on here. I think we might have two. Alright, let's get some trucks. Let's just send this guy over. We were going to drive him, but we'll send him so that we don't end up getting things messed up. So, drive, and he needs to go to logistics in short. I'd add a second one because he is not a very long truck. Okay, coming down here, molasses, silage additive, herbicide. And then I think there should be one more tank, perhaps. I am surprised we went through that much. That is a lot of herbicide to have gone through. No big deal either way. We'll get topped off here. We're going to leave those out because I'm not entirely sure that we're going to get through this field without filling up again. Alright, so where do we think Okay, so here we are. Which way was he going? Alright, he was going this way. I'm not entirely sure because it feels like it's weedy over. No, those weeds are dead. Got it. So he was transitioning from the headlands to the middle rows. So that's where we got lost, which I thought we had such success in recent previous episodes. That is disappointing if that's going to be the case again. Well, either way, we'll get the weeds sprayed. I'm also surprised at how much herbicide we went through to get to that point, but here we find ourselves. Getting dragged along. Let's go in front. Get these eggs and the wool put into the... There we go. Perfect. Logistics in. Now, guys, what we are going to do is we are going to switch and put the reefer parking on this side and put that guy there, because having the reefer in front of the building does not help us in regards to keeping our productions going, because we can't use the input. So, and we put stuff in there almost every single day. Alright, in the Volvo, let's talk about getting some slurry. The Volvo, as soon as I dropped that repair station, its next trip to the BGA, it stopped there and it was like, oh, yes, we're getting repaired. Didn't we drag this tree out during the demo day? I'm relatively certain we did. Either way, we don't want a tree right there, so we'll get rid of it. Water buffalo herd is looking good, guys. Getting big, good looking, healthy animals. Excited for that. So we are 5,000 liters of slurry here. As I said, we are keeping up with our slurry production in the BGA, which is nice. We did run 2, I believe, loads of manure down between last episode and now to keep the BGA running. So that is an additional source of income, and probably between that and the $14,000 in cattle sales, the only reason we are in the positive today. Only 2,000 liters of slurry, not a whole lot going on in the slurry department today. But we will get it done. I think we tuck the slurry tanker over here on the grass. I don't see any reason to take 8,000 liters of slurry down to the BGA. It seems like a bit of a waste of a trip. What does a BGA look like right now? Maybe that's a better question. Manure 73,000, slurry 7,000, and there's no silage. So, here we are. The truck, or the tipper we need, is full of manure still. So it seems like that will be going down to the BGA. How much is in here? 52,000. There's 73 in there. I think we're bumping time up a bit, guys. Gonna keep things moving so when this guy gets to the BGA and empties, he is able to empty everything, because we need this tipper for the barley. Alright, let's send him on his way. And he just needs to empty at this point, really. So we'll send him to the BGA solids, and away he goes. He'll be back momentarily. Yep, he's on his way. Perfect. While he's out running, let's get our yard tractor. And I think it's about time to prep for the chicken coops, or the chicken coop feed that we need out of the greenhouses before we remove the greenhouses. Oh, there's a partial pallet of eggs that we made contact with. We've found it. Now this is the part that we were a little bit concerned about, was just the last tractor, the size and the turning radius. The actual like frame size of the tractor was just about perfect for our needs on the yard. And there we go, more wool spawning. We are in wool spawning season. This tractor is, the frame is much larger, and I assume the turning radius is going to be not as good. So we're gonna have to just sort of make sure. I guess we have the barley harvested, so that is not really all that important. We are gonna have to move our water pump. That is another part of getting ready for the new cornfield. Alright, let's see. Canola, no. Manure, no. Alright, so there's nothing in this. Oh, we have a pallet. We can take that. A pallet of straw. That's interesting. Would not have guessed that we had straw sitting here in a pallet, but I guess we'll take that over to the BGA. That's not a bad thing to have. How big is that pallet of straw, guys? 5,000 left in it? Seems like, was that a 10,000 liter pallet of straw? That was crazy. Well, I don't want that continuing to produce. So let's go inside and let's put the bollards up. There we go. Now it's up on a bollard. Oh, we grabbed the truck. That's not ideal either. Alright, so we got that one. That was 10,000 liters of straw in a pallet. I've never seen that before. That was crazy. And there's another 6,400 liters in here. That was crazy, guys. Literally never seen that. We're going to have multiple trips of straw to get everything cleaned up. Alright, while we're here, let's start a little bit of the construction process. Let's get rid of the manure heap extension. Done and done. Now, we used to be able to turn this tractor around, or the old tractor around right here. So the turning radius isn't that bad. And we used to be able to turn around in front of the greenhouses. I don't think we're doing that, but not too shabby as far as being able to get in and out of tight spaces. This one does have twice as much horsepower, which makes a notable difference in getting our farm work done. So, and as you guys can see, hay bales in the goat and sheep pen feed area, which is tremendous, meaning we can fill that up and leave them there, and it will backfill for us as it gets low. So we can take care of the animals and don't have to worry about topping them off every single day, which is a huge, huge benefit. I do feel like we need to get this guy back over to the sheep pen. So let's send him to farm. Sheep pen, let's send him there. We need to collect the... Oh, what? Don't go into the barley field. Okay, we turn the wheel. Made me a little bit nervous there, if I'm honest. Maybe he was going to drive into our barley field. Yeah, the turning radius isn't bad, guys. Look at that. I mean, it's not staying on the gravel, but it's making it. Alright, one more load of straw, which is good, because straw is what we need to continue to make TMR. We have probably enough TMR for a couple of years on the farm, but want to continue building that up, because then we can just start selling the silage. So, if we're going to get straw, let's get it all. Alright, 13,000 liters. Alright, that's going to be it for us for straw out of these greenhouses. Come back and get the wheat for the chickens. And be good to go. Alright, something finished work. That must be the Nemesis. Got the spraying done. Glad we didn't have to fill that thing again. I was Surprised we started topped off with 2,000 liters, and I didn't think that field was that big, but apparently it is. Alright, while we get this guy unloaded, we will get the top kick topped off with more pallets, and then we will get him back to the logistics center. Again, told you, May, June, and April, May, and June, guys, busy months on the farm. We're going to back it up, grab these other pallets of wool. I mean, we are getting a lot of wool, but I don't think we're getting several 100,000 liters of wool a season. I just don't think that's the case. Alrighty. Send him back to logistics in short, and he will be all set. Perfect. Love when a plan comes together. We are heading back. I don't know how much wheat we're going to have. I only turned it to storing this morning, so I don't think it's going to be all that much. But every little bit will help, because we may end up... We might have to buy feed for the chickens, which would be disappointing. But if we have to buy feed, we have to buy feed. That is the way it works. Alright, so we're all good here. We don't want the straw. The wheat, 4,000 liters. I imagine we'll have about the same out of this guy. Yep. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, greenhouse era of this farm is over. We are making $16,000 a greenhouse. That is excellent news. Now, the challenge is, do we keep the water production over here? I don't know that that makes a ton of sense. The water production at this point is going to be filling the beer factory, the whiskey factory. Let's see. Is it in containers? No, I bet it's a production. It is. So where could we add it where it's out of the way? Maybe we could add it over by the logistics center. Is there a spot over here? Not really. Yeah, I mean, that's all. I mean, we could try to tuck it in like right here, but that's going to make it hard for trucks to turn getting in and out of there. May have to think on that one for a minute. I mean, we could leave it tucked up against the fence here and just have the cornfield come down like right through here and just leave that there. It wouldn't be the end of the world. We also don't want to be that close to the fence because getting the machines in there will be a challenge. So maybe we leave it there. We'll have to see. But here we are. We have all of this open space. We're going to have to do some smoothing and a little bit of landscaping now that the greenhouses are gone. We also need to move our trailer. Can we... Let's see. Do we have axle lock on? We do. That's exciting news. Can we swing this guy around? Can we take this with us? Can we get close enough? No, because that's a ball hitch and I have a pin hitch. Okay. So, no matter how good the driving is, which I'm not saying it was good, we can't take that with us, so... 8,938 liters of wheat heading into the chicken coop, getting everything topped off. We need to get the Volvo back up here with our tipper and probably send it to the shop and get it rinsed out with the manure so our barley doesn't smell like manure when we bring it over. Oh, don't put that in here. It looks like straw, same color, but it is not. It is wheat, and it's going to the chickens. There we are. And let's see. The chickens now are going to have about just under 18,000 liters of food, which is not a ton, but it gets them several months. let's see, 13, 14, 15,000, 16, 17, 18,148. Not bad at all. And the new 300 horsepower yard tractor managed to pull our smallest trailer around successfully. I never thought it was going to be about the power, but the maneuverability certainly proved to be adequate for what we were trying to get done. So excited to have the new Puma on the farm. It is doing what we need it to do. See, like that. That's I set up that turn the way I would with the old tractor. Not quite the turning radius we're looking for. It's okay. It does things the old tractor doesn't, and we replaced it for a reason. We wanted the power. Okay, where is the Volvo? The Volvo needs 15 more thousand liters out, so we're going to bump time up and get the BGA running faster because we need this truck back at the farm. Alright, let's see. Is it still on? Yeah, let's empty that. So I'm betting we're awfully close to being able to get rid of all this stuff. Really? Okay, well, we're slowing time down then. We got things to do today. We're just going to have to find a place to put the manure back. Or maybe we just dump it. 9,700 liters of manure left. It's not a whole lot. I bet we could sell it somewhere for 500 bucks. Where does manure sell? Let's just do that, guys. Manure sells at manure. Okay. Can we tag that place? 4,200 feet away? I mean, I'm willing to go figure out where that is. I'm assuming it's at the animal dealer. And we will literally make, like, maybe $100, $200. The Volvo also needs fuel, and if you guys check out bottom right corner, we have surpassed 600 miles on the Volvo. I am feeling like part of the issue with how slow the Volvo is due to its repair state. So now that we have $95,000 after selling off the greenhouse stuff, we will get the Volvo repaired, because as much driving as this truck does, having it slow and underpowered is not the answer. So I suspect that truck sees 1,000 miles on this farm before we're done. Possibly even more. It wouldn't surprise me if it's more, but will probably be the highest mileage vehicle I own in any of the series. Now, the Realistic Cattle Ranch series, we did lose some of the mileage when we did the mod sorting, so there could be a couple vehicles, like the Scout on that series did a lot of driving, but I think the Volvo is going to take the cake on that one long term, because it just runs the BGA all day long, and the Scout never did that much. All right, you guys ready for some impressive amount of money? 9,793 liters of manure going in. We made $537. We didn't lose money, but sure seems like manure is not worth selling. Alright, the Volvo is a bit sprightly with an empty trailer. I didn't think that a couple thousand liters of manure were going to weigh that much, but maybe they do. Alright, let's get back. We need to get the barley harvest continued. We have mulching and plowing and planting and field expansion and rolling still to do this episode. So need to keep the harvest moving so that we can get the rest of the stuff going. So I'll see you guys back at the farm when we're done with the barley harvest and ready to head to the next step. We just wrapped up the barley harvest, sent a bunch of equipment back to the farm, got a bit of a log jam, have 20,893 liters of barley in the grain cart that we couldn't get into the tipper. So we're going to go ahead and deposit that into the silo and then get the, excuse me, the tipper, I'm sorry, the grain cart, the auger wagon, put away. So we should have 87,000 liters in the tipper, so came in with 107,000 liters of barley. Could be our best barley harvest to date. Did get the baling done, need to get the bales off the field. Let's see if we can get this guy tucked in. Now the articulated tractor is nice for backing stuff into tight barns, so that is an advantage we have here. Now my skill is the disadvantage we have, but we will see what we can do. Let's see. Got to get it swung all the way over and then straightened out. That seems like that's going to be about it. Alright, we're in. As you can see, the case is fully repaired and we are down, I think it was $38,000, guys, plus whatever we put on it now. So definitely got some repairs done on the case. That is good news. Let's get the Volvo emptied and out of the way. Here we are with, I think he's stuck. There we go. We got him. 82,000, so 102,000 liters of barley. That is a good pull off that little field. And we should not need the tipper again today. So we'll get that tucked away. Take a couple chickens with us. Rubbing is racing when it comes to the bushes around the farm. Gotta get through them. Love the landscaping, makes the laneways a bit tight. Tucked back into the shed, snug as a bug in a rug. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. I think the Volvo goes back onto the tanker trailer here in preparation for a run to the BGA at the end of the day. So I think the next step is we need to get the bales picked up. I have a plan for that, guys. We have not used the top kick to collect bales yet this series. I'm not sure how many it's going to hold. I think it'll take a couple of trips off of the barley field. But rather than getting the flat deck out, which we've used a bunch of times and works great, I want to see what the top kick would do. If we can get a bunch of bales on here, that could be really helpful, particularly for a field this size. I think it's going to take 2 or even possibly 3 trips, depending on how many bales we can stack on here. Let's start that process. Alright, are we going to get 8 or are we going to get 12? I'm thinking 8, which is going to make this a bit of a tedious process. Those bales look huge on the back of the top kick. That is hilarious. Oh, we are getting 12, guys. Oh, look at us. Alright, well, I'm going to get these bales delivered to the TMR production, 12 at a time, and I will catch up with you guys when that is done, and then it's going to be plowing time for the field here. Get it expanded and get it rocking and rolling. See you guys in a minute. Heading in for our last batch of bales. This is our 4th trip, so we've taken 36 bales off the field so far. We did have 1 partial, so let's see. We have 7 bales on there now, and that's 57,750 liters. So these are what, just about 9,000 liters? Is that about right? 7 times 9 would be 63, so a little less than that, maybe 8,500, 7,500, somewhere in there. So we got, let's see, this will be our 4th trip. So we got, if we evened that out, I would say we got 250 to 260 75,000 liters of straw off of that field, which was a big pull. That'll give us a lot of TMR. Our little gate in the goat pen, guys, is such an advantage. I did run one load of wool down to the logistics center on the way back. Let's check and see what we have going on in the TMR mixer. 426,000 liters of straw, guys. I was way off. Unless we had some in there from last time. Maybe we did, because that seems like an awful lot of wool. But either way, I think we need to grab the Nemesis to work on our field expansion and to get our stone picking done, because we're going to need to do that. So let's send this guy to logistics short. That's right where he needs to be. And then we can go visit the Nemesis, who finished all of our weed spraying. That looks great. Glad to have all of that done. Still have 1,000 liters left in there. Oh, let's not unfold. Let's fold up, guys. We're done. We had enough fun with the sprayer for one episode. Don't need to do that again. Top kick running that pallet of wool down to the logistics center. We got the roller staged and ready that we brought out early. Oh, still got the traffic jam I got to deal with over here. I'm telling you guys, April, May, and June have been absolutely massive months on the farm. We are getting busier and busier. You guys will notice the last couple episodes were quite lengthy, including this one as well. So, getting a lot done. There we go, 96% full. We'll leave. I think there's one more pallet of herbicide on there. I do feel like there was one in the sale that I picked up the other day too. So, have a little bit we can pick up at the store for the next spraying job. Most of our products, or most of our crops, we end up plowing between plantings, so we don't get a lot of weeds on the farm, but that's not to say that we don't get any. So, grab our plow. Let's do the hard part now. I will meet you guys down at the field, and we will work on the field expansion. See ya in just a second. Here we are down at the field ready for the expansion. I think the first part is going to be going in and doing some construction work to help even out some of the areas that we built up for the greenhouses. So I think we even want to go bigger than that, guys. Let's figure out what it takes to sort of smooth all of this out so we can see the natural contour of the land and figure out what we want to do here. So, I think that looks fairly good. Yep, okay, so zooming way out, I think we want to leave access to the water. So I'm thinking we're going to take this edge here and we're going to bring it out. So let's get over here. We're going to leave the plow narrow for right now. And we're going to allow create fields, and we're going to just swing out this way. Just bring it over to here. This is looking good. Don't want to go too far over the crest of the hill. I think going much further right would be a mistake. Start sweeping this edge back in. And then I think just like that, we soften the edge coming out. And I think that's it. I don't think we want to do a whole lot more than that. Let's unfold the plow. Well, actually, do we want to unfold it? No, we don't, because we'll get this edge cleaned up first, too, because it's going to be tight down here. So we'll drop it here. Let's make sure we get all of this edge. Alright, got our first couple of rocks. We knew that was coming. Not the end of the world. Yeah, I think this is going to be good. And then we still have access to our water if we need to fill it up, which I think is an important consideration. Oh, don't do that. Don't expand. Oh, we were expanding while we were down, guys. Wrong combination of buttons. Let's fix that real quick before we forget. Don't like the way that happened. We're just going to fill in. Well, actually, oh no, we do. We want to fill that in right there, and then let's smooth that edge. There. That is nice looking. Okay. Let's get this middle section, and then I think we plow the whole thing up so we can lime the whole thing. Man, this is going to be a bit tricky getting this squared up, isn't it? That's why we don't use the huge plow. We got that big SMB 82 we can use to plow up the fields, but we use it for detail work like this, we would end up with mistakes absolutely everywhere. So this is actually not bad. I'm wondering if we even, do we plow the rest of it? If it doesn't need to be, we'd have to then rock pick the whole thing. Look at this move. Plowing while making the plow smaller. That worked really well. Still want to expand instead of pick up. Alright. I mean, part of that was a pro move. Nope, 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 nope. Let's not go down the hill. Stay on top of the hill. Yeah, I think we just stone pick this little area here. And then we just put corn in. We'll have to lime this section, which is fine. We can run a quick lime pass over here. It'll be up and back. That won't be a big deal. And while I'm doing that off camera, I will also clean up the landscaping down there where there's still gravel. Yeah, we'll have just a little tiny bit of rock picking to do. So that's not bad. Let's just double check. So this section, yeah, obviously needs lime, isn't fertilized. This section also needs lime. Is that true? So the whole thing needs lime. Okay, and we got stone pick. So I got some work to do. So I'm going to work on the stone picking, the liming, get the landscaping done, and then we'll come back when it's time to put the corn in the field over here. So I'll see you guys in a minute. We are back and ready to get the corn planted. As you can see, had a little bit of a false start. Thought the lime spreader was wrapped up, but it turns out it was down the hill on course play. So got it reset, and now we are ready to go. Have a new course set up for planting the corn. Still need to muck and roll this field. That will likely happen off camera, but what we have to get done this episode is we have to get some goods sold. We actually have more than the rice oil to sell. So let's get in here to the whiskey factory. I loaded up the rice oil in the reefer already from the logistics center. We're going to grab the whiskey. Let's take a peek in the back and see what we have going on. Yeah, you can see the rice oil up there at the front. I don't even know how much whiskey we're expecting, to be honest, guys. 32,000 liters of whiskey, 32 pallets. We have 32 in there. That seems like that might be it. So the whiskey's going to the Moccasin General Store. The rice oil is going to the small farmer's kiosk. And then, guys, we have soybeans to sell at Agricore, Montana. So have to get that stuff done. So I'm going to run this load up to the Moccasin General Store and get the whiskey sold first. Then, well, actually, is that true? No, let's go to the small farmer's kiosk first, since we're already sort of on this side of the map. And we can take a right here. Oh, don't tip it. Saved it. Don't tip it back the other way. Okay. I'll see you guys at the small farmer's kiosk. We are upright and at the farmer's kiosk. Now, once again, guys, that's on me. We've reloaded the trailer with layering instead of stacking, and that has made all of the difference. So, what do we want to unload? Let's see. I think we want to unload the whiskey. Perfect. Let's just double check that that's all out. It is. 50,000 liters of rice oil. This is going to be our last rice oil sale unless we put in a rice field, because the rice was coming from the greenhouses and the greenhouses are now gone. So that is it. Looks like, man, that made some good money on that. About $220,000, I think, based on what we started off with. So let's grab our whiskey, which we're going to... Oh, we got a couple of pallets in here that didn't sell. Got a couple more dollars to make here at the small farmer's kiosk. Let's see what we can get done. Got that mailbox there that's making this a bit of a challenge. Like a true swift delivery driver. Driving on the lawn. Here we are. Boom. Done. Now, let's not hit the small farmer's kiosk. Let's swing it, even if I have to back this one up. Let's try to get that axle past the farmer's kiosk before we turn. Nice. Better driving than you just saw when I put it on its side. Loading up the whiskey, layering. Moccasin General Store, right? Let's just double check that. Moccasin General Store. I will see you guys there in just a minute. Made it into town without incident. Always a success. And we have had better luck turning from this direction and coming back. Just gently nudge the sign. Throw the straps off, open the back doors. Let's check and make sure we don't hit the front of the store. Getting the whiskey sold. Done and done. Ooh, the reefer squeaks out of there. $421,000. We are making good money. Let's send this guy back to the farm. He needs to go grab the tipper. So we can, well, actually, we should send him to logistics in, or logistics out, is that right? No, there's a parking spot. That's where he should go. Parking, top kick. We're just got to switch that name. So let's do that now while we're here. Parking. We're going to call this reefer. Need to get the capitalization right on that. That's reefer. There we go. And then we can actually, as we're making the turn here, let's pause. Let's switch to the trailer and let's assign that as a parking spot. And then let's send it there. Look at that. We are winning. We don't need the auto drive course up anymore. Get rid of that. Now, where is the quad track? Okay, the quad track's on the headlands, guys. I don't know why some tractors are having a problem. The Puma ended up, I'm telling you, down that hill, was on his way to that white farm in the distance when I caught him. Was down, actually was stuck under the bridge right over here. It was on one of the bridge stanchions, just driving right into it like they always do. So, couldn't tell you why some tractors are behaving and some are not, but we're getting it done either way. So, here comes the end of, that might be, this might be the last of the up downs. Let's see. Could be a transition. Let's see what happens here. Because the quad track had been doing quite well with going from the center to the headlands. And hey, looks like it's going to work again. Alright, go ahead and put the planter down there, bud. Oh, getting squared up and everything. Look at this. Taking pride in his work, doing a good job. Love it. And almost there. There's pride in your work, and then there's not getting it done. We got to go, bud. Make it happen. All right, excellent. He is off to the races. So he, the quad track driver, made the transition from the center rows to the headlands, which is great. Still have to figure out what happened with the Puma, but that is a problem for another day. So let's let him work. Let's get back to the Puma and get the lime spreader put away and grab the muck spreader and bring that out, because the Volvo should be pulling up here any minute, and we are going to wrap up as soon as the soybeans are sold. We have sold no crops, no bulk crops for profit yet. Soybeans were always meant to be a cash crop for us. So this is the first time we're going to make money selling our soybeans. We did consider the soybean milk, which we can do up at our dairy, but it just, I think it was like $90 a pallet we were going to make if we went through all the trouble of making soybean milk, which just didn't make any sense at all to me. So just gonna sell it for cash. So we'll get the muck spreader up and out to the field. He is topped off. That is excellent. Also put an auto drive parking spot in for the muck spreader, which means we can use that on auto driving courseplay to refill when we're doing field work now. So we'll have to give that a try at some point. I don't think even with the expansion, the new corn chaff field is big enough to require more than one tipper of manure. So I think we'll be all right there, but we will see for maybe the next time we do the grass fields about getting it all set up. I'm really liking the way this turned out. I did finish up the landscaping, got the entrance here cleaned up a bit, cleaned up the edges. I like that we can pull down here now and get stuff. I did move the water pump back to the fence edge, and I did clean up the grass and the edges around over there by the fire tower. Now, I'm a little concerned. I was doing all kinds of high praise for the quad track. All right, I was going to say, but we don't see it coming in the distance, and I feel like it should be coming our way, and it sure is. So that is all right. Perfect. He will be wrapped up soon. Thrilled to have corn in this field. All right, so this is why we stopped. That's okay. We will finish this parking job manually this time and then fix it for next time. And we didn't actually even hit anything. It was just being cautious, which, you know, we can appreciate. All right, let's grab our tipper and grab our soybeans and get those sold. And then, guys, that is going to be it. We're going to start July with a bunch of money in the bank, which is great. Maybe we should, we have discussed making loan payments. Maybe we should get the soybeans sold and put like $150,000 or even $200,000 on the loan. Let's see how much total money we end up with. So grab our trailer here, and I will see you guys when we are loaded up with soybeans and ready to go. Check you in a minute. All right, so the soybeans are going to Agricor, Montana. No idea where that is. Have we been there before? I assume it's down here. Oh, it's right here. I don't think we've sold there yet. We may have, but I tell you guys, Judith Plains with the sell points, absolutely incredible that we are in year 5 in game, really year 4 so far, just about to finish up actually. We have one more month in year 4, and still finding sell points and places on the map we have not been. Love all the details, love all of the just variety on the map. So I am a fan of Judith Plains. All right, I will see you guys down at Agricor, Montana for the sale. We'll make a quick payment on the loan, and that's going to be it for this one. So turned out to be a hot June day, up to 93 degrees here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, putting summer corn in, I guess. So see you guys down there in a minute. A nice, easy drive down to the sell point, incident-free, just the way we like it. Let's get turned in, and I assume we're going to the tip station straight ahead. But yeah, I don't think we've ever been here, guys. 55,367 pounds, I assume. And we'll flip it over to selling. Or to emptying, and look at that. The corn just finished $153,334. So let's make that special loan payment in here. I think we go a full $200,000. All right, here we go. It hurts to spend the money on the loan, but we are at 63 payments remaining. When we put this in, that should cover about 4 payments, so we should get down to at least 59 payments remaining. And make special payment. There we are. We are under $3 million left. 59 payments left. We just surpassed the halfway mark on our loan of 120 months. 60 would have been the halfway point. So we are making progress. That is such good stuff. So I will get the rest of the cornfield mucked and then rolled, so we're all set and ready to go. There was a little bit of animal care today. We had a couple of sick animals we got taken care of as well, but that was a very, very busy episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Judith Plains, Montana. I'm BP, and this is the 555 Challenge. It is a sunny July morning here in Montana, and we are headed over to our newest field to do a little bit of mowing. If you guys remember, we'll jump in here. Heading up to field 73. We got to get that mowed today because we're going to put in some fall canola. Now the plan is to just basically turn all of that into silage. We have tons of hay, we have tons of TMR. So we bought the field because we liked the location, we liked the size. We're talking about maybe combining it with our cornfield on this size at a later date, but at least for right now, we just want to make a little bit of money on it. Just a cornfield on our sunflower field over here. So let's take a look and see what we've got. Alfalfa, ready to harvest, 92% yield bonus, 100% fertilized, and looks pretty good. So looks like we're expecting 2 million liters of alfalfa off this field. So we are going to be busy with that today. I did cut the big grass field right there by the farm overnight between episodes. Got that baled up, threw it into the TMR mixer to make it into hay for either the sheep or to make into TMR, which we already have tons of. So not really necessary, but wanted to get it done and have it all set. So we'll jump in here and just get the first little bit figured out. We're not even going to save this course because I don't see needing to mow this field again. I think we can go with 3 rounded corners, start work on the headlands, and let's go from there. Now guys, in very interesting news, a couple of our channel members over in the Discord sent me some really good information about some of the problems I was having with the course play mod. And to that extent, it appears there is a known mod conflict with the Better Winch mod, which I have installed on this series. We don't use it very much, but do have it. That was causing the course play to have those transitional errors. So I've removed that, and in mowing the grass field last night, it executed the course play worker did the entire field without any issues. Just want to see if we can bump the speed down and maybe not miss as much. We're missing a lot. Yeah, I mean, the speed doesn't... I mean, look at that. Look at all those spots we're missing. Alfalfa is such a funny crop on this map. So, we're going to leave the worker to his work. Look at that beautiful sunflower field. Looking forward to harvesting that. Let's run back to the farm. I did have the new case doing the mucking on the grass field. So here we go. Still going strong. Jump in here and just see how much... Oh, too fast for me. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, so we got a little less than half of the manure left. I think we started this one on the headland, so we should be pretty good to go. So let's go check on some other things. In other updates, I have updated to the latest version of the realistic livestock mod. Now I'm going to check real quick just to make sure I give you guys the right information, but I am currently running 1.2.1.5. So 12.15 is the version I'm running on Judith Plains. I had some problems getting the latest version into some of the other game saves. This one seems to have done well, so we're going to do a little bit of exploring of the new features or just what changed and go from there. So did get the top kick all loaded up with the wool and the milk overnight. Get that taken over to the distribution center. Just going to pull him out, and we'll just send him over. You know, we'll just drive him over. And we'll talk about some of the other changes that have come through. So in addition to the realistic livestock update, I did end the lease on the flour mill. With the greenhouses going away, there really is no need to own the flour mill on a weekly or on a monthly basis. So we don't have any wheat going over there. We don't have anything in the silos we want to take over there. I mean, I guess we could take the some of the excess barley, but we're using that for the beer. So for right now, we don't own that. So let's take a look in here. I have not looked at this at all before right this very moment. So right off the rip, I can see we have numbers and names on some of the sheep, which is great. Was one of my biggest complaints. So we have a bunch of notifications for July. 2 babies died at birth, 2 babies were sold, died. Now we did learn last time this died is the same as being sold. It's like the baby gets sold immediately because I'm using the sell excess animals mod, and that counts as a death because it doesn't make it into the pen. So we didn't lose all of these lambs. That's not what's happening here. So scrolling down, holy buckets. We got a whole bunch in here. So pregnancy, yep, we're good to go there. All right, I don't even see any animals that got sick. Everything looks like it was sold due to overcrowding, so not a bad place to be. We do have, and we got to be just about full, if not completely full already. Look at all of these animals, guys. This is crazy. All right, so the sheep have 48 liters of food and a little bit of goat's milk and a little bit of wool. All good there. So heading over, let's check on the chickens and let's see. You know, I think we can turn the lime processor off. We had like a random 600 liters of stone in there, so wanted to get rid of that. All right, so the chickens got a couple pallets of eggs we probably should pick up. Not a big deal either way. Check the messages. All right, we have some animals that contracted. Here we go. Avian flu. Just going to scroll down. Man, so many messages. All right, all these gave birth and were sold, gave birth and were sold. All very standard stuff. We have one, number 56, a contracted avian flu, died, and died. So, rumor has it that finding and treating the animals is now much easier. So, let's see what we can do. Pregnancy, gender, disease. Has disease. Oh my goodness, guys, this is going to be incredible. So, filters, disease, has disease, confirm. So all the animals that had avian flu died or were sold in accordance with our herdsman orders. So, on to the cow barn. Check our messages. All right, we had one animal die due to an accident. The herdsman sold 22 animals for $52,000. Man, that is good news. All right, herdsman sold 5 animals, so going into January. All these births, and then they sold a bunch of animals. Great news. Just out of curiosity, let's come in here. I just want to see, yeah, no animals with disease once again. The new realistic livestock, guys, looking good already. We are going to have to figure out what we're going to do with all of those bales. We can use them for bedding, but there is a limit to how much we can use. This gate has proven to be a challenge. 37,000 liters of slurry heading over to the BGA. All right, it looks like the muck spreader has finished their duties, which is good news. Check in here. Herdsman sold 10 animals for $15,000, and 1 baby was given birth to. Now, what is the herdsman selling? He can sell males between 6 months and a year. Okay, that makes sense. And then buying 10,000 max animals. I mean, we can buy way more than that. Buy 10 animals. Let's get this water buffalo herd. Let's make it 20 animals. Let's get this water buffalo herd up and running. All right, diseases, no diseases. He can buy any. And, yeah, high quality. Let him buy. We want to grow this herd. We made some good money overnight on selling the animals, so let's reinvest that money back in. So while we're waiting on the alfalfa to be mowed, let's go stage the baler. I think we can probably even get the baler started at this point. So, have another 17,000 liters of manure in the muck spreader. So, we'll go fill this up, and then we'll connect up to the baler and head over to the alfalfa field, and we will get the baling done over there and just see how all of that goes. Nice and easy. And we are starting to get a good amount of manure. I think we're just going to leave this not right here. We'll bring it back over a little bit, but we're going to have to spread muck over on that alfalfa field before we plant it. So may as well get it staged over here. So I will go ahead and get the baler. Well, let's do it together, guys. We won't leave quite yet. Let's get the muck spreader staged over here. I already left the baler over here from last night. We'll grab the baler, we'll head over there, we'll get the baler going, and then I'll probably just see you guys when the baling is done on the alfalfa field and we are ready for canola planting. I realized when we did our big field switches last episode, we did not do the mulching for the extra bonus. That was an incredibly long day of getting work done. I think that episode was about an hour or so. Maybe we couldn't have got the mulching on that one. This episode seems like maybe we'll get some mulching in. So I will get the baler started. We'll collect all the bales. And then I'll probably bring you guys back when the mulching is done. We should not have to plow that field. So we won't have to stone pick, which would be a bonus. So we could just mulch and then get canola in the ground would be excellent and keep everything moving for us. So heading over here, we're doing 3 headlands. You know what? I didn't save that course because we weren't going to use it again, but I need it for the baler. Always need it for something. Well, we can do this. This won't be hard. We will just collect a little bit here. And come on, all the way out, little wings. All right, here we go. Why are we not picking up any of the alfalfa? That's a weird one. Maybe we reconnect and we disconnect and we lift and lower everything and try that again. That's bizarre. Will not pick up the alfalfa. Huh. Well, guys, the best laid plans, the mice and men and all that, not getting us anywhere today. So let me give that a little bit of a troubleshoot, and I'll bring you guys back when I've got something figured out. We've definitely baled alfalfa before, so intrigued to see what is going on with the baler. So I'll check back in with you guys in a minute. We are back and pulling into the Jack Daniels facility. It looks like it's a good time to sell some whiskey. Now, typically we try to do this with the reefer, but we have to go pick up alfalfa bales. I was able to get the baler working. Not exactly sure what the problem was. Basically tried resetting it, tried restarting the game, and ended up having to sell the baler and just buy it right back. So that is done and working, but not sure why that was, because I used it earlier in the episode, or pre-episode, to collect the grass. So a little bit of a weird situation, but not a big deal. We're going to the restaurant. Should be down behind us, all the way down at the boat at the far end of the map. You can see there's the baler working over there. We're going to run the whiskey down to the restaurant, get it sold, and come on back up and start collecting bales. It's not overly critical that we collect the bales right away, but it does help when the bales are not in the way of the mower. And since we have both pieces of equipment on the field at the same time, seems like we need to get those bales picked up. So not exactly sure what's going on with my tag. We are 56 something. I assume there's a couple digits on that missing. That might have something to do with the update to the Realistic Livestock mod with the new fonts. So that could be a mod conflict we're experiencing, but we'll get down there either way. So I will see you guys down at the restaurant in just a minute, and then we'll head back up and get some bales collected. See you down there. We are arriving at the restaurant. Coming down the hill is always so easy. We'll see about making it back up the hill. $74,000 puts us just under $500,000 in the bank. Wow, that slid out hard. Gotta watch the terrain there, trying to get turned around. All right, let's head back up the hill. We'll go back to the new alfalfa field and start collecting bales and getting those out of the way. I'll probably just bring you guys back when we are wrapping that up, and maybe even after we do the mulching, right? Well, let's do a couple bale collections, and then we'll go back out for the mulching. So I'll see you guys up there when we're getting bales off the field. See you in a minute. We are pulling back onto the field. This is our second pass at picking up bales. Already brought back a full trailer load. We are going to have so many alfalfa bales, and then therefore so much silage when we're done. Do want to do a quick lap around the outside to make sure we got them. The baler was still completing its third headland when we took our last set of bales off of here, so you can see there are a couple still around the outside. Don't want the mower getting hung up on them. Can't figure out for the life of me what to do about the alfalfa mowing. Can't tell if it's a mower problem. I assume it is. No matter how fast or how slow I go, we get these spots that just don't get mowed. And what's interesting is we can come back, and if I cut them crosswise, I can get a lot of them and go from there. Or if I use the rear mower, because it's the front mower that's missing. So I assume it has something to do with bouncing. So, oh, here we go. We got a solo bale. So this one got dragged from somewhere else on the field by the mower. We didn't quite get here in time to get all of them. So let's see. Can we figure out where that is, or are they going to be like in the middle of the field? We'll have to figure that out. Let's see. It should be, yep, there's a stack of 2. No, that stack of 2. Oh, I see one over there. We may have to go on a rescue mission here. Got to get this. So there's another bale somewhere as well. These tend to just keep getting pulled by the mower. Can we get it before the mower gets here? Woo! Snuck in there and got it. Yeah, I mean, look at all that it missed. Just, oh, because it had a bale underneath it. There we go. That's why we need the bales picked up. So the mower doesn't end up grabbing them, and they don't get in there and then prevent it from getting the mowing done well. This is such a huge field. And I already feel like we have some big fields on the farm already, but this is just so clearly a big field compared to what we already have. So we'll keep the baling going. Also going to go around and collect all of the milk and get that into our milk production. Been doing that daily and just sort of keeping that running in the background. The BGA's been running in the background. And with just under $500,000 in our pockets, you know it's burning a hole in them for me. I don't like holding on to money on this series. So considering what I want to do with the money we have, could buy another field. Oh, we get a whole nother row. I was thinking we were done. I was heading back to the farm to drop this stuff off. Could buy another field, which is likely a good choice. Could look at doing another production. So, yeah, let's take a quick look here, since we're going to have to wait a minute and let the baler catch up. So, fields that are of interest to us now. Yeah, this one is 37 acres. That is such a big field. I mean, this one down here that we combined is obviously much bigger, but 37 acres is the biggest single field we've ever bought. So twice as big as what was the original big cornfield. So anything that is, yeah, look how terrible that mowing looks on that. Maybe we need to consider a mower and make sure we stop missing spots. Anything in the sale? We could sell our mower setup. I like our mower setup. I don't feel like we'd end up getting anything that would be notably larger. No, there's nothing there. So if we come down to mowers, what do we have? I mean, the Crone we could buy just barely, but the Crone is 9.9 meters, and I think we have, do we have, which mowing setup do we have? It must be the same as, right? Oh no, we have the Vicons. The Vicon is 10.2, so that's, I mean, that's less working with for us. We could pick up the Lizard Mega Multi-Tool, has a 27 meter working with. I just feel like that's going to be really difficult to turn around on some of our fields. Like our little field by the river there is going to be a problem. So yeah, I mean, the Crone Big M does 13.2 meters. I'm not sure that's really worth it either. Yeah, I just don't know that that's a better option. I mean, we have 10.2 meters of working with is quite a lot. So all right, so let's assume that we're not picking up another piece of equipment. Nothing's grabbing us. Anything that's sort of ready for harvest. You know, what is field 62? Just out of curiosity, it's more alfalfa, huh? Let's see, alfalfa, yeah. What else is ready to go? A couple fields here. I mean, field 79 would be great, but field 79 is going to be way too expensive, and that's what, clover? Yeah. We got it. We'd like to get a field that doesn't have like a grass type crop on it, and it's relatively close to, I think, the field 59. Yep, that's going to be alfalfa. Not looking like a lot of options. What is field 66? 66, is that green beans? Green beans is interesting. We could get into some green beans. Not sure we'd have much use for them, but we certainly could. Well, I don't know. Nothing's grabbing me right now. If I could pick up a field that was wheat, barley, oat, something I could make flour out of and get that flour mill released and back up and running, because bread was such a good moneymaker for us, I'd definitely be in for that. But until we find something like that, I'm not sure. We can always replant fields, and it's really not a bad idea to cut it and get the silage off of it and then just turn and burn it and replant it. I mean, this field we bought very recently and are going to make, you know, I mean, we'll make $100,000, $200,000 on the alfalfa silage, and then be able to plant it and put a crop in it right away too. So not the worst option to, you know, buy a field with grass, alfalfa, clover, something of that nature, but not sure that's what I want to do repetitively. So anyways, I'll get the rest of this done. I'm going to mulch this field, and we'll get the muck spread, and we'll get the lime spread as needed, and then I'll bring you guys in when it's time to get the planting done, and we should be in good shape. So see you guys when we've got a little bit more to report on. We are back, and guys, we are on a new field. Take a look at our money. We spent a bunch, bought field 62. It also was alfalfa. Just got done cutting and baling it. It's right here next to the farm, right next to the giant cornfield. Have the little case spread in some muck to get this thing done, and have the last round of bales. I do want to point out, look how smooth the cut is. No lumps. I mean, a couple little missed spots of alfalfa on the corners, not a big deal. But if you look at the first field we did, the big one over here, 73, look at all that missed crop. I ended up just buying the Colossus front mower to replace the Vicon mower that we had, because it just didn't make sense to be missing that much. And I thought, I'll give it a whirl and give it a try. And sure enough, the Vicon was the problem. So once we got the Colossus in there, the rest of the mowing went totally fine. So sorry, just getting everything all set up here. Don't want to run into anything. Have just way more alfalfa than we really can handle right now. I got 1 million liters in the silage production silo, and have been stacking it into the grass field up here to just keep loading over the next couple of days. Each full trailer load is about 420,000 liters of alfalfa, and this is obviously not a full one, but we have 4 completely full ones. The 5th one on the end is missing a couple of bales to get us up to 1 million on the other one. But basically, we are at the point now where we have, I mean, let's see, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, we're probably 2.2, 2.3 million liters of alfalfa sitting here. And then in the production, I'm sure we burned through some, but no, we still have 1 million liters. I guess there are a couple of bales. Had a bit of a bale explosion at one point, so I think there are probably a couple of bales there keeping it honest. So now we have to go grab the case planter, which I have all staged up and ready to go. And we're going to head over and plant the alfalfa fields with canola. Now, I did say I was going to roll the fields, and I did drive the case with the big case quad track with the roller over there, and I'm sorry, the mulcher over there, and did attempt to get the fields mulch. The only thing that would mulch with the mulcher on the alfalfa field was the stuff we didn't cut. So it was getting very little of the field. I can actually show you guys here real quick. Let's come through and do mulch. I did a couple passes. You can see how it just, that's all it did was get those little spots we missed. Now, aggravating we missed that much, but not worth mulching. For a 2.5% bonus, and we're getting less than half the field. Just seems like we're chasing pennies, and I suspect the diesel cost on the Case Quad Track would dictate financially that it is just a better decision to let the field ride as is. So we have our Kinsey planter, multi-fruit planter, rebranded as a Case, that we're going to take on over there. Is a direct drill, should not require any cultivation or plowing. I'm hoping this just goes right in and replaces the crop with the canola we have selected. So we're going to check and see how all of that goes. I do, real quick here before we get distracted, have just under $140,000 left. That field we bought, let's stop and take a look real quick. That field we bought, field 62, was $363,000. Now, with that in mind, I do think we want to do another $50,000 special redemption, basically making one payment early, taking us down to 58 payments. We'll have another $50,000 payment come out tonight, leaving us in the neighborhood of about $35,000 once we're done paying all these workers for all their hard work today. So that's where we are. I will likely get the canola planting done, and then I'll roll off camera. We did get the dairy milk brought over to the milk production. As you just saw, I swapped the tanker over and is having it run over to the buffalo barn now to get the buffalo milk, keeping those productions running. So we are in good shape there. Now, we do have a whole bunch of barley in the silo, which we could use for beer. I'm debating if it's worth buying or leasing the Yingling factory to put it in there. Let's get this guy going, and then let's take a look at that. So, because we've had such wild success with course play, I think we're going to just set this guy up and let him work. So, set the course here. Perfect. 3 headlands just to make sure that we don't hit anything. We're going to set there. We will set this as planter, save course 73 for the field. And I just want to hang out for a minute and make sure that we are going to get planted here. 100% fertilized. We will likely have to lime as well. Man, that is a sharp looking setup. Look at that thing go. Let's jump back in. I just want to make sure that it actually plants over the alfalfa. It should, but let's make sure. Drop it in. Oh, that's not a good sign. Are we going to have to cultivate? That would be very, very interesting. It took me a minute, guys, but I figured it out. We're in the wrong month. So here we are, canola. We're in July. Can't plant canola till August. So may still be able to direct drill this over the top of the alfalfa. We will have to wait and see, but certainly not going to be able to tonight. So with that in mind, I think we're going to park up over here, do a quick check on the animals, and make sure they're all set. We're going to start with this guy next episode, getting him planting. Let's see, the water buffaloes certainly have plenty of food. The sheep probably do not. So let's figure out how to get them some food. Gonna leave that trailer right there because we're gonna need to be loading all the alfalfa into the silage production here. And let's run over here. You know what? I wonder... You know what I wonder? Instead of using the big guy, I think the versatile is right here. It is perfect. And we have the stone picker already detached. So let's go grab our little Brantner trailer. And let's run some hay from the production down there. Can we make this turn? The narrow tires are going to help, but this is still probably going to be at least a 2 swing. Well, look at that, guys. Color me surprised. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. So, still do eventually want to figure out a way to get the sheep back to bales. It would be my preference, as I said, as we did previously. We can absolutely just head the grass and take it over and put it in, but just don't want to do the extra step. Oh, we have a bunch of hay from last episode, or maybe there was one before that. I don't remember when we did that, but either way, we'll dump this one on since we have it. And while that is being dumped, let's run back over here and let's grab some of these out. Oh, we should be getting the trigger here. Let's see. There we are. Just didn't like it the first time. Let's pull out 6 bales. Put them in here. I think we're going to have to bring the C7500 back over here because we have more wool, and I already took a load in the middle of the episode while we were doing the alfalfa stuff. So absolutely just killing it on the wool today. I mean, look at all those pallets. That is so much wool. Let's grab the C7500. Let's get that in here. Let's get that wool picked up, and I think we'll call it an episode. Got a lot done. Got the milk collected, harvested the alfalfa field, and got it all baled up. Thought we were going to get into canola today, but had my months mixed up, so that was a good one there. I have to remember to check my calendar before making all my plans. So we'll get all that done. But let's jump over here. Might be worth grabbing the Pro Bale if it's sitting right here, and just go put the rest of those bales in real quick, and then grab the C7500 and get the wool picked up. That will be an incredible amount of wool for one day. I think the min-maxing of the sheep, getting the rams out of there, has made a huge difference. So let's see, 3 bales over here, and do I remember how to turn it on? I never do. I do this every single time, guys. It is B. Alright, we'll grab these. Perfect. And let's go put them over there. I think with as much wool as these sheep are producing, we need to keep them fed. So, perfect. I'm liking that. Versatile may find itself parked over here more often than not now, particularly with the bale grab on there. All good to go. Let's go grab the C7500. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pallets of wool, and I had to take at least another 8 or 10 previously, plus that first batch. So we are approaching 30 pallets of wool, and it is 1 p.m. To say those sheep are prolific in their wool production would be an understatement, but we will go grab it. We'll bring it back over here, get it distributed out to the spinnery, and then off to the tailor to make some clothes, and we'll call that an episode. So thank you guys so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. We're snagging this wool, and that's going to be it for this episode, but I will see you in the next one.